Hi there, and welcome to a typical T relaxing long play. Today, we play the game in a way the devs definitely did not intend. Starting from the settlers' tents, we set out as we mean to go on, laying out roads for a huge grid-based city. Along the way, we settle other regions, survive raids from brigands, and battle the Baron in this old-school game mode. Come the end, we give everything we've got in a historic final assault to bring the map under our control. If you like these Camp to Kingdom videos, let me know by dropping a like and a comment, and help me fight the AI slop pushing creators off the platform by subscribing. Making these videos takes time, so if you want to be part of the reason I keep going, then consider becoming a member and enjoying early videos alongside some other extras. But enough of that. Without further ado, grab a cup of tea, make yourself comfortable, and relax alongside me in Manor Lords.
Here we are then. It's been a long time since we played on this map, and it's been quite a long time as well since we played against the off-map adversary, so a bit of a throwback today for us. A new message, indeed, yes, victory conditions dominance. Beautiful little starting camp, in a beautiful little valley. Got rocks nearby, we've got our ox, and we've got a mission. So, today, we want to obviously defeat Le Baron, and we're going to do so by playing Manor Lords in a way it was not designed to be played. And by that, I mean today we're going to be playing Grid Lords. You may be familiar with Grid Lords from such games as New York City. So, what we're going to do is, I think basically everything we're going to build, or at least I'm going to try to do this, everything we try and build is going to be contained within a perfect grid. And I want to see if that makes the game easier, or it just makes life harder. So, our starting region here, we have a rich resource of clay and berries, and we've got a little bit of iron as well, and some wild animals. And our stone, of course. Nice big region, Nuzol, and like I said, it's been a long time since I've played in this region, let alone on this map. Fertility-wise, unfortunately, the Baron has both of the only fertile regions on the entire map, so at some point we are going to have to challenge him for those, I imagine. In terms of a rich iron deposit for weaponry, I think it's just this region down here at the bottom, Chanuel, that has the rich iron. And there's a spattering of other resources across the map, of course. Although we don't necessarily need to upgrade anything to level 4 in this playthrough because it is a Domination Victory. So we may be able to avoid having to get all of the resources that we would need normally to do so. Instead, we will want to get a military fairly quickly, but we can do that with an export market of clay and clay tiles here, I would imagine. So first things first, we need to get a couple of grids set up for our starting settlement. And I think we might as well start in this open space here, because then we can move directly inside. So once again, we're going to go to the corpse pit. Indeed we are. And I'm not going to rotate it or anything, because I'm hoping, because we've just started the game, this is the default alignment, and we're going to use that as the basis for everything. So I think we'll start right next to the camp here. And I'm just going to put down 8 of these, I think, to start with. And I'm just going to align the road entrances of each of these. And leave a gap in between them all. You can see I'm just hovering those circles over each other there. Just until they perfectly align over the top. It's not always going to be perfect, but close enough to. And then I've kind of got to line both up when you do the next one down in the grid. So we'll get 8 of those placed down, a little something like that. And then we're going to connect all of those roads up together to the end snap points, a little bit like this. And then we'll connect the end ones, and then we'll do the usual overshooting at the end, so we get a nice clean snapped corner. Which reminds me of the old crystal honeycomb lattice thingamabob days. And we'll do the same on this side here as well. A little something like that there. And then the last corner over here. Whoa, oh dear, nearly. Line that up with the dotted line. Splendid. And then we're going to connect this road down through the center. Just make sure that's nicely centered between those corpse bits. And then extend these roads out to the end as well. Where are we? Maybe we don't want this center road for a minute. So that's a basic grid. Can we squeeze another one in without getting in the way of the wild animals? I think we can. So I'm going to turn off snapping, and once again we're just going to use the circle dots of the road entry points to align these. Get 2 there, and then 2 above. And then repeat the process for connecting roads, overlapping where we can to make things nice and neat and tidy. It wouldn't be a typical T video, would it, without a little bit of road layout to start the game. Most people, straight down with burgish plots and granaries and storehouses, get on with it. Not typical T. Okay, and I think what we'll do as well is this first area we set up here, we are going to split this one in half. And then let's get rid of these corpse bits. Once again, if we could please have a group delete tool, that would be muchly appreciated. Right. Blue-doo-doo, la-di-da-da, delete corpse bit. Splendid. And that gives us a little starting grid. So, first things first. We're going to put, well, I say second things second, I suppose. We've already done the first things first. We'll get down a granary. And we'll pop this one in here. Where are the berries? Berries are down here. Okay, we'll pop this on this part of the road there. And then we'll put down a storehouse. Can we squeeze that in this here? Not quite. Okay. So the storehouse then we'll just put down right next to the granary. A little something like that there. And then we're also going to want to get some sort of timber production. So we'll pop down a logging camp tucked neatly into the corner here. No, we could do it here actually. But we are going to be primarily logging down here. Can't squeeze it in there, can we? Not quite by the looks. So yeah, we'll go on this side then. As a starting point. Good stuff. And we should still be able to get a road across the top of that. Yes, we can if we wanted to. And we probably will. And we want another hitching post, of course. And we'll pop this down in this corner here for the time being. And then we'll move the first hitching post. But first we're going to order an ox. Then we'll relocate this hitching post. And put it right next to this one here. Little something like that there. We're going to set priority for the granary and the storehouse to be higher than everything else. And we're going to hit play and let the villagers start to get on with it. Indeed, we'll speed time up. And that leaves us with 2 timber. And we're going to use that to get our first burgage plot popped down. Which is going to be in here. And I think that orientation there looks good. So we'll get burgage plot number 1 there. And then we'll mimic this side as well in a minute once we have another log available. We'll get a family working at the granary straight away so that they can move our open and exposed supplies inside, and we'll do the same with the storehouse as well. Just as soon... Oh, message. Oh. You've heard of my renown. Well, isn't that wonderful? Go away. It's rather rude of typical, wasn't it? I do apologise, everyone. Logging camp going together. Hitching post is up. Hopefully we're nearly done taking the supplies inside. Looks like we basically are. Let's get families working at the logging camp. Let's unassign the storehouse and granary workers now that all of the goods are safely stocked inside. As soon as we get our first timber in, we're going to get down a well. And, oh, fit that one in there nicely. I think that's a good spot to put that, isn't it? Come along. I just need 1 lumber. There's 3 families working on chopping down trees. You would have thought they could do a better job than that, couldn't you? There we go. Maybe I should have put that over to the right a bit. It's done now. Oh well. And very quickly, let's get an expansion on that burgish plot. And timber is flowing in nicely. So we'll go right on ahead and get down our next burgage here. Those are our first 2. And then we'll very quickly pause the game and bring out our favourite of the tools, the corpse bit. And we'll align this as best we can in the corner. And then go ahead and build out the other 3 we need to make the little grid. And then starting with getting this corner set nicely. with that little technique there. We'll get the rest of the roads built on. And that looks reasonably straight. Not perfect, but reasonably good. Good enough for Manor Lords, as we often say. Let's delete those. And we'll get another few burgage plots set in next door. Just one click there, thank you very much. Get that snap point right. Oh, might need to go 2 actually, otherwise we're going to have a very small 1 plot burgage. There we are. That one there. And unpause time. I need 1 more lumber, please. Or timber, indeed. Don't know why I keep calling it lumber. I suppose it's because it's what it is. Even if the game does call it timber. There's 2. Pop that down there. Get that built. The well is up. The ox is on its way. Next thing to do is to take care of some firewood. And we'll get down a little bit of firewood production. So we'll get the woodcutter's lodge popped down there. We'll leave 3 people working at the logging camp momentarily. Let's put down a market stall here, ready for when we do open for business. Let's turn off snapping there, just so we can line that up a little bit better. A bit too close to the edge. There we go. No, not done a better job of that at all, have I? And yeah, sure, we'll put that there. And we've got family members moving in. Just need to get a few more burgages. We'll expand these straight away. Good stuff. Armament delivery. That's simply lovely. Thank you. I look forward to it. We'll form the militia up ready. Oh dear. Wrong button. Put you there. It's our 10 men. And we'll want to get a few extra people in that brigade before we send them out against the bandits. Get those burgages popped together and the woodcutter's lodge open. And we'll also need to get food sharpish. So we'll go down to gathering and we'll get down forager's hut and we'll pop that just here as well. And we've got 2 available living spaces. We'll open up an expansion there as well so that we have 4. As we're still bringing in logs, we'll need to get a lumber boy set up as well. We'll do that here and we'll bring a road across like so. Oh dear, a bit of rain. Okay, let's get a family working at the forager's hut. We can unassign 1 family from the logging camp and send them to work at the granary so we can open up our first market stall. And what are we going to select perk-wise? So obviously, primarily we're going to be focusing on clay here. And, you know, wild berries is going to be a source of food for the time being as well. But I think, realistically, we're going to go for the Bamberg smallholders. It's going to give us increased approval from food variety, better chance of planting the old trees, and also the upgrade of smallholding, which I am hoping we're going to take good advantage of. I've not used it frequently as of late, but it does make for some very productive vegetable and orchard plots, which I think is going to be the backbone of this playthrough for us. We'll get a second family working at the forager's hut while we have the availability. We've got a few logs, so we'll unassign 1 family from there and send them to work at the woodcutter's lodge so we can get some of that brought in. Let's also get a charcoal kiln up and running. So we've got some initial charcoal that we can start to export. And with exporting in mind, let's make sure we're connected up to Ye Olde King's Road. So we'll take that road just there and see if we can't get it to nicely line up with the one we already have. A little something like that there. And we'll get down a trading post, which we could put directly on the King's Road, I suppose, up here. But I think for sake of ease, we'll pop it down in here for the time being. So we'll get that one popped down there. We've got a little bit of industry in these 2 and then accommodation up here. Still got 1 burger space for people to move into. Food is starting to look a little more healthy. Let's get someone working at the charcoal kiln so we can start turning that firewood into lovely, lovely charcoal. And while they're doing that, I think it's probably time we go back to the corpse pit. Huzzah. I do love this tool. I don't love the tool. I love the item and what we use it for. Right, 1. can't perfectly line those up, so we'll get as close as we can. I'm sure the grid will wander over time. It won't be perfect. But not to worry. There is beauty in imperfection as well. And if ever there was a sentiment for this channel, it would be beauty in imperfection. Okay, so we can't quite go in there. It's simply too steep. But fortunately, we've got enough other pits down, corpse pits down, that we don't need to get that one down necessarily to be able to finish the grid. Connect these roads up here. Try and line it up with a dotted line. Get a road through here. Good show. Delete this. Can we delete this road? We can. It's not actually a King's Road, is it? Very sneaky game. And then we'll connect this road directly up to the King's Road proper. Get as close as we can to that. There we go. And continue deleting the fiendishly delightful corpse bits. And that gives us space to put a couple of additional burgage plots down, and we'll stick to the larger burgage plot style for the time being before we get some denser population down. So we'll put down 4 of these because we can afford to do so. And these have a reasonably efficient working area with the cross line here, obviously. Family working on those. Let's get a family at the trade post right away. And we're going to be exporting charcoal, and we want a surplus of, say, 30. And how are we doing on the old firewood and charcoal front? Okay, it would be nice to get an additional worker at one of those. Bandits stealing our food. They're not that nearby, are they? But they have fiendishly gotten us. So let's assemble the retinue, not the retinue, the lads, and let's march them over there and give them what for. So we can get our first bit of influence and our first bit of cash money. Splendid. With them marching over there, we'll continue to preside over construction here. We've got 10 regional wealth. Hopefully we'll get a bit more in soon. And with that regional wealth, we're going to want to plant some vegetables to make sure we make it through the winter with our increased number of settlers we have moving in. And for that, of course, we're going to need some planks. So let's set up a plank limit here. So we don't want to be using up timber. We've got, for starters, 6 is not a bad number. Any less than 6. And we're going to assign somebody to do the thing. And let's work there. 60% approval, so that's all good, because we're supplying a market stall with food, and they've got water access, etc. Once we're up to 10 timber, we will start to make some planks. We're nearly over there. Or when we've got an additional family moving in, we'll get them into the saw pit. Let's go over and deal with military matters first. Oh, and as they move in, very well, let's hover on over, and we'll get down our saw pit worker. We'll get you in there. Good show. And then our brave lads, give you a chance to recuperate. They're coming for us anyway, so we'll take up our line here. And we'll set to, soldiers watch for enemy missiles. Chance to avoid a block enemy missiles doubled. Melee defense is halved. Defeat stance with no bonus and no penalties. Default stance. Defense is doubled, attack frequency halved. We'll go stand your ground to take the initial charge from the brigands, the outlaws, and then we'll set to aggressive and stabby stabby stab our way to victory. Sounds like a plan, don't you think, men? Come on. And play. Wait for them to charge. Absorb the charge. And attack aggressively. Smash them to smithereens. I want not a single casualty, all 16 of you. Stab, 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 and be done with them. We're superior. I don't want to be taking losses. We're here for a bit of money and a bit of prestige. No one tried to be a hero. All well so far. We are sliding on a slight uphill slope, which is not good. But it is what it is. Hopefully, with our stance tactics, we've managed to eliminate them. They're outflanking us slightly, but they're also bleeding numbers. Good job, men. Not a single loss amongst you. That's what I like to see. Right. run along to the bandits' camp and take all their goodies. What I like to see. And are we planking yet? Not quite yet. Oh, this belongs to my treasury now, thank you. Where are you? Over there. Come home. Line up here, please. Squadman advance. 6 timber. Okay, well, let's lower the limit momentarily to maybe 4 planks, just so we can get some rolling through the saw pit. Burgish plots going together as well. We'll hold off on extensions for those just at the minute, because we do want to be making planks instead of using up all our logs on extensions, and we do still have 3 available living spaces for people to be moving into, so we're not too desperate as it is. There we are, plus 60, so we want to be using that really to be planting some vegetables, and we've got our first planks now. So let's get down our first 2 vegetable gardens in these dwelled plots, where people do indeed live. We'll leave 2 families unassigned for construction for now, just till we get those built, and then we might assign you to go and do something more useful, like produce more firewood for our charcoal. We'll get some beets planted in there, and we'll get our spare family working there. Let's disband our militia back to their jobs. And we got our first little bit of income, and our first little bit of influence as well, as we start to establish our gridlord settlement. We'll need another trade to come in before we can get any more beets down. We've got food for 3 months, and it's July, so we're not terribly far off actually the number of berries going down. So what I think I might do is drought as well. It's not going to do us any favours. That's going to decrease the number of beets available as well. We've got a spare family we just moved in. They're going to go and work at the foragers' hut. And actually, I know we've just assigned an additional family to the woodcutters, but we're actually going to go and send them to the foragers' hut as well, so we can get all of the berries in that we absolutely can before winter comes to help us survive through, because especially if our number of beets is going to be reduced by the drought, we're going to be needing them. In terms of further progress, we need to be gathering in some stones, so we'll get down a stone gathering camp. We'll put it down here because it's nice and close, and it's a temporary building anyway, until we've gathered up 114 stone. We've got 11 planks, so in anticipation of putting down more vegetables, we might as well go ahead and put that extension on all of these burgish plots. These 2, though, we'll go ahead and get expansions straight away so that we don't miss out on potential immigration through a lack of available living spaces. We do have the wild animals we can start to take advantage of here as well. So why don't we go ahead and get down the hunting camp. Can we squeeze that in there? Oh, we can. Very nice. We'll get the hunting camp squeezed in there. Another thing it would be nice to get before too long is a horse to make the efficiency of our trades even better, but I think that's going to have to wait a moment, because we need the beets planted, probably more than we need to get our trade value increasing at a rate of knots. Now we've got enough planks to do our initial bits and bobs. Let's set the limit to 10 on the saw pit so that we have more timber available for construction. And really now we're waiting for a few additional families to move in. And as I say that, another bandit camp has popped up. So once again, let's assemble the men. There's 20 of them now, so we're even stronger than we were at last. Set ourselves to the stand your ground stance to defense, double the defense initially. And let's start marching our way over towards these filthy people. It's a bit harsh, I don't suppose we actually know if they're filthy. Their desires are filthy, if not their physical appearance. Let's leave it at that. Let's get a second family working at the logging camp. Ideally, we'd send them to the woodcutter's lodge, but I feel we are a little short on lumber. We seem to be making good use of the berry deposit, and we've gathered in a fair number of those. And we're up to 87 berries. Bringing in a little bit of money, but like I said, not masses at the moment. Let's get another vegetable garden put down, and then we'll have to wait for timber to increase before the plank level increases again. Let's nab the saw pit worker then for the time being and send him to work at the woodcutter's lodge. And with the logs that we do have, let's get an expansion built to make additional space for someone to live. We may not put expansions on all of the properties, especially for anyone we're going to make a dedicated small holding, because I think 2 families on 1 small holding of this size is probably excessive. I don't know the exact stats or numbers, but that's my feeling. Right, let's go and deal with these scumbags. Move forward. Aggro the baddies. And get ready to smash them to smithereens. There we are. Set to aggressive and push in. And this should be as easy as it comes. We've 4 more men than we did the last time. We're on more even terrain. And we're a little bit more experienced too. So we should make short work. Give them short shrift. Oh, golly, we lost a lad. Which lad was it? Who was it? Larry! Oh, I loved Larry. But, as it turns out, he was an idiot, because he died. All the advantage on our side and we lose a lad. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. Ah, dear. Yes, it belongs to my treasury now. Don't bother about bringing Larry's body back. He can stay there. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? Out of berries. Are we shrinking? We're shrinking. Everyone out of the foragers camp. 2 of you into the hunting camp. 1 of you into the storehouse. 1 of you into the trading post. 1 of you into the stone gathering camp. We've already got 2 at the woodcutter's lodge. Lads are on their way home. And obviously we've got a bit more money now as well. Let's get some... We'll stick with beets for a moment because it's cheap. So we'll get a second beet plot popped down. And we'll order a horse with our remaining coin. And we're also going to need to make sure we get a hitching post. So we've got somewhere to store said horse. And I guess we'll pop this down next to the trading post. We'll get 2 there so that once we get the stable, there'll be enough space there for 2 horses. Down to 1 available living space. So we'll get another expansion on there. And that's the last expansion we can get, I believe. So we need to be thinking about getting more burgage plots built. Also got a free workman now as well. So let's send you to work. Let's look at Larry's house. So sad. Let's send you to work at the saw pit. Good show. Right. Corpse pits. Right, how are we going to do this? Let's... Snapping trays going to make life easier. It's too steep. That's not a corpse pit. Yes, it is. What's going on? What's going on? Is that right? That looks right. Using the snapping tool to get us started. And have we got a bit of a hill situation? It's not actually giving me a reason for not allowing me to place it. Spun it. Oh no. Spin it back. Is that right? Did I do the thing? Nearly. Alright, well as long as we can get one up here, I suppose we can skip that one. I think there's definitely a hill problem here. It's just not telling me that. Right, do we have to go out and around? Let's put this one down here. Can we go up and over then? One there. Can't do this one here, which might be because of this road that's extended out here a little bit. That's not letting me do that there. Can we do this one here? This is where things start to go out of alignment when you have to do this, but hopefully we should be okay as we work our way around the problem. Right, has that given us enough? We can line that up there. And we can line this up here. Nope, ended up with a bit of curl on that road. Whoopsie daisy. Don't want a pig's tail on there. Put that down there, and then line this up here. Like so, then rebuild this line starting from the end of this one. You might as well take this all the way to the King's Road. There's obviously going to be some bits of the road that aren't perfectly gridded where they come across the King's Road. Beggar's carpet choosers. Then we'll take this Road through here. Yeah, and this actually ends up 3 wide, yes. Okay, we actually need to come across here with a road. And we don't want this road. We want this one to carry on. And be nice and straight, ideally. How far back can we start? Oh, good, yes, we can go all the way to there. Build that like so. Do the same with this one here. Nice and straight. Like so, and the top one. How's that look from above? Pretty snazzy. And then let's put another corpse pit in here. And above. And we can use those to judge where this line's going. A little something like that there. Good. And that fills us out to the road nicely. Delete all these excess pits. And we can get back to the far more scintillating task of construction. So let's do some dense burgage plots on these ones. And for the denser plots, we probably need actually a few more timber for those. Do we do it? Do we not? Do we do it? Do we not? Okay, let's get a few more loose plots in to start with. Now, have we got steepness problems with these too? Looks like we might have. What about if we start from different corners? Nope, not happy from there. Or from there, so we're not doing that there. What about this one down here? Yep, so we can do this. Hopefully we can do one here as well. Oh, good, good gravy. What's that? What's that madness? Might have to replace this road. And maybe this one here as well. Oh, blast, that one's difficult to replace. One moment. Okay, so I've got that replaced, but it's still not letting me build a burgage in here as I would expect it to. So I'm imagining again, it must be a terrain problem. I can't see what it would be, personally, but it's obviously there. So let's build a road across here instead. And I can't imagine that will make any difference to what we can and can't build here. Yeah, still really odd. So we'll probably have to leave this out and use this for other buildings. Hopefully we can get things like a granary or something in here. Yeah. We'll have to use that for other purposes. A little bit odd. And we've built that one there now, though I probably could have done with building this road first. Demolish that very quickly. There's still one other space someone can move into. So not completely wasting all of our time. And a bit more money coming in there, but not loads. The horse isn't doing the work at the moment. Need those supplies moved out of the way. And hopefully we'll have a few more timber coming in. Yep. Right, let's just quickly replace this road here. And go from point to point. Right into the center there. Doesn't look like the center, but it's because this road here is wider than this one. And then we'll get that burgage popped back down. Yeah, we'll do it from the top. Yes. Okay. That one there. And then onto dense burgages. That looks pretty good. Just don't have quite enough goods at the moment. So we might just save up a few to get those placed in. And for that matter, we can probably then go ahead and put down, you guessed it, a corpse pit. And we'll get one just here. Probably enough to go off of. And then we'll get a road right down the middle here. Like so. And that should be dead in the center of these two. Not quite, but nearly. And that should allow us to put down dense burgages on both sides here. So there, with extensions on the back. And the same here as well. It does. Jolly good show. So what do we need for that? Was that 11 12, or 10, 12 planky planks. Not planky planks, timbers. For that, we're going to have to momentarily pause sawpit action to get up to 12 timber. That shouldn't be a problem. 33 stone left. No berries this year. Animals are also being taken care of. We can probably go down to 1 family in the hunting camp, to be honest. Which certainly frees up a few families for other projects. So, how are we doing on the firewood front? Let's get another family at the woodcutter's lodge and also at the charcoal kiln. A 3rd family at the logging camp, and we've got 4 months of food, so it looks like we should probably be okay over the winter here. Although we probably want to be careful how quickly we're expanding. Got nowhere for someone to move in, so perfect, good. Really wanted to get that 12th timber so we can get these burgages placed, and oh, golly blast. Something, again, this area up here just doesn't seem to be playing ball with what is letting us build. This hill is being so odd. What was it saying then? I could build it in certain ways? What? What are you saying? What if we turn off snapping and we try and place it manually within this area? Are we going to have any more luck doing that? What about being significantly in the bounds? No, just does look rather odd, doesn't it? Well, I think these two are rather a write-off, aren't they? So we'll just have to move on to the next section over here and pop down our 2 corpse pits, build this road here, and put our dense burgages in here, and then we'll have to use this space here for other buildings, bit of industry, you know, supposing that it allows us to build those sorts of things there, which it looks like it probably should. Manor Lords just being a bit odd today, but you know, what else is new? It's just Manor Lords all over, isn't it? Right, let's get those popped down there, and then we'll need to wait for a few more resources to come in. Have we had any camps pop up? No, looking okay for the moment. 720 influence and 199 in the coffers. No sign of raiders yet, which is splendid. And maybe let's get another family, not a couple extra families, but another family working at the trading post. Get a family back at the sawpit for the excess timber. And we should probably think about getting down some reforestation as well. So for the reforestation effort, let's go ahead and... Oh look, it's corpse bits again. Who would have thought it? I never saw it coming. Did you? Did you see it coming? I didn't see it coming. Corpse pit. Good. And do some roading. Who doesn't love a bit of roading? You know what I mean? No? No? Nobody knows what I mean? Yeah, it's a shame. It's a terrible shame. I would have thought you all understand me by now. Oh well. Take me as you find me. I'm not going to change. I'm probably always going to be putting down a lot of corpse bits. That's just the way I'm built. Good, we're nearly done with the stone as well, actually. Let's go ahead. And I wonder if we can get a forest. No, we don't want a forest that far in, do we? Probably do want it a little bit further out, because this space here, for example, could be somewhere we forest. With that in mind, forester's hut. And we're going to pop you down, facing out to the edge of the road here. Like so. And once those 2 stone are gathered, we will unassign the stone gatherer and get the camp demolished. We should probably upgrade the storehouse, actually. Yeah, it's nearly full. And how's the market doing? Starting to be a little stretched on the old granary, so we need another granary put down before too long as well. Still okay on food, and fuel is absolutely fine. A bit more regional wealth has come in, which is grand. I'm actually going to use that to order a 2nd horse right away. And there we have it. So let's unassign and demolish. And where are you going to go and work? I mean, it probably makes sense for you to go and work at the granary to help with the immediate supply issues. And we're actually going to do the same with the storehouse. Look at that. 2 for 2. Look how green those are. Look carefully, because they will never be that green again. Yet to manage to get a playthrough where they stay such a lovely shade of green all the way through the game. But never mind. Upgrade that to a large well, because these are probably slightly out of range of those. Oh, they're actually fine. It's nice, isn't it? 28 on the old finances. And let's check. We still can't build in here. Game's still having a hissy fit. Yes, it is. 19 timber though, so I'm going to go ahead and build another bank of these directly behind. And then we're going to go ahead and put in a local granary and storehouse. And with them, a marketplace in the same configuration that we have used at the other area. And right down to the detail of making sure that's not an angled line there because it bothers me so. It would make sense for you to have your own well if that's at all possible. On the wrong side of where the water is. It's terribly difficult to tell in winter where everything is meant to go, isn't it? So that's all progressing nicely. Quick bandit check. The old Baron hasn't tried anything yet either. Such peaceful times in which we live. We'll get a worker at the forester's hut ready for when springtime comes along. And we'll set his work area up to be forestation to the area down hither. Good. Right, people are moving in. Jobs are had. We'll also get a family at the forager hut and put some herbs in as well. And it's time we start getting some more planting done. So we'll get a carrot in there. Let's get that upgraded to a stable in that one as well. And have we got just enough to upgrade the storehouse yet? Need a few more timber to come in before we can do that. That's a few more planks, sorry. We're at 12 now, so that should tick up as we get up to 16 timber there, look. Which actually means we probably ought to... Wow, the zoom! So much zoom. We probably ought to get down another logging camp to increase our supply and storage capacity. And we'll put this down in this corner here. And maybe we'll get a few additional hitching posts. Maybe just the one, which we will slide in that space there. Good stuff. And come on. Just need the planks. It would be good to order in another ox as well, actually. Can we do that now? How recently did we order that horse? Yep, that's good. We can get another ox, so we'll do so. I'll avoid turning that into a stable, just because I want that good plankage for other uses. What are you doing? Make me planks. Gosh, damn it. And look at that, springtime. It's rolled along nicely. Goodness, 2 months of food, that's not ideal. Track their movements. Oh dear, another ruler's army. Ooh, the Baron's getting feisty. Some brigands down here. Who can we hire in to deal with them ourselves? Don't really want to send our men anymore. So, we've got Aberbuck and Hagstig. Ah, that'll do nicely. Who was that, sorry? Aberbuck? You guys. Sure, I'll sign the contract. And we will thwart the Baron's attempt to get some influence, and instead gather it for ourselves. So we'll head on down south, and we'll set up shop about here, and then we'll worry about it when you get there. I think you're sufficiently ahead, we don't need to run you really. Yes, 2 months of food, but we should soon be harvesting up the lovely beets. And also, berries are starting to come back in. So let's get another family at the forager hut. We can actually afford to get 2 there, so we shall do so. As another family moves in. And we're going to keep spotting that ruler's army, but never fear, they're not coming over here. What everyone ever said, isn't it? Alright, a few people moving in over here. They should probably get some jobs in the granary and storehouse here before too long. And still at 12 planks. Come on. How hard is it to cut a tree into slices? Honestly, making an absolute farce of the whole thing. Right, fire at will. Move into range. There should be good. You charge in, and you shoot. Never mind, they're mercenaries. You can use your bows. Good. Nice and swiftly done. You can go and do that. You can go there. Baron's probably going home sulking. Yep. Typical. And that belongs to my treasury, and your services are no longer required. Thank you kindly. Right, progress. Yes, finally, we can get the large storehouse, and we'll also upgrade the granary at the same time too. We're doing a little bit of planting at least, although you do seem to have gone rather far afield to do so. What route is that? I don't even want to talk to you. I suppose what you want is a road connection down here, though I don't see why you need road connections. You're foresters. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Plenty of space for people to move in, and plenty of money, so let's go ahead and get some more vegetables. So carrots in there, and then we'll do a cabbage there. And I would like to get another cabbage. Oh, good, we can. Another cabbage there, and then some beets to fill out. And that is all of our initial fields popped down. You two are going to be for vegetables. And let's expand this whole row down with another layer of grids. And we will look to get down some orchards to make sure that we have the fruits we need for the future. I'm going to unassign one family from this logging camp, and I'm going to go and send them to work at this one here. And 13 regional wealth, so we can't buy in another ox just yet. We also need to start thinking about getting ready for when these raiders appear. So actually, we're going to go ahead, before we build those grids, I'm going to get down a mining pit here and put a temporary road connecting back down to us here. And we've got a spare family who's just moved in. So once that's open, you'll go and work there for us. And time for some corpse pits. And I'm going to spare you these ones. 2 seconds. Ah, splendid. Job done. With that, let's get down a few more baggages ready for the recipients. And we'll snappy snap to road and start building these in here. A little something like this, and I think we'll repeat this. Oh gosh, what awful shape is that? Build this side first, maybe? We'll start repeating this shape all the way along. For a whole bunch of burgages, primarily, I believe, for the use of orcharding. And eventually we're probably going to need to move some of our forestry industry to be closer to where the forests are. Because obviously this is previously land occupied by trees. I have heard it said, cutting down a whole bunch of trees is not very kind to old Mother Nature. However, it's a game. I'm hoping we're going to be okay. Any baddies? No. No baddies. Look at that. Isn't that wonderfully boring? It's not quite the circles from last week, is it? But still, it's pretty enough. You're meant to be a vegetable. Don't know why you're not. And you can be some sort of carrot. You'll get an expansion on you. I might not put expansions on the orchards for the time being, just in case we decide to turn those into small holdings. And I may do some sort of comparison, but then again I might not. What we could do, I suppose, is plant up 3 orchards. One of each fruit, and presuming that they all flower at the same rate and have the same number of fruits. And make one of them into a small holding and the others not. And that should tell us, indeed, how much extra it makes. It probably actually just tells us, doesn't it? Being permanently assigned, increasing its yield. By how much? I shall have to look it up. We've got a family working at the mining pit. In conjunction with that, let's follow this road up here. Incidentally, when I was building these roads, I started to realise just how out of line we are already, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Again, I can just say, the beauty of imperfection. And you've all been wonderfully convinced that it's fine. So we'll pop down a bloomery in this corner here, so we can start turning some of that ore into metals. And another family's moved in over here, so let's get a worker in this storehouse. And oh, you live nice and close, don't you? So hopefully you'll be able to take on the iron from over there, so the storehouse worker isn't having to work too far. And already the granary is a little stretched, so we'll want to get that granary over there open as soon as we possibly can as well. speaking of wells, might as well turn that into a stone one. Okay, well, we're doing pretty well. It's a church that we need next, really. So let's go ahead and whack one down. And can we use this awkward space up here that we can't put anything else in? An awkward size, the church, isn't it? Was this giving us problems as well? Yes, so we'll put the church in there. Top a hill, and we'll put it... do we put it in the middle? We'll put it in this corner. That's as close to being on top of the hill as we can get. Yes. And then it could look across the region from there. 73% approval, it's pretty darn good. 94 regional wealth, and we're doing well for food and for fuel. Let's go ahead and get some orchards prepared down here then. And we'll start with 3 there, like so. Got 1 spare family. You can go and work at that granary as previously discussed, and you live nice and close to, so that's good to know. Church is under construction. Plenty of space for people to live. Still no baddies on the horizon for the moment. We'll have to keep an eye on the events log. 255 days until the raiders attack, though, so that is something we need to start thinking about a little bit. We're up to 11 iron ore. We'll need to get the bloomery active as and when we can. And with money coming in, I wouldn't mind thinking about sheep. I know it's quite early, but it would help to have them. This could be a pasturous, it's high land. Might get sheep death. High altitudes aren't great for sheep. In that case, though, we could definitely get a sheep farm in here. So let's get that down in this corner here. Like so. And we'll also need to get a livestock trader, which we'll get from logistics. Livestock trader. And hopefully, oh good, we can squidge you in there. That's what I like to see. Another family's moved in, so we'll get the bloomery active. And a little slow on construction, but that's because we've got most of our families assigned to other tasks. Oh good, we've saved the game, isn't that wonderful, everyone? Good. Well, you know, not quite as aesthetically pleasing as my normal builds, but I don't hate it. When I say I don't hate it, I definitely don't love it. But maybe it'll grow on me as it gets larger. It's certainly a simplicity to the building in a grid, isn't there? I know most people play Manor Lords to escape a grid, but it looks like that's not what we're doing today. Let's plant you up with some cabbages. And then we probably want to save the money up to buy some sheep and or some apples and other various seeds of fruiting trees. Got 4 more burgish plots to fill of these smaller ones here, and then we'll be back onto filling these up down here. And hopefully we can keep pushing that approval up. We should have a fairly good variety of food. Let's go to the hunting camp. We've got a limit of 12. We could possibly afford to have an additional family working there. Look at that green again on both granary and storehouse. How novel. Clay is also something we need to start thinking about getting out of the ground, because that's going to be our main industry. So with that in mind, maybe we should go ahead and get some clay pits down. This is probably going to be outside of the usual grid system we've got going on here, just because we want to maximize the space. So let's pause the game and start to figure out where these are going to go. So we'll bring across here, and as soon as we come in range, which is there, we'll get our first pit down there. Can we get one there? Not quite. What about coming down this way? So, as soon as we can, we'll get one there. And then do the same here. And then we'll need to get one right in the middle. You've got space for a road there, actually. And then one here. Can we squeeze one more? Not quite. What if we move this one up a smidge? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, that may be as many as we can get down. It's probably more than we need, to be honest. In any event. I'm not going to be able to place this one back down now, am I? Oh, yes we can. Good. Right. Well, let's get a road coming through here at any rate. And connect that back up to there. And then... That actually lines up quite nicely there, doesn't it? It's worked out okay. Let's connect that to the road there. And then use our corpse bit to snap in here. Make sure those are in the right place. Yep, that's good. And then use that to make sure we get this correct down here. And snap to the corpse bit, not to the clay bit. Good. That's nice. Finish this corner while we're here. And then feed that back up there. Delete these. And we can have the clay firing going on in this square here potentially. And then we'll just repeat that over here with corpse bits as well. Guide road there. Bring that one down. Bring that across and ooh. They're just outside of fitting there, aren't they? So I think rather than have it nearly right, we're just going to have to... Because if we were to put this road in the right place, we would definitely lose this corpse bit here. Unless we could smidge this one across. Go on then. Give that a try. If we delete these two. And turn off snapping. Get this down there. And is that close enough there? No. We start. Yes, okay, that should work. Then we'll delete these three. And then we're only spanning 2 grids essentially. And then we'll put this one tight to the left. One in the center. One here. Good. That's what I like to see. And then we should just be able to connect those two there. Good stuff. Nice work, typical. Pat on the back. Cup of tea. Have a drink. I just do none of those things because I'm quite busy. But I will soon, don't worry. I shan't go tealess for too long. It simply won't do. Right, delete those. Good, that's the start of those. And we've got some materials. Planks are going up nicely. We probably ought to set a production limit on those. We don't need more than 150, let's say, at any given time. And in this space here, we go over to industry and clay furnace, and we'll get down 2 of these to start with. And then we might also have a storehouse we put down just here, which will be solely for the storage of clay and fired tiles. We'll set that limit up in there for it. Church is up, and look at that. Everyone is ready for an upgrade. So I think we will start to oblige with alacrity. Because for indeed, with that upgrade comes a little bit of passive income. And whoever said no to a bit of passive income? Wonderful. So we'll let those upgrades take place, we'll get those built, and just as soon as we get that together, we'll come back. Ah, and there we have the small or medium village settlement level, as we start to get some of our level 1 upgrades. Right, yes, back to letting things happen. Scrap that. Scrap that. Brigands abroad. Right, in Shinfrut? I had no idea how to say that. Hagstig, Auerbach, or Lynfield. Yeah, Hagstig. Don't know where they'd come in from. Was that another option? It was. We'll have you. Pikachu. Yep. This way. We'll run you to make sure we've got the advantage in speed. Where are they? Somewhere over here. The ruler's army. But never fear, we'll get there first. And even with tired lads, with such a numbers advantage, there should be no problem at all. We'll just bypass with the sword, and we'll just attack with the spear, and didn't even lose a lad. Good. That belongs to my treasury. And you're done, bud. Oh, wrong button. You're done, bud. Okay. Good. Right. Okay. We have a few families available. How is market stall supply? We're looking okay for the moment. Maybe let's get an additional family working at the granary and upgrade that one there. How are we doing for iron production? We've got 26 iron. Let's upgrade a couple of these burgage plots here, because we can then use some of those to get some artisanal crafts, such as a blacksmith up and running. And we're quickly burning through that timber. I don't want to get another worker down here for the moment, because everyone's moving in still up here, so they've got a ways to walk for their jobs. We have, however, got the mining pits in place mostly, and we're just putting together the clay furnaces and the storehouse. Let's set up the store on this, so we'll disallow everything, and we'll come back in and allow clay and roof tiles will be all you're going to be stocking for us. Pop that upgrade there. We could start to do some logging over here potentially, actually. Perhaps get a logging camp situated down here, so we can clear some of these logs instead of just deleting them all of the time. It sounds like a splendid idea to me. We've been through all of the wild berries and we've got a little bit of regional wealth. So why don't we get some planting done down here? So we've got 181. I'm going to wait until we can afford to get apples and quinces at the same time, because I am then going to turn one of them into a small holding, just to see if we can get that comparison. So 160, so we need to have 240 regional wealth before we can commit to that particular notion. We can continue with our upgrades, however, in the interim. And we've still got plenty of space for people to be moving in. And actually, we need those people moved in over there anyway before we get the planting done, to make sure that it all happens at the same time. So we'll have to make sure both of them are moved in. Right, we've got 132 days until the raiders appear. And I'm quite keen to get some manufacturing going. So what's your job, sir? You're a forester. Oh, it's a terribly inefficient use of your time. So, yes. You live over there, do you? Well, excellent. You're an excellent candidate for making you into something else. So I'm going to turn you into a blacksmith's workshop, and we'll get someone else to work at the forester's hut. Oh, you have been reassigned automatically. It used to be that you just lose that person, but I guess now you get reassigned. That's interesting. I will leave you there for the moment, but ideally could do with someone who lives a little bit closer doing that job. 69 iron ore, nice, left over there. And once we get that out of the ground, we'll be able to unassign you. Winter's approaching. Fuel is only 4 months. Let's go to the trading post and set up a limit here. I probably want to maintain a stock of 120 charcoal now, so that is going to slightly impact our incoming regional wealth. We are also going to need to get some tools made at some juncture. So first things first, we're going to make some spears, and I probably want to make about, let's say, we've got 19 already, so we need about another 12, 13 to get them up to size, 15, 16. So 32, 48. Gosh, I'm not very good at quick maths. I do apologise. Not one of typical T's strong suits. And then what do you do for a job, sir? You're a forager. Well, no, you're not anymore. Or maybe you are. Why can't I upgrade you? We're short on planks. We were doing so well for planks. You're going to become a joiner just as soon as we have the available resources to us. We'll just need to wait for that to take over into 6 planks. which hopefully won't take too long. Raiders are getting ever nearer, you know. We've gone down in planks. I take it we're using them for construction at the moment. It's what it is, but like I said, not ideal. We've got a spare family, so I'm going to assign them to that logging camp down there. And yes, we do indeed need some tools. Let's go ahead and get down a smithy. We will do, once again, once we've got enough planks. What are they all being used for? It's all these upgrades we've got going on, isn't it? I think we're mostly there now, aren't they, with what we previously assigned. So hopefully that'll tick back up. One moment, sip my tea. Oh yes, that's refreshing. Golly gosh, winter's upon us. Fuel has not improved. What's the balance between firewood and charcoal? Not producing enough firewood. I guess the woodcutter's lodge is now a fair way away from the forest. Planks have come in. Let's quickly get you assigned to a joiner's workshop. And I imagine you'll need some planks as well to make your spears, won't you? Maybe in addition to our logging camp over here, we should have a charcoal kiln, which we can pop down there, and also a woodcutter's lodge, which we'll just pop down. Oh, I don't want to destroy those resources. I think I'm going to. Oh no, you've been picked up. Wonderful. And pop you down there. Good, well, there's certainly lots going on. Fuel seems to be balancing. Had a family move in down here. That's wonderful. But it's going to be a moment till we make any more money. And probably need to get going on the old clay mining to start making some more finances. And you're making large shields, which is good. And once again... Oh, no, not you. We probably don't want to have any more than, say, 60 of those in stock at any given time. And we may need to get on top of the plank situation in order to be able to properly produce those. We're at 79% on the old approval, so we're not far off at all, just 1% off, getting up to that 80% that's going to tick us over and allow us to get +2 monthly migration. So animal produce and fruits is one thing that will help tip us over that edge, and also garments would be another. We just don't quite have the population yet to support that industry, but hopefully we're not terribly far away. Both these families moved in. They are eventually going to become small holdings, so we will lose them. But that's no reason that we can't, for the minute, get them working at the mining pit to start extracting some of that lovely clay. Maybe we'll get one at the mining pit and one at the clay furnace. And I know we want to buy those fruit seeds, but how much does it cost to establish a roof tile trade? 80. So we are going to establish that. And we don't need a surplus of more than 20 to begin with. It's going to be a little while before we import the stone, though, to get the church upgraded. We're going to temporarily unassign the forager hut workers in an effort to increase tile production, or really get it kick-started at least. And that way we'll have another resource that can be used for export. We've also only got 2 horses, so I'm going to reduce the number of workers at the trading post by 1. And then we're going to order in another ox. It's a good use of coin. And get down another hitching post or 2 down here. So get 1, 2, and we'll get a third one just here. Good. And what are we doing in terms of clay? It looks like it's all being turned into roof tiles. Yep, 10 roof tiles already. Right, so we've got a 30 out of 36 now here, and we've got 7 spears. It looks like it's just shields we're waiting on, and yeah, it's equipment missing rather than recruits at the moment. And we're 23 days from the raiders appearing. We do have money to hire in, so maybe at 10 days we'll see who's hireable and see about getting them marched over here so we're not putting our own troops in too much danger. As we do get a few more shields into the arsenal to hopefully fully equip our first unit. We're at 19 planks, so that's not terrible. Let's get a worker at this woodcutter's lodge and also at this charcoal kiln here. Having said that, we're not struggling for charcoal production, it's firewood, so I'm going to unassign that charcoal worker instead and send them to go and work at the woodcutter's lodge in their place. I'll avoid stable upgrades just for the moment. So, who is available? We've got Bosweiss, Schrenfurt, and Eberbach. So, Bosweiss is definitely the closest. Also very expensive. We only have 292. We could in theory afford them for 2 months. Right, I am going to... I'd much rather have them. But they're a long way away. There's no guarantee they would be here in time. Right. We're going to do the expensive thing. And hope it works out. And we're going to run them over here. And then we'll have to wait and see where these raiders end up popping up on the map. Ooh, the bandit camp was sighted, so at least we can go and maybe take care of that. We'll deploy one of the units of sword. So they're all sword. We'll send them down there, and at least we'll hopefully be able to recoup some of the money that we're spending by taking care of the brigands down there. It is going to reduce the number of units we have up here by 1, but along with our own spear, we should still have plenty enough to get rid of the incoming attack. So they can rest up there. And you're continuing to march down. You're nice and far ahead of the other ruler's force. And there we have it. So it's a good thing we did get the local forces, because the brigands have come in over here. And 2 or 3 units. Hard to tell. So we're going to deploy our mercenaries out here. And we're going to rally our troops as a reserve at the centre of the village. And you're marching your way down here. Good stuff. Right, let's see to the defense of our realm. Shouldn't be any problem here. We did get our own force fully equipped with weapons in time as well. So we have 36 troops of our own, and we have got 2 groups of 36 of sword as well, as the brigands start to make their way across towards us. I think it's just 2 units of brigands, but you know, we'll be ready if it is more. We'll be fighting on a down slope there, so I'm going to back up a little bit and take up position here instead, just so we're not fighting at a disadvantage when we don't need to be. And roof tile production is going nicely, so we should very soon start to see some exports from that. And we probably need to get another granary worker down here, so we shall employ one prompto. And let's just keep an eye on things down here as well. You're still a little way off arriving. We'll just send you straight in. Although you might need some time to rest, actually. Not that losses really matter to us from you. Alright, so here come the brigands. And the first defense of our home realm, Bosweiss, is about to take place. Our church there standing proud at the top of the hill. Our mercenaries in front, and our own spear militia standing in the rear. Ready to support if needed. There they are, rushing into their deaths. Now, where did that other unit go? I'm a bit concerned. We're going to take care of these ones nice and quickly. And I'm going to reset to aggressive. And I'm going to redeploy you here on the off chance that these guys sneak around. I don't think they will. Just in case. What are you doing? Right, you can go and attack them, actually. Charge! Whoa, very nice. The sword charge in a triangular pattern. That's interesting. I knew they had a charge advantage. I didn't realise they did that. They're still moving. At home, we're taking care of these two very nicely. We'll push into the flank here. Yeah, they do turn up into a bit of a spearhead, don't they? We're going to need to get a corpse bit for real here, aren't we now? For now, we'll just pop that here so it's nice and close to where the corpses are going to be. You're still very tiredly marching in. And we can probably do away now with our own spear. So we'll get rid of you. And with any luck, we should be able to get rid of the light mercenaries before we need to pay them again. To do that, though, we are going to need to push this spear straight towards that bandit camp. And we have a significant amount of influence ourselves, actually. Oh dear, worker injured. It's no good at all, is it? Speaking of worker injured, we should probably get that tool shop open, the smithy, because we're definitely going to need to be producing some tools from the iron that we do have. Pop that in here. And speaking of iron, how much do we have? We've run out. We've got 20 slabs left, 39 left in the ground, and any set aside? No, just the one. We are smelting everything we do dig up, so we're going to have to start buying that in before too long. 12 days left until we need to make a payment. We'll just wait for them to be aggroed. Oh, they have. We'll stop there. And hopefully we'll let numbers speak for themselves, no matter that we're quite tired. Yeah, and it seems to be going absolutely fine. Oh gosh, absolutely hammered them. Right, come on. I need to pay you in 10 days and I don't want to do it. Come along now. So they've cost me 110 to hire. How much do I get from this bandit camp, I wonder? $86. So we recouped most of the cost of them. And they were needed to defend us anyway. So that worked out very nicely, I think, in the end, didn't it? 6 available spots left for people to move in. And upgrades to be done as well. Hopefully, I really want to get these trees in the ground before we start buying animals over here or getting livestock for our sheep farm, etc. But I want to do them both at the same time, like I said. So we're just waiting for those initial trades to come in with the roof tiles. And berries are growing, so we do need to unassign someone from the clay furnace and send them to work at the forager hut, so we're not missing out on that food opportunity. And we should be bringing a fair amount of firewood. Yeah, it looks like we are starting to get on top of that situation as well. Gosh, as the rain pours in. Ah yes, corpses need to be buried. Let's unassign you. You need maintenance anyway, and you can go and work at the corpse bit. It's not going to be doing our approval any helping hands, given that we've got corpses splattered all over the road here. So we'll get rid of those. And buildings require maintenance indeed. So, how are we doing over here? Still got 39 left, like we said. Someone else has moved in. Let's get someone working at the smithy. Where do you work? You're the miner. You work at a warehouse. You're one of the tile makers. Okay, we're going to reassign you to the smithy. And we're going to... Actually, no, we're not. We're not going to have anyone work at the smithy. We're going to stop producing spears and start producing tools instead with our remaining steel. And then we'll need to get someone else down at the clay furnace to make us some tiles. We may need an additional family working on the berries as well to make use of that. So we'll get a second family there. And where are we in the old trade journey? Where is everyone? Hello, where are you? Everyone's at home. You're all working on your burgish plots. It's not ideal. No wonder we're not trading a load of money in. Absolutely outrageous. At least one of you's going. I hope. No, you're just going home. Ugh. Guess it's because it's April and we're doing planting. Yeah, that's where it's nice to have separate workers for your jobs, doing things like the old trading post. Right, so what position are we in? We've got over 2,000 influence, 2,500 indeed. And we've got a little bit of our own money, and we've got a little bit of regional wealth, and we have 1 unit of spear. We're going to get our 2nd and 3rd units, and then we're going to hire our 3 units of crossbow as well, so that we're ready. That's my usual configuration, and we've got everything ready for when we get our retinue assembled. Before long, we need to think about expanding some living space as well, and perhaps some small plots here to work at the trading post. Might not be a bad idea. I like that. So let's do that now. Snap that into here, and go all the way up to there. Let's do that manually, like so. A bit too close there, are we? Yeah. So we get 3 baggage plots sat in there, and those will provide families to work at the trading post here for us. We're up to 66 roof tiles, and we're hopefully starting to get on top of the situation with tools. We're done burying people, so we can unassign that family from the corpse pit, and they can instead go and help at the forager's hut. We've got the smithy here in future should we need it again. And just keep an eye that we don't have anyone wasting their time over there at the iron mine. So once again, we're really just waiting for a bit of regional wealth to come in. Once we've had a few more people move in, and we've made a few sales, I'll rejoin you. Right, so a little bit of money is finally coming from those trades. So down here, we're going to get apples planted in the first plot, and quinces in the second. And then I'm going to upgrade the apples to be a small holding. And I'm wondering if we'll see a massive difference in the number of apples produced to quinces. Now, I don't know if there is a difference between them normally, in terms of you get more apples than you do quinces. Well, you know, that's something I can't control, unfortunately. But hopefully this will give us a rough idea if the small holdings do produce a lot more than you would otherwise get out of something. Now, like I said, I'm not terribly fussed about getting doubled up accommodation in these, so it's probably time to think about some more densely constructed burgage plots, especially as we're going to need some more concentrated workforces down for our mining pits. So let's go to the old corpse pit tool and see if we can't extend down here a little. Make sure we get these set in the right place. That looks about right. Are we slightly skew-eef? Are we slightly skew-eef? Let's ever so slightly fix that there. Is that better? Yes, oh, I didn't mean to place that. No, that looks about right. And now we've lost that. Oh, blast. See, when you do that sometimes, you lose the entry point or road access point for the previous one you popped down. But never mind. We've got over it. So let's go through and put these down. And we'll go across here as well. We won't extend all the way to the right for the minute, partly because we've got the bushes there and partly because we've done a lot of reforestation over there. And it would seem a shame to build over stuff we've just spent so long planting so carefully into the ground. But those there, make sure we don't creep up in terms of being too close to the top road as we go along, because that is definitely a problem with corpse pits. You do tend to creep sometimes in the wrong direction. And we'll keep it to there for a minute. That gives us 3 new cells we'll be able to utilize without massively impacting the forested area around us. As we get more people moving in, we'll need to put a greater focus. It's a bit curved there, isn't it? A greater focus on what's going on here. I'm trying to talk. Let's delete this one. See if that doesn't fix it. Yes. Put a greater focus, as I was trying to say, on putting down some foresters to make sure we do have enough lumber for the future. It's something I've fallen afoul of several times in the past, not keeping on top of the forestation situation, which is why you hear me rattle on about it so much. Delete these and do my standard complaint that I don't have a form of group select and delete. Not that I suppose the devs really imagined anyone would need to delete 16 corpse bits in one go. You know, it's their job to see ahead to these things. This area is definitely going to need its own granaries and storehouses. So I'm going to put down a granary and a storehouse along here. Probably on both sides, because I think these new squares we put down are going to be all for dense burgages. So it's going to be quite a few families living down here. So 2 granaries and 2 storehouses. We'll get a local water source if we can. We can't, possibly. Maybe in here. We'll pop one there for the time being. And then we'll need a marketplace for those. So we'll just slip in behind here. So 1 there. And we'll do 1 over on this side as well. Little something like that there. And then a few more corpse bits that I've deleted already. Which I shouldn't have done. Just so we can get these center roads in the right place. And use those as a guide to get these placed down the center. 1, 2, and 3 here. We can avoid snapping to that storehouse we've just put down. Good, and once again delete corpse bits. And I must remember, I'm doing dense baggage plots to do that in advance next time. Never mind, what's done is done. Good, so we can get the game playing. We've got no timber to get these built though. Now we're looking from above, still fine. Okay, so that's definitely something we need to be working on. Got a spare family, we're going to send them to work at that logging camp. Let's get another ox ordered as well. And we'll get some of these upgraded to stables while we're at it. I do want to have lots of planks available, so I don't really want to curtail the number of those that we're making. And we are going to keep foresting over here probably, because I don't know if we're going to expand out to the right here from this road very much at all. The Baron has yet to press any of his claims against any more regions. I'm sure he'll be up to no good soon, but for the time being we appear to have avoided any such occurrences. Families continue to move in to the last couple of spots, which are over here and then over here. Once they move into here, I think we might unassign the families at the trading post and make sure that all the workers in these plots work there. A little bit of money coming in there, so we're just waiting until we've got enough to buy some pears for that. The alternative being, we could go ahead and start to get a few extensions over here. So let's put down some animal pens. We'll get 4 along the front there. And I think we'll make all of these animal pens along the rear as well. In the future, we might change some of these into artisanal production, but for the time being, we'll get some goats in there so they can start producing some animal produce for us, which of course will help us get up to the next level of burgish plot. We've also got a number of upgrades that we can probably start executing as well. So still plenty of planks, so we'll start popping some of those upgrades for the existing plots whom are ready to do so. But quite quickly, running out of timber. Not so much of an issue so long as we have some ready. Oh gosh, we're still quite high on the old berries. We have got 3 workers at the forager's hut though. We may need to get a 4th worker in there, just to make sure we are making good use of all those and taking care of them as they grow. We're down to our last 1 iron over here at the mining pit. So as soon as that's been ripped from the ground, and it just has been, we'll unassign that family, get rid of the pit and remove the road to free them up for other things. And then over here, let's get a number of goats ordered for these beggars. And oh gosh, there are things happening. We'll have to make sure we're paying attention. So I think we've got enough money to do that many. Okay. And then what do we have in terms of planks? We can upgrade a few more of these. So we'll see if we can't get all of those done. Oh, just 1 short because of the logs. And where is this camp? Just here. And where has the Baron come in? Not sure. I think we might deploy our own men to take care of it this time. We'll take all 3 units. We'll assemble them here. And we'll see if we can't see. Yep, Baron's coming from over there. So we should be able to comfortably beat him down there to take care of the Brigands. And that'll save us having to spend any of our hard-earned cash on any of mercenary troops. We'll use our own domestic forces instead for this one. We should comfortably outnumber the enemy anyway. Got that odd thing where this, if you assemble too many banners together at once, you don't always get the 3rd actual banner icon appearing. Okay, right, let's start moving our troops towards the enemy. We've lost a bit of headway there. Hopefully the Baron hasn't got ahead of us on that one. We'll press on. Ooh, it's close. We're going to have to run. We may come up with some losses here. We just have to engage the enemy before the Baron does, for the influence. Any influence we can stop him getting is a good thing. Right, there they are. We're fairly exhausted, which is not ideal. So I think we're going to have to set up in a line where we are. Hopefully the few seconds of rest we have will be enough. We'll go to stand your ground to start with to break the initial charge. Then hopefully we'll enfold the enemy forces and set ourselves to the aggressive push forward stance to hopefully take care of them before we have any losses. We may end up with 1 or 2 though. We'll just have to see how things go. So we'll let them come in. We're recovering a fair bit. Adjust the line. Right. And let's start to move in our box formation. So we'll set you to aggressive and we'll push in from this side. Do the same with you. And we'll pull in our forces from over here as well. May need to run them round, unfortunately. 13, 13 and 13. And we sincerely hope we don't lose anyone. Right, we'll push our forces in from here. We have them neatly outnumbered and neatly surrounded. Hopefully that's enough to prevent any unnecessary deaths, despite our exhaustion. Good. That worked perfectly. Alright, all's well that ends well. So we'll send our men in to capture the booty. And you two can start heading home, in all fairness. We need 1 of you to go and capture the booty before the Baron comes in to steal it. And I'm afraid you're going to be very, very tired, lads. Do apologise. Good. Belongs to me now. And we shall send you back home as well. 4 unassigned families, 3 burgish plots of people to move into. Let's get an additional worker at the clay furnace. We're going to have to start buying in iron ore shortly because we're going to run out of tools at some stage. And we only have no iron left. So those 26 tools are the 26 tools that we have. Still more upgrades to be had. Let's get another worker at this logging camp here, so we can increase the number of logs we have coming in. And if we have the money, another ox would certainly seem worthwhile at this stage. You lads can go home, so can you. And it's the latest brigand problem taken neatly care of. I'm not too fussed about claiming regions just yet. I think I'm fairly happy where we are. I suppose we could do with this region down here the iron production. That might be useful. But it'd be a fairly undefended place is the problem. Most of my forces, I think, are going to be raised over in the home region. Let's claim it anyway, so that we've got the option later on. And maybe a small settlement defended by a well-set-up retinue here might be the option. A retinue that could defend them long enough for reinforcements in the form of mercenaries to arrive. Got that 1 more upgrade there, and we won't spend the money just yet. We'll let it come in a little bit. And we've got those first trees planted up, so the orchards are well on their way. We definitely need to get a few more burgish plots built. We're up to 8 timber. I think we need 12 to build one of these ranks. So we'll get the first one penciled in here. And then we'll just wait till we tick up to 12 logs. And then we'll get that one constructed. And we'll work our way across until we've filled up all of these squares here. And that's the region claimed. Splendid, so that gives us the option of settling in there in any point we feel necessary, or when we feel it's right, I should say. We don't want to rush things, do we? Just waiting for that last number. Oh, good. We're up to 80% approval. No, we're not 78%, 80% public order. I always do that. We're still at +1 monthly migration. Oh well. Now we've got a bit of money coming in from the tiles. Hopefully we'll be able to take care of that fairly swiftly. In fact, while we wait for those last 2 timber to pop in, let's go over here, and you need to go and work at the trading post. In fact, let's unassign everyone from the trading post and make sure that you're assigned there. And we'll wait for your colleagues to move in next door before we assign anyone further. Those are the 12 timber we've been waiting for. So let's get these baggages popped down here. And what's the problem? Not enough goods. What? Who spent them? Somebody stole my timber. I had 12, I swear. For a fleeting moment there, it was possible. I think we might need to adjust our salt pit. Yes, we do. 14. There we go. There we are. Take straight back up to 12 after we did that. So let's get these set in here as planned. Build those there. Another family has moved in. And you're going to go and work at the trading post. And we'll get you upgraded as well. That's the last spot for someone to move in. And then we'll be moving in down here in the new dense area. And as people move in, we'll get them assigned to the storehouses and local granaries as well. Might be a good idea to get someone working here before too long as well. But we'll avoid doing so right this second. The berry spot is shrinking, so we'll unassign one of the foragers to free some up for construction. We'll order in another ox, because that's just good practice. And we'll get in a few more goats over here as well, seeing as we can afford it. Just as soon as you move in, we'll get you assigned. Food is fantastic, fuel is looking okay for the moment as well, so no immediate concerns there. Nusshole is growing nicely in the grid city formation. Population-wise, we're up to 126, so nothing to sniff at, but nothing major either. And it's nice to see those large figures come in from our tile exports. If we take a look at our records, yep, we've made 228 from exporting 57 tiles so far. We've got that many roof tiles sat around already. And we've got excess clay as well, so actually a good place to put someone would be at the other clay furnace to get that one operational. Looking a little stretched on the granary and storehouse, so let's get another family at this storehouse and upgrade it for starters. And we'll get a third family working at that granary there. We've already got 3 down here. Ooh, and that person's moved in. You're going to go and work at the trading post. And do we have 3 horses yet? We don't. So that'll be something we need to order in when we have the livestock trader back around. And then as people start to move in down here, like I said, we'll get these 2 operational. We just as well upgrade them to the large versions though, ahead of schedule. Another work at the charcoal kiln wouldn't go amiss at some point, but I don't think that's necessary just at this moment, just something that we can expand to in the future. 14 timber is ours, so I'm going to go ahead and get the next row of dense burgages constructed ready, so that we don't end up in a position where we're basically running out of accommodation space again. And finally, it feels like we're starting to get on top of things. Really, things will start to snowball once we get that 80% approval and we get 2 families moving in a month. That is going to require some luxury goods though. Gosh, plenty of regional wealth streaming in there. Let's get some chicken coops set up over here. Hopefully they're nice and low maintenance so the families can spend most of their time working at the trading post, which of course is their primary job. And when it comes to logging camps, I think we might get rid of this one here now. Yeah, we'll get rid of it altogether. And we'll get another family working at this one here. And then possibly construct another one just on the corner here, opposite this one to replace the one we just got rid of. We will upgrade these chicken plots, at least the ones we can for the moment. Our first family's moved in down here, So you're going to go and work at that granary there. And we're starting to eat into that clay, so an additional family to go and work at the clay pits before too long wouldn't go amiss either. Providing nothing interesting happens, what I'm going to do is start filling out some of this space here, get a few more people moved in, and when we've got the finances, which I think we do actually now, fine. I was going to do a little cutaway, but what we'll do instead is we'll get the sheep farm operational, we'll fire up the livestock trader, and we'll ask them to import 30 sheep. Yep, it's a trade route established. And we'll get down our first pasture. And I think we'll just fill around the church for the time being. That gives us 50 space, and we'll also fill out here to the King's Road to give us another 45. And we just as well fill out this little gap here as well, I suppose. Splendid. So those are on the way, and we'll also order that next horse that we were talking about. And it wouldn't hurt to get some pears as well. Right. I shall return shortly. Alright, so I've been away. I've done things like add another grid over here. I've just extended the grid from this side to this side of the King's Road. It took forever. There was a lot of clicking. You didn't need to see it. That's been done though, so that's splendid. And we're up to 83% approval, and I do believe that's as a result of having a few things populate the market, such as animal produce, because we've got a few more burger spots. All these now have goats in them, and a fair few down here also have goats in them. I've extended the properties down here, and now we're at 83% approval. We've got that magic +2 monthly migration. The Baron did move in and claim this region here, and we've taken care of a few bandit camps along the way as well. But finally now I feel we're into the rapid growth stage, or at least I hope we are. Fuel is down to 6 months, so we definitely need to be taking care of the whole forestry situation. I've added a few burgage plots here, and the main purpose of these chaps here is going to be to go and work at the forester's huts on this side, like so. And we'll just unassign a family from the clay pits to make sure we've still got one family working. So they're going to be planting up in the summer months, and spring, indeed, autumn as well, just not in the winter. So they'll hopefully get some reforestation going over here, which will help take care of that fuel problem we're having. And also turning it all into charcoal would be immensely helpful as well. So we're looking okay for timber. I might just steal one logging camp worker. I haven't said that, we just had someone move in. I'm going to go and send them to work at the charcoal kiln. Right, they didn't move in over here, which doesn't look like they did. They moved in down here, so that's fine. And at the charcoal kiln, they can make sure they're converting all of that firewood into lovely, lovely charcoal, which is going to be terribly more efficient. Now, I had a little look. We've started producing some food with our small holding of apples and our burgage plot of quinces. Now, if we go up to resources, and we go for past 12 months production. Apples, we've produced 30. Quinces, we've produced 30. So as far as I can tell, making that into a small holding has done absolutely nothing for the production. We'll keep an eye on it in the future, but we've started to get some more seeds in the ground now, so the exact comparison has been done, and I think I've learned that I won't be changing any of the rest of these into small holdings. It may be something we do with some larger farms. We'll have to wait and see. We'll keep getting upgrades down here, and I think this row here will turn into some piggies. We set up a few trades as well, so we've got iron being imported now, and we're getting rid of the unused pelts. We're doing pretty good in terms of wool production. We're up to 72 wool, so I think it's about time we started employing some people at the Weaver's Workshop. I've added one down here, so we'll get an employment going there for a family. Granary supply chain is a little pressed, so we're definitely going to want some more granary workers. A large granary being upgraded here, and an additional small granary I've popped down over here as well, to hopefully cope with the supply that's going to be necessary for the continuation of the dense burgage plots, because we've got another row to 3 rows to put in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 burgage plots. So another 18 properties to go in down there. And then I think we'll expand this way a little bit, and we'll start to get some more vegetable burgage plots in, because they're the backbone of our food supply chain. Military-wise, we're up to 1923 on our sword and spear, and we are people limited. We've got 120 spears and we've got 60 large shields, so there's plenty of those sat around. as soon as we have a bit of a surplus workforce as well, which isn't going to be for a while, because I would like to continue to up roof tile production so we can export even more of it for that delicious money, then we'll look to get some crossbow parts made so we can start to fit those militias out as well. But of course we haven't got the people for them at the moment anyway, so there's no terrible rush. We'll buy in a bunch of pigs for down here. Indeed, we do seem to be making a good amount of money from the tiles. If we go actually to our records, trade, you'll see that we've brought in 2,400 now. And we've spent 1,600 on a small amount of iron, so that is definitely an incentive to get a little regional power set up over here in Ingenio so that we can export over some iron. But I'm not going to worry about that for the moment. We're not going to need masses of iron in the future. It's just going to be to equip our militias. And indeed, we've stopped buying iron for the most part, because we're just using it to top up our 40 tools here and there. So we want to keep this +2 monthly migration going. To that end, we're going to be making a yarn from the wool, which has already started there, which is great. And then down here, we'll assign one of these burgage plots once they get up to level 2, and once we have a few spare workers, to start producing some clothing, which of course is going to make all of our people lovely, happy and warm. So that extra charcoal worker has definitely taken the slack up for the firewood, so I'm going to get another firewood worker in here as well, though, in the woodcutter's lodge, to make sure that we can keep pressing forward, because as our population grows, the demand on that is going to go up as well. Let's just connect this road in along the bottom, just so it looks a bit more finished. And we may keep this as a wild berries and forestry area for the most part, except obviously for the logging camps that we have got in here. Oh, and Ruler's Army sighted, so we've got another bandit camp. I think we might have to let them have that one. The chances of us, unless we can hire mercenaries directly in here, which we cannot, it's going to be very expensive to hire in, and we're going to be further away, or equidistant, but probably further because they're quite urban from it. So yeah, it looks like the Baron's probably going to be able to claim another region. We've got 2.6k influence. I don't really want to spend it. Of course, as soon as the Baron is done claiming the open regions, they're going to come for us, so we're going to need to make sure that we've got an economy and a military ready to deal with him. And that really has to be our focus. And for that, once again, it comes back to growth, growth, growth. On these over here, let's get a few more chickens popped in, because I'm hoping those are fairly low maintenance to keep on top of. And we've got the timber, so I think we'll go ahead and get a bunch more burgage plots popped in here ready. We've got 3 unassigned families. How are we doing with clay to tile production? So we've got 70 roof tiles. 49 clay, so we could probably do with an additional family working at the clay furnace, so we'll get you there. Let's also order in another ox, and it might be time to consider getting our second trade post, because we do not seem to be exporting all of the tiles we're making now. So if we can get this here right next to the King's Road, I think that would be ideal, so we'll pop that one down there. And of course we'll need a couple of stables next to that as well, so that we can store the required horses. Just squeeze 2 in here? Not quite, so actually I think what we'll do, pop one behind here, like so. And next family, I'm going to go and send it to work at the granary to help with that supply issue. And we'll upgrade that granary to a large one. And we never did open this storehouse just because we don't have spare workers really. We do have 2 other large storehouses nearby, so I'm not going to worry about it for the minute, but it is there if we do want to start utilizing that feature. We are up to 32 yarn. I think the next thing to do is to reassign one of our properties down here probably, and why not this end one here? You are going to be a clothier, so you're going to start making us some lovely, lovely clothes. Good stuff. 9 available living spaces, still 80% approval. Hopefully once we get some clothes on the market, we'll be able to comfortably sit at 80% or above. Now we've got a bit of money as well, I think it might be time to go ahead and set some imports for things like rubblestone, because we're a little bit low on that. So we probably want 50 at least of that at any given time. And dress stone, we're also going to set up an import for that. We want 20 at any given time, so that we can start to... Ooh, not 250. Gosh, that would wipe us out of our resources, wouldn't it, and finances. 20 at any given time, so that we've got that sat around for when we want to do our church upgrade. And in likeness, we'll also need to get some mortar sat around for the same reason. So those are the resources we need for the church upgrade, hopefully coming in before too long. As far as sheep are concerned, we are up to 24 sheep with 18 lambs, so we're nicely starting to fill out some of this pasture space that we've got here. I take it the Baron took care of them, they did, and just waiting for that claim to come in. Still only occupying a fairly small amount of the region here in Nussel. We could do some deforestation or some fuel production actually up here, couldn't we? And we might need some additional accommodation for it though. And there is plenty of forest down here to chop. Well, maybe then let's get in another woodcutter's lodge. And we'll just pop that down here in the corner near the berry production. And do we need to get a charcoal kiln next to it? Probably not for the moment. That can be transported up to this charcoal kiln. Or indeed we could move that charcoal kiln down here somewhere where it's a bit more practical. That might be a good idea. Maybe for the time being then, we'll just pop down an additional charcoal kiln down here. Making sure we're not going over the lovely deposit of berries. And let's put it on this side. Looks a little bit neater. Good. And we've got struggling a little bit for planks just because we're going through so many timber, I would imagine. Again, it's tucked up over here, isn't it, our plank production in the starting area. Swap it. So we could move that down a bit, but I don't think we necessarily need to. We've had people move in down here, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to assign you to work at that forester's hut there. And you are going to go and work at the logging camp, as are you. So we've got that active again. And then let's get down, ideally chickens as well, so we'll hold off on that and we'll just get the plots upgraded to level 2 to start with instead. Splendid, right, clothier. You need to be making with yarn, my friend, that's all we have. We've got 60 yarn, we've got no linen. I thought you could use your brains a little bit on that, wouldn't you? Speaking of clothing and etc., I imagine we've got a fair few hides sat around. Indeed, 92. So let's open up a tannery. And this seems a good spot for that down here as well. So we'll slot that in just here. So we can start to use that to produce some leather. These burgage plots here, we've got enough planks. We'll set these up for animal pens, the same as we have elsewhere. And we'll probably put some pigs in these, because we've got an excess of goats compared to pigs at present, with goats in most of these up here as well, and pigs only appearing in these 5 burgage plots here. 83% approval, we're maintaining that nicely, and we can see clothes popping in and out, or garments rather, popping in and out of supply in the commodities, which as well is going to be keeping people nice and happy. We may even one day get a 95% approval, but that might require importing things like alcohol, the fun juice. So we may not be able to do that. Oh goodness, raiders! Where are the raiders? They're up here. Right. Whom can we call upon? So, Chanyu and Nussel. Okay. Right, well, Chanyu's a long way away. Nussel is where we are. Right. Well, we're definitely going to need the lads from Nussel. I don't think there's any point hiring anyone from Chanyu, because by the time they sprint up here, the battle will probably be over. So we're definitely going to have to deploy our domestic forces. And I think if we can face them on the edge here, to give us the terrain advantage, that would be ideal, and we should come to be able to reach there with our troops at least before they arrive. So we'll deploy our 3 units here, and then we will run our hirelings over here as well. And I imagine we'll see them making a beeline for our settlement. Indeed, they are 4 units of raiders. Absolutely despicable. Well, we will have a numbers advantage, but it's not going to be a massive numbers advantage because we don't have 3 fully equipped units yet. And that, like I said, is not due to a lack of supplies and arms, but rather is due to a lack of peoples. And as much as we are getting people moving in at a rate of knots, we're still not filling up those ranks. But we have these brigands to hopefully fill the gap. Let's set up our 3 units of spear. And we'll use the trains to our advantage and set them up on the edge here. We'll walk them into position there. And we'll want to make sure we're starting in that defensive stance to begin with. We'll move forwards a little bit further actually. Just want to make sure that we are definitely getting that bonus for fighting on an upslope. Okay, that looks like it could work well. And I'm going to keep 1 unit of brigands to the left, 1 to the right, and I'm probably going to use them to charge in once the enemy has engaged our line, just so we're not wasting that defensive bonus that we've got by using the stand your ground stance. Where are they? There they are. 2 groups coming in there, 1 there, so they may be engaged by our brigands here. And we'll deal with the other 2. So actually I'm going to redeploy these brigands to this flank. So we've got a 2-to-1 against that unit, and these 3 of our units should easily be able to take care of those 2 units of brigands. Wasn't it 4 units there originally? It was. Bit concerned I can only see 3. Is that the... yes, it's the 4th there. We may have to send those brigands off to deal with them. 4 months on fuel. We're taking care of that, aren't we? We've added a woodcutter's lodge here. Let's get 2 families working there. Hopefully they both live nearby. They do. Gosh. So, I've never seen that before. So actually, in the burgage plots, you can see that those workers are in fact waiting. They're away because they're soldiers. Wow. So I guess output really does lower significantly while the troops are away. I sort of knew they did, but I didn't really know it had been proven. Okay, right. Here we are then. So these brigands will reach our lines first. We've got the terrain advantage, and we're fighting to defend our homes, our families, our children, and our loved ones. So I think we've got the advantage in terms of morale for certainty. And there they are about to hit the lines. An uphill fight for them, and we won't give it to them easily. Right, so we've engaged straight away. Let's set to push forwards, and I'm going to bring these boys onto the flank. We'll take care of this unit as soon as we can. We'll push in here as well, and we're going to bring in these brigands to the fight also, and we're going to charge them in downhill against these ones. We'll take care of this lot nice and quickly, and hopefully we won't leave this militia out on its own for too long. We'll break off onto them. Good, right. They're almost done. We'll set these men to run. We'll send 1 unit down here now. We'll use the other to finish them off. Somehow they've ended up with us fighting uphill. That's, not ideal. Come on. There's only 4 of them left. Right, let's go and take out these brigands here with that troop. They're done. We'll come up slope. And then we're going to attack down into those brigands. So we once again get that upper advantage. We're done down there, and we'll commit those men up here also. I don't know how we ended up fighting on the downward slope there. Right, I don't think we've lost any of our own men, which is wonderful. We have definitely lost a few brigands, but not many. Right, let's bring our men home. And unless there's any bandit camps nearby, which there aren't, then we just as well get rid of these brigands. They were useful though. They were meat shields and gave us numbers while our troops were able to do the work. Unfortunately, all the death is neatly over the border and past the hill, so we don't have to think about it or see it. Right. You can all go back to your jobs, as can you. And life goes on. So we're getting pigs in here, aren't we? So we'll order those in. And then get you upgraded. And gosh, we're down to 4 available living spaces. It really does stack up quickly when you've got 2 families moving in a month. Which makes sense, I suppose. It's double the speed, isn't it? Okay. Let's go ahead and get the next row set in here. And I imagine we'll need to get a few additional granary supply workers soon. And also, we want to get this trading post active. Let's order in a horse and get these 2 hitching posts upgraded to stables. 4.1k influence, we're not going to struggle for that. We don't need to tax our citizens for that. I suppose at some point we ought to consider getting a manor set up. Have we got everything we need for the upgrade of the church? We have, so I think we'll initiate that, because that'll make people increasingly happy. And if we are going to stay in this region, then we might just need to make sure there's a defensible location. I suppose having the manor over to the left might be a good option. It keeps the manor nice and close to where we do have potential invaders coming in off the map. That being said, somewhere towards the centre would give us a defensive perimeter going right the way around the map, so perhaps here would be a good location. It's about as close to centre as we can get from Nussholm. And it's not too far away from the main settlement as well. That might be what we go for, even right on the corner here. But I don't think we need to build it right now. Taxation isn't going to be too far off though, so it does need to be on the tip of our tongues, as it were. We need to be thinking about it. The forefront of our minds, that's the phrase I'm looking for. Still struggling a little bit for firewood, so I'm going to get a third worker down at this woodcutter's lodge as these buildings get completed here. We'll upgrade that one there. And probably after we filled this out, like I said earlier, we need to focus on getting some more burgages set up with the primary purpose of getting more vegetables produced. We haven't really started work on the church yet, but that's no surprise because we've got plenty going on down here. Money seems to be absolutely fine, and clothes are still popping in and out as expected. We've got a few planks, so we're going to spend those on getting animal pens set up at these burgages here. And then we'll have to wait for a few more to come in. We're definitely building up that stockpile of roof tiles, so let's get another worker down at the trading post, at the new trading post, a first worker I should say, so that we can start getting some additional roof tiles traded away from there. We do want to get our other 4 plots here set up with seeds as well for some apples and pears and quinces soon as well, but I'm going to wait for our regional wealth to stabilise a little bit first, and hopefully the additional trading post will play nicely towards that. And we'll get another horse ordered there as well, so that'll just leave 2 more that we need to get down there. We'll pop an upgrade there and get some pigs in there, and hopefully, yep, we can get the last couple of animal pens popped in there, and there's just 1 more row of houses. We might skip that in favour of getting some more burgage plots set up for food production. Let's get another worker at this granary, because I imagine, yep, we're looking fairly pressed there. And I'm actually going to get another one again from that one, just to help alleviate the problem that we're seeing growing on that front. Splendid. Right, we'll finish the upgrades here. Ooh, bandit camp. It's quite far away. Can we hire anyone in right on top of you? We can, but it's going to be blooming expensive. I think I'm going to leave that one again for the Baron to take care of. It's too far away from where we are to worry about. Now, I really do as well, before too long, want to make sure that we're getting on top of the weapons production. Actually, we can see we're picking up nicely on the firewood there, so we'll get a worker at this charcoal kiln before too long. We'll do that now, actually. And I would very much like to get... Oh gosh, we spent a lot of money there, didn't we? Where did all that go? Do we have an iron import come in? We're not still exporting charcoal, are we? Oops. No wonder we're struggling. I suppose you all knew that, didn't you? I don't know why you didn't tell me. Honestly, you lot do keep things to yourselves sometimes. I do apologise. I know full well it's my job to realise that, given that you're not going to see this video for a little while yet. Oh dear. Lynfield. Where's that? Well, the Baron is certainly making moves on the global map, isn't he? Well, we'll be able to take care of him sooner or later. Hopefully later. I don't think we're going to be ready sooner. We've still not filled up our spear units, let alone got our crossbows equipped, let alone manned. Right, another worker has moved in. And we'll get you working again at the... We'll get a third worker at this granary here. As usual, trying to limit the number of workers at each granary to 3. And that's because if you have more than 3, you don't... they only get 3 carts. So you end up with people transporting things by hand. Which is not ideal for efficiency's sake. could say that this whole settlement isn't ideal for efficiency's sake, and you wouldn't be far wrong. Although I don't think it's terrible, actually. I'm going to add in a couple of stalls here, hitching posts to become stables, so that we have some oxen available on this side of the map as we start to move over in this direction. And is that... Ooh, apparently we're getting a goat there. Pigs everywhere else, but that's having a goat. You can have a goat as well there in that case. So you're not all alone. And pop those upgrades. 4 spots left for people to be moving in. Get another granary worker in there. And what do you do? Woodcutters. That's fine. You are going to be chickens, weren't you? That's what I was waiting for. A little bit of money to do that. So we'll get that all nicely in order. 84% approval. All looking absolutely splendid. Food 24, fuel 7. So fuel is ticking up since, no surprise, surprise, we've stopped selling it all. I wonder if that'll have an impact on our finances, or actually, it looks like what we might be doing is focusing on exporting the tiles instead of all of that charcoal, which is probably going to help us in the long run. Got 100 roof tiles sat about. Another family moved in, so we'll get a second worker at the new trading post and order in the 3rd horse as well. Pop the last upgrade here, and with only 3 spots left for people to move in. And where are those spots? Did I build some extra houses? Those 3 there. I've got those there. I've got a feeling I built a few more. Well, obviously it's just a feeling. No concrete evidence that that's the case. Yarn. We've got more yarn. We may need to get... How are we doing for wool? 73. We wanted to get a worker in the tannery, didn't we? That's something we need to do. So the next family that moves in, lo and behold, there they are. We'll go and work at the tannery. And I think we will go ahead and get the last lot of houses popped in over here. And then as timber starts to pick back up, we'll start work over here. Let's take a look over here. We've got our foresters' huts active. Let's see about getting a couple of foresters' huts put down here. And actually what I'm going to do is extend this road along here. And we'll just line this one up. Like so. I will just quickly check that that's more or less right for the corpse bits. Yeah, very close. Close enough. No, it's not. It needs to be perfect. It doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be good. Right. We'll do this instead. Let me know it's right. Okay. Splendid. Get rid of those corpse bits. And put the corpse bit in the corner here. Take off snapping, so that lets us know to finish down here. And then this one will just follow that line. We could, or we could build 2 corpse bits here. And use that snap point there. Deciding not to go too freehand does make life a lot easier later on, believe me, when things start to really get out of whack. And down here, I'm going to install a number of logging camps. So we'll get 1, 2 logging camps there. The road in hither, like so. And then we'll get down some more burgages, actually. Breaking from what we said we'd do. And just need to get another timber in before we can build that. Waiting very patiently. Come along now. Just 1, thank you. And then on this side, we'll have space on the outside, like we have done over here. Put a couple of foresters. I think we'll do the same here. I don't know if we'll ever expand this far down. If we do, we might skip this bit to leave it for forestry and move down into this space from here. Except for a couple of roads, obviously. So we'll get a couple of foresters, and we'll put them more or less opposite these logging camps. Just as soon as we have the timber to do so, that is. There we go. And Then in this space here, we will move this logging camp down. Whoop. And we'll move this charcoal kiln. How many's that got? 2 workers. And we'll build that, a replacement for that just here. And we'll move this woodcutter's lodge with 3 employees. And we'll put that down on the bottom. Like so. And then we'll pop in an additional woodcutter's lodge as well, compared to what we had there. We'll pop that one here. I'm interested to see if that carries over the staff when you transplant it. I don't think it does, because lots of people have become available. We'll just wait and see for a second. And this well, is there anywhere better we could place that well? We'll go there. Pop one there. And a bit of water in there. It gets really hard to see when it gets wintry. Pop one there as well. And that means we can get rid of this one. Let's employ 3 families to work at that woodcutter's lodge. And 3 families to work at that logging camp. And 3 families to work at that charcoal kiln. Hopefully they don't live too terribly far away. There. There. And they're not terrible, but not great either. How are we doing in terms of production? The granary and storehouse are definitely stretched. So we'll definitely need to get another granary and storehouse over here. And let's see if we can't squeeze that into this space here. So we'll get a granary. We'll get a storehouse. Like so. And then we'll quickly mark out with our favourite tool, yield coarse bit. Make sure that lines up. Get 2 of those there. And we'll build a road across here. Take a quick aside to go ahead and order that last horse. And play time along. We'll put some more burgish plots in here to help service this sector that we've got going on with woodcutters and charcoal burners. Although we do seem to be getting nicely on top of the charcoal problem now, we're not selling it all the time. So maybe it's an issue we don't need to worry about too much. We've got the logs, so I'm going to go ahead and build these burgish plots. We'll get a market stall set in here. And the next thing to do will be to fully man this granary with people who are moving in locally, is the idea. And we'll also get a worker in the storehouse, and we'll upgrade both of those to be larger, and hopefully that'll go some way to alleviating the granary problems. We've got there with the small stone church, and my goodness, is it nice, and looking forward to the next update of Manor Lords, which is going to be bringing the larger church. Hopefully it's not out by the time you're watching this. If it is, then bother. But I'll enjoy that one for now anyway. We'll need to get a family there to maintain it before too long as well. We seem to be keeping up nicely with tools though. And we're really getting there now with our population for our spear. So soon we'll be able to start making some, hopefully, making some of those crossbows I keep talking about. And push towards getting the next part of our military setup. Right, we need to get these set up with some animal pens on the side here. Fab, get that upgrade there. Money's looking good. We're up to a population of 249, so we're pushing on. I definitely want to get to at least 1,000 for this region here. That's one of the goals for this playthrough, but I may not have mentioned yet. And I would like to know if we could push it to 2,000. We did 1,400 in one of our recent playthroughs, and if we can get it 2,000, I'd really like that. All in one region if we can, if not in combination with China if we do eventually settle over there. But we'll have to see how the fights with the Baron go first. I mean, if it all goes to pot, then we're obviously not going to be able to get it done, are we? But we'll certainly give it our best shot. So we'll buy you some pigs and we'll issue you with some upgrades. And food and fuel are looking absolutely splendid. So we'll wait for our timber to creep back up a little bit, and also our planks. And then I think it's time we turn our attentions to this side of the King's Road. Good shenanigans. So, a few more people to move in over here, fully populate the wood sector. Get a few more people working at the granaries and storehouses to cope with the various supply chain issues that we have. And in fact, given we're adding more housing here, and we've already fully assigned this granary, and yet we've still got a bit of a supply chain issue, I think we probably ought to put down a second granary. Right about here. And that can supply... Actually, not there. Not there, cancel that. Actually, let's pop it down. There. Oh yes, right next to the market stall. And hopefully that additional capacity will sort us out nice in 88% approval. Those clothes are obviously getting out there, and people are very, very happy about it. And actually, we've got more of a problem now with the general supply of goods than we do of anything else. So let's get 2 extra workers at that storehouse. Yep, that's starting to take care of that issue right away. And then... we've got plenty of space in the other storehouses as well to get a few additional workers. So we get another one there. Yeah, it's starting to overcome the problem. We've got 11 more families that will be moving in over here as well. So we shouldn't be short of workers. And more moving in. It's lovely, isn't it? Lovely to see people moving in at such a rate. Let's unassign those. Get 2 there. And then put 2 back there. Yeah, that was the granary. Did that wrong. Oh well. So we do need to get another granary worker in there, but never fear. We've learned it does not take long for the new families to move in. We're up to 20 timber. Obviously, we've got some upgrades and extensions to put on here. But before we do that... Oh, goodness, we didn't extend this down to the road. Typical becoming quite distracted there. It obviously needs doing. Huzzah. And we'll do the same with this one here. Huzzah. And I guess we have to do it with this one here as well. Come along. And huzzah. Splendid. So, first things first, as realists, let's get down a couple of granaries and a couple of storehouses. Oh, goodness, I'd like to fit one in there. If I do it manually, can we squeeze it in? Can we? Can we, Papa? Excuse me. One there. And yes, we can. A second there. And what do we like over here for water supply? Oh, we can get one right in the corner there. And then let's squeeze a... I say squeeze. Let's put a huge market stall in this space here to help service the burgers plots around here. And we may then even get another granary and storehouse, which we pop up here. Oh no, royal tax. We knew it was coming. Just hoped it was further away. 3 families available. Let's get 3 families at this granary. Or 2 rather. And we'll upgrade that as well. And yeah, we're starting to get on top of that issue that we're seeing there. And then, as far as burgage plots go, let's start popping down some triangular plots, which we're going to use primarily to install vegetables. Yes. Pop those there. Now, with all this additional housing we've put down here, we haven't quite achieved the mass integration of mine workers and clay workers to get more roof tiles produced. So we may have to look at that and see if there's anything that we can do about it. Get a few workers in there and upgrade those. Go on then. Because yeah, we've only got a handful of workers and we've got 20 roof tiles and 0 clay. So we definitely need more workers. Now, have we got anyone moved? Yeah, we've got these here. So these workers maybe we'll send primarily to work in the pits themselves. And let's get some extensions popped on these. We'll wait. Let's finish putting these burgage plots over here. We'll fill out right to the edge with these. The edge as it is so far at least. We can always expand these to 2 living spaces, and we might do for the vegetable fields. We might even try these small holdings on a few of these. Although, so far, testing has not shown us that that works particularly well as far as the apples and quinces go. 75. 73. Makes no difference. So we won't be doing that to the apples and quinces in the future. But that's not to say it won't work with the vegetables. And we're not shy vegetables now, so this is certainly going to tip us over a good limit. 130 leather. So at some point we'll want to start making boots, but of course we need to get a few properties up to level 3 in order to do that. And we're not doing that with any immediacy. And I think we can fit a few in here, even with an odd shape at the bottom. Yep, that's good. And we'll do the same here. Can we get one in here? Yeah, that's nice. And then we'll get one in, a couple in here as well. Again, filling around that little corner there. And what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why you like this? Where do we come off that snap point? Yeah, that works. Grand. Well, that's plenty of additional living space going in. We've had 4 people move in. First thing we're going to do is assign another 2 of those to the granaries to try and keep on top of the supply issues over here. And having done that, it would be nice to have a few workers in these foresters' huts. Just need more people, don't we? There's always more people that are needed. Can we squeeze any more burgage plots in over here? We'd have to add another section on the bottom, which I'd like to avoid doing if we can. But if we have to do it, like I say, if we have to do it, then we'll have to do it. There's no two ways about it. Let's get some chickens down here, shall we? Why not? So we'll chicken those up. We've got a family working at that logging camp. A family working at that forester's hut. And let's order an ox, because we can. How are we doing here? We've got the 4 horses there ready for when we have the available workforce. Let's set up some working areas then for these foresters. So they're going to work primarily on this area here. Like so. Splendid. We may add more than that, but as we've said, we don't have the workforce for it at the moment, so what's the point? Let's go ahead and upgrade these. If we do get the workforce as well with these burgage plots, we can add a few here, forestry workers. Might be worth, if we're not, we're going to make these into the small hollands, which we're not, we could always put some expansions on these, and that's going to give us some additional workers in the immediate vicinity. We're not flush for cash, are we? What are we spending everything on? Records, trade, balance. So, we are bringing a lot from our roof tiles. We spent a lot on sheep. Are we done with sheep? We'll have to check that. But mostly it's iron. And also a lot on stone shards, actually. And a lot on mortar and stone. Okay, well hopefully we're done building those back up now. It looks like we are. So we shouldn't be spending too much more on that. In which case it's just the iron. So we might need to start selling more than one thing. The clay might not be enough. Although, like we said, we're going to up the amount of clay and tiles we're exporting. Primarily tiles, and then maybe eventually clay as well as tiles. One more family have moved in. So we've got chickens going in down there. So why don't we put some animal pens up here. And actually these 4, we will put in apiaries. And then we'll sell the honey that we get from those later on down the line. Let's get another family working at the mining pit. And how much... Ah, no wonder we're not bringing anything in. We've exhausted the surface deposit. So we need to build some deep mines. So let's get those under construction. Do the 4 that are currently operational. And then we'll need to make sure we're keeping on top of them maintenance-wise, but there's not much we can do about that. We just got to wait and see if it happens. We haven't checked the global stage in a while, so looks like good old Hindelbolt von Brunet, Brunet or Bernrut, something like that. We'll just call him Hildebolt. Hildebolt von Hildy. He's got 2 regions left to claim before he decides to get a bit aggro on us. And we're nearly up to 3 full units though, as we said. Right. Why don't you want upgrades? Because I've already upgraded you. That's fair enough. Another worker's moved in, and we will send you to work at the clay furnace potentially, though probably not any point until we've got an excess of clay, to be honest. So you can go and work at this mine here, and we're going to up the maintenance on all of these to maximum, because they do have a tendency of collapsing, especially all next to each other. I do find it's a rather big problem. There we are, just finishing converting the last pit to a deep mine. And then we'll set the maintenance schedule. Wonderful. So much. So that's going to, take up a fair bit of iron. 8 a year on each of those. We've got 4 running at the moment. 89% approval though. And, maybe we could get to that +3 monthly migration at some point. That'd be wonderful, wouldn't it? We do need more money for that. So we could, start to sell the excess large shields we're making, I suppose, and essentially spears or other parts. Crossbows maybe when we get to them. That is going to obviously use a number of planks. And we are struggling with deforestation still at the moment, though hopefully before too long that will be an issue of the past. How are we doing with meat supplies? Got lots of pork. And a decent amount of milk as well. Let's get a few more goats though in those, and then we'll upgrade them. And these here are going to be the honey producers anyway, so they'll just need upgrading as people move into them. Let's get a few stables there and order an ox as well. Another family's moved in, so we'll go and send you to this mine. See if we can't get 2 per mine in there. 41 roof tiles. How are we doing with production of roof tiles? So, exports 4,000. Last 30 days, we have not exported any. Okay, previous month. Oh, that's not good. Current year. Okay. We've got a limit, haven't we, of 40. That's why it's been sat where it is, or 30, whatever it is. Oop, what's going on? We're too late. We'll leave it for them. I've basically given up hunting those. Right, another thing that's happening is obviously the royal tax, which is going to become a problem very soon, because as soon as the Baron's done claiming regions, he's going to come for us, and we're not going to have any money to spend on our militia. Ah! Typical T. Needs to stay relaxed. He's panicking a little bit. Well, I know we talked about down there for a manor, but the high ground would also seem to be a good option. It's near the top of the map. But high ground is high ground. Let's put the manor up here. I think it will look good. And honestly, that's half of the game. Looking good. So let's build a road that comes straight up here. A little something like that. Is that straight? It looks straight. Actually, it doesn't look that straight. It looks okay. Do we continue this from the grid, or does it stand apart from the grid? That's the question. I think it should be integrated. Where's that? Shouldn't fit it, but down there. It's not us, don't worry. Nusthole is not currently under threat from the brutish Baron. So let's build this road up here like that. How's that one look? That looks straighter to me. And then we're going to come off at an angle. Like so. Roughly 45 degrees. And we will splat our manor. Slap bang in the center of that. So pop that there. We'll give it a garrison tower. I think the retinue is going to be important for us here. And I'm just going to commit to that for the time being. We may end up building a proper wall around it, although it may not be stone. We may keep it at lumber, because we don't really have access to stone here. So we'd have to take a region to export it, which we could do here, actually, potentially. Interesting. So we'll keep that in the forefront of our mind, by which I mean I'll forget about it shortly. Let's make that a deep mine, and let's get another worker in here and in here. And how are we doing for clay versus... We've got some fruits there, that's nice. Clay versus tile production. Okay, we've got a nice excess of clay now, so that means we need to get more workers into these clay furnaces. So I'll get one in there. We'll unassign one actually from here and put that in there, so 2 additional clay furnace workers. We'll see how that peaches out, and hopefully we'll start to make some progress in terms of our export. We'll also need some more traders to help. So let's start getting some vegetable plots installed over here then. We'll start getting these extensions in now before people start moving into them. That seems to make sense to me. So we'll just repeat that all the way to the top here. Gosh, there's a lot of burger plots. We might be able to sell vegetables after this. They might spoil before we can eat them. We might never need to plant a carrot again. Chickens in that space? Goodness. It's a misclick of the century, isn't it? Ugh. Very angry. I'll have to go back and sort that. Totally sorry. Right. Well, the grid is expanding. The population is expanding. We're up to 300. Yeah, let's get that graded there. A few more people to move in. They'll probably go and work at the clay furnaces. And look at that, already up to 120 roof tiles all of a sudden. So we should be getting back on the old export market. And we should see the amount of money we have available to us start to tick up. And indeed, there comes a family. I'll send you to work at the clay furnace. And we'll see how the clay sits in terms of how much is being used. Right, and the manor is still in its infancy, I would imagine. Yes, 14%. It's October, winter is fast approaching upon us. And I was definitely going to do something down here. There's a lot of construction on, isn't there? And not a lot of people to do it. Right, I'll get an extra worker there, and then we'll avoid assigning anyone else for a minute, and we'll build up a few families to do construction. Because one family to do everything we're asking of here, it's quite a lot of work for one family, isn't it? And they must be working through the night. Which reminds me, I'd like to do a playthrough at some point with a day-night cycle activated. Not done that before. And this is looking nice down here, isn't it? Rather regimented. Excellent. All nice and neat and tidy, a bit like an army barracks. Speaking of which, very nearly there on our 3 units. Imagine we're making a fair amount of leather. Yep, 233, working our way through those hides nicely. Herbs, honey. How much to establish a trade route for le honey? Trade. We're not trading people. It's not allowed. Frowned upon it, at the very least. So export honey, and we don't need a surplus. I don't think honey goes into the market, so it might as well get sold straight away. Last upgrade there, and now we're on to moving in over here, I'd imagine. We've got more space up here. We also need to get these granaries and storehouses upgraded for when people do start moving in on this side. As indeed they have already started to. So I'm going to go ahead and not assign you to there, because I said I would, give you a bit of slack, didn't I? That being said, granary and storehouses are looking a little pushed. We are at 99 and 98% stock though for everyone. So it can't be that bad, can it? Can it, guys? Can't be that bad, honestly. So we do need beverages to upgrade to level 3, and that obviously would give us a greater population density. But it's whether or not we actually want that. I'm not convinced. Personally. Not at the minute, anyway, because we want to occupy all of these lovely burgages over here to enable us to grow more veggies. And we could increase the population density in here, as we have been with a couple of them, by adding on those expansion spaces. But we don't want to do that everywhere necessarily straight away. Okay. Good stuff. We're in a growing phase again, aren't we? 90% approval. People are so happy. If we... Oh, 89%. Obviously, they're cold now. It's winter. What do you expect? Well, hopefully, before too long, we might get to 95%. How are we going to achieve that? Probably importing something. That might be trickier. That really comes down to our finances, which we are starting to recover now. We've got more roof tiles going out. We're still in a clay excess. We could do with more workers at the clay furnaces. So I'm going to add an extra worker to each of these. Hopefully they don't live too far away. Everything is reasonably close together here, I suppose. It's not like we've got one settlement here and one settlement here, and they're commuting between the two. Let's get a worker at the small stone church, though, just to make sure it doesn't fall down. My churches have a habit of doing that, I must admit. If only you knew the truth of that statement. Yes. Good. Just waiting for the Baron to make that move in that last region, which will really signal the approach of Doomsday for us. Ah, we're running out of pasture space. How are we doing on the old wool front? Got lots of wool. We could do with a few more workers at ye old weavers. So I'm going to put down a new weaver's shop over here somewhere. Yes, yes. Here? Question mark. Smiley face. Yes, we are. Put that there. And we'll connect that road across. And then we'll have some local workers who can work there, which I think would be good. We definitely need to get the granaries and storehouses over here active, because people over here aren't getting supplied from elsewhere. That well probably needs to be stone as well. So we'll get a worker at that storehouse and a worker at this granary. We're not really freeing up those families like I said we would for construction, are we? We do need the manor so we can start taxing ourselves and get a retinue assembled. But it's just going to have to wait. At least we can build up our finances in the meantime and continue to order in some oxen. It's nearly 1,000 clay. So, need to be working our way through that. 28 roof tiles. And what's export looking like recently? Yeah, so we sold 40 tiles this month. Last 30 days, 76 tiles previous month. 89 tiles current year. Hang on. 89 current year. I guess that we've just passed into January, haven't we? It's like, how can that be the case? And it's just because that's how time works. Typical. Okay. I'm going to avoid upgrading those until the manor's constructed, because I feel like we are oversaturating the work for our workforce. They're rather oversubscribed down there. Plenty more space for bringing clay out. It's just processing we're lagging on. We may even need to get a few additional clay furnaces set up. So I'm going to do what I said I wouldn't and oversaturate the workforce further by installing some new clay furnaces. And we'll see if we can't get 2 in here. 1. Just here. Don't think so. Oh, yes, we can. Wonderful, 2. And that matches what we've got on the other side quite nicely, doesn't it? With that money coming in, let's finally get on and buy the next lot of fruits. Good. That's all of those, so we'll need some more fruit farms eventually, but at least that gets a few more planted up. And we might as well buy some veggies as well. There we go. And there goes all our money. Right, where's this one? Surely we get that one. Right. 3 full units of militia. Spear militia. We'll assemble them out. And we'll go and take care of this problem ourselves. Be quick about it though, because good old Hindelbolt is bound to send his own cronies. Ah yes. We never did put in more pasture space, did we? Pasture. Snap to roads. Fill out this little bit here. And this one here. Bundles of room. Absolutely bundles. Right. You haven't shown up with a banner. Let's rally you again. And actually, I'm just going to send these guys. Don't have time to fuss around with that. 2 units is still more than is necessary. No, you're too slow. Go home. The glory shall belong to your brethren. Whoa. Zoomy. It's looking very flat, this, isn't it? But then, you know, we're used to these highly adaptable modern maps that have been coming out with Manor Lords recently. And this, of course, is the original map. One of the oldest ones. If not the oldest. I'm pretty sure it's the oldest one. Did play a lot of it back in the day, but feels like a long time ago now, which I suppose it was. Goody. Okay. Gosh, there's a lot of information, isn't it? What else can we do? 10 available living spaces, 88% approval. We can speed the game up, get more people moving in, and to get our men to move their legs faster. Make sure we do stand our ground first to soften up the enemy's charge, because we are going to be fighting on the uphill, which is not ideal. They're nicely situated up on a hill there, aren't they? We'll assemble down here in this clearing and goad them down. And do 1.2k clay. Yes, we definitely need to get those clay furnaces constructed. Manor is definitely happening. Okay. Where are you? There you are. I was going to say. Right. And you are going to go here. Because bandits don't understand outflanking maneuvers. They can't fathom that they'll be hit from more than one side. Right, so there they go. Run my men in here. And sandwich. Didn't see that coming, did you? And we've won already. Good. You can go home. Over yonder. And you can go and take the booty. Speed things up so we can get back. Come on. There you are there. That's my treasure now. That's a little bit buggy, isn't it? Shock. Horror. You heard it here first. Manor Lords is a little bit buggy. Shocking thing for Manor Lords, primarily a Manor Lords YouTuber to say, I know, but it had to be said. It just had to be said. Yeah, righty. Goodness, we've been taxed and we don't have enough for next time. And we need the money for hiring mercenaries when the Baron gets all squibbly. Oh dear. What are we going to do, everyone? We need to just get on with it, that's what we need to do. Which means getting some upgrades done on these properties where we can do so. Oh, bother, wrong button. Classic. Do those there, and then let's look at this. I thought that'd be worse, to be honest. Let's get 2 workers at that granary and a worker at that storehouse and a worker at this granary. Hasn't really made much difference, has it? You know, committed a lot of extra people to it, so I hope it would. This is a disadvantage of building your manor even this far away from your settlement, as it does take that much longer to build. We've got a little bit of cash money, so let's buy ourselves another oxen, because it's always good to have more oxen. Plenty of sheep and little sheeps. Eventually we'll need to set up some sort of butchering arrangement, but not just yet. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. We may have delayed the claiming of Hagstig ever so slightly by taking on that bandit camp, but not indefinitely, that is for sure. I would very much like to start making some more weaponry. So, I am going to reassign you to an armourer's workshop. You're going to start making us helmets. And I'm going to reassign you to be a bower's workshop. You're going to start making us crossbows when you can. I'm going to reassign you to make iron parts, but no more than 30 at any given time. You're going to be making the crossbows, and you'll make them as long as you have iron parts available to you. With the... actually, no. We'll set you up to make up 36 crossbows at any given time. And you're going to be making helmets, and again, we want perhaps 36. That's going to use a lot of iron. Maybe it would be a good time to settle at Chanyu, but we don't have the money for it. And if the Baron claims it, we can probably let him have it rather than fight it, and it'll give us another precious year or so, hopefully, to get ourselves ready to face him. I do feel like, while we are growing nicely, not as strong as we could be. Clay, a rich resource of clay and rich resource of wild is not as strong as a rich resource of iron, for example, because you need iron anyway. Clay you don't need nearly as much of. What are we making lots of we can sell? Don't want to be selling food, really. We are selling roof tiles already. Suppose we could sell leather, but that'd be more profitable for us to make boots first and sell eventually. Honey we are selling. Clothes maybe eventually we can sell, but we certainly don't have enough at the moment. How are we doing on yarn actually? 5 yarn, so until we're making more yarn, there's no point getting another tailor shop set up. And we did put in, didn't we? A weaver's workshop. So let's employ a lad there to start working. We're not going to be making gambesons anytime soon, because we're not growing our own linen. We may have to grow a little bit eventually. Fertility here is not good though. Perhaps get a little bit out the ground over here. Smidgen there. The altitude isn't great. Oh. Right. Flax-wise, yes, again. Surprisingly good actually for rye. Should have looked at that, shouldn't I? Oh well. It's been a great area. We could do some here actually. A little bit of rye farming there. Could do some rye farming here, I suppose. But there's a nice big splodge here. And a splodge here. So maybe we'll target those for rye farming, especially this one. It's good to know. That's something we will look at once maybe we're done with this expansion. We'll look at expanding into some farms here, as well as just our usual orchards. Only got 5 available living spaces left. So I think let's go through and continue assigning vegetables to people. Combination of beets, carrots, and cabbages. A little bit like so. Good grief, you're the one I needed to change. I knew you were out there somewhere, niggling in the back of my brain. And okay. Good stuff. And then you can be cabbage. Is that everyone? I think so. Oh no! Where are they? Oh dear. Coming for us is the answer. We don't have... Oh, we do have, I suppose we could. Where are they going to come in? Hagstig. Oh, they're no use to us anyway. We do actually have... We've started fitting out our crossbow militia. Right, let's start by rallying our spear. Our manor might not be in place yet, but the high ground is still there. So we shall try to fight from it if we can get there in time. It may be we're fighting around this edge as opposed to over here this time. But if we can fight here, that gives us an excellent vantage to use the albeit low number, but still crossbows that we do have available to us. And we're pumping those out as quickly as we can. And I imagine there's even some steel helmets on some of these lads. Look at them. They're moving underground. Incredible. They're not in much of a hurry, are they? Lads. We're being invaded. Run. Good grief. Alright, where are they? Concerning. Are we here in time? Alright, set up our main force in 2 ranks here on the slope. Set up 1 in reserve to protect the crossbows and be committed later. And we'll assemble our crossbows behind and we'll set them to fire at will. Okay, I feel okay about this. I do think we stand more than a fair chance of taking care of these ragamuffins and vagabonds without too much in terms of our own casualties. I feel we've got a strong position here, as long as they come in where we think they're going to. Protecting the supply line by the looks of it, slowly but surely taking goods to our manor. Right. Where are they? Did they just vanish? Are they going to come around this way? That wouldn't be good. You'd have to quickly switch around if that happened. They were here. Oh, I don't like this very much. I'd very much like to know where our enemies are. Concern. Very, very concerned. They just hiding in the forest? What? What's happening? I'm so confused. Well, we're going to have to keep our militia rallied, just in case they do appear. They appear just to have just decided to have left. They're like, oh, you know what, actually, don't fancy it. They've got some crossbows, don't like those. Heard what happened to my mates. In one of our typical previous playthroughs. I think Manor's going to be done, but Manor will be done by the time these guys attack. Gonna redeploy a spear as a rear guard. How bizarre. Okay, well, let's just try and ignore that for a minute. If we can. And goodness, we need to add some living space. So we could expand these here. It's definitely an option. Wouldn't be a bad option either with vegetable plots. So I think we'll do that. Let's first though, got 6 families. Let's send a couple to go and work at the granaries. And one to work at the storehouse. We're starting to get on top of the granary issue with that as well, actually, which is nice. Still no sign of those units. We're not taking any losses, so I can't imagine we fought them without noticing. Well, we'll keep them rallied for a month at least, just in case those brigands have just taken a really weird route. They've got nothing else to attack. I suppose the Baron could have... I wonder if the Baron hired an off-map mercenary group. There was only one available. I wonder if he hired them and killed them over here. Under raiders. Those were the units. I don't know. Maybe the Baron killed them. Let's take some of our spear in here and see if we can find them. If not, then we will disband our forces. Just on the off chance that they've become stuck somehow. Don't see how that can be possible. Right, you guys can go home, I guess. Weird. Okay. No idea. Let's just assume that Manor Lords was Manor Lording. Let's just say that. Right. Expansions. Wherever we can. Got a lot of upgrades in the way, because there's no blooming people available, because I've assigned them all to jobs. Okay, we'll just have to click through here a few times to make sure we get all of them. Good, it's you. It's adding plenty of spaces for people to move in. And lots of vegetables going in the ground, which should feed us well for years to come. It's larger than the existing supplies, by quite a way. I mean, the existing supply, maybe half of that. A bandit camp. Can we get there? Suppose we can. We'll rally 2 units. And see if we can't get there before the Baron. Better terrain this time. We'll set you up here. Whiz back over to this side. Did we get everyone over here with the expansions? Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. So that's given us a few to tide us over. And you're ready for an upgrade. Granary supplies looking okay. Get another 2 workers at that storehouse. And yarn production, has that picked up? It's still struggling, so we need another family working at the weaver's shop. Clay, 2.3 clay. Definitely need to get more families into the clay furnaces. Have we got any more expansions we can do here? Yep, we do. Right, so. Come on. Good. Good old sandwich. Break their morale. And usually their faces, spleens, guts, legs, arms, faces, eyes. Basically everything. Or at least put holes in them with some spears. There we go. Good. Take the camp, please. You can go home. You take that. Belongs to me. Right, we need to start taxing, don't we? That was the other thing that we needed to do. So, manor. No, we're not done with building. I thought we were there. 99%, it's all that other building we've taken over doing. So let's chill for a second there at least. Get an ox in. Sit back on our haunches. And wait for the manor to be constructed. Decent view of the settlement there. And, you know, nice thicket of trees, so you don't have to look at the whole thing and all of your subjects, I suppose. Let's up that priority. I want to get that last percent done. It seems silly to leave it with only 1% left. Regional wealth seems to be picking up though, which is lovely to see. And how is the equipping of our crossbows going? Pretty good. They're actually fully equipped with men. They're just missing equipment. And yes, helmets are indeed starting to work their way out into the military as well. So we'll disband those. Once we get those crossbow units fully equipped, then we are certainly going to start to become a force to be reckoned with, because 3 crossbow units can lash out quite the deadly output. But we'll take losses unless we have a screen of mercenaries to soak up enemy archers and, you know, deal with some of the enemy ground troops as well, infantrymen. 11 spaces left for people to move in. These all have extensions. We've added a few over here. So we'll just wait a minute before we start employing anyone at those clay furnaces. Right, taxes. 89% approval, so I don't think a 5% tax is going to hurt us. I think 5.6k is more than enough influence for the time being. We can start harvesting some later, but there's no need to do that now, because we have lots and we're not planning on going on a claim rampage just yet. What population are we up to? We're up to 375 souls. Good. Right. We need more. Give me more. Pork is good, but not fantastic. Right, probably more orchards would be a good thing to have next. Right, well, let's come up here and let's install some granaries and storehouses here, like so. Squeeze that in there a little bit tighter and get down a market stall in this space here. A little something like that there. And a well would be ideal. Good, we can get one there. And then we can start to plan an expansion up here for where we can be putting some lovely orchards. So, oh, just one please. We'll pop those up here and populate the remaining squares we have open. And then we're on to that expansion towards what we said we could potentially get some fields down into. And that would be good for a couple of reasons. One, it would give us access to grains, which would be absolutely lovely for the eventual Burkish plot upgrades. And also a bit of extra food in terms of bread. But also, as well as getting bread, we would occasionally get a bit of flax out of the ground, which gives us what we need to make gambesons, which of course is another way for our brave men to protect themselves in battle. So that is definitely another area of priority. I'd also like to get enough money together that we can properly equip and flesh out our retinue, because a strong retinue is important against the Baron, because he has his own retinue level troops, I believe. Yes, and they're difficult to defeat. You don't normally have to fight against those in the other game modes. I mean, when against the AI as well, actually, they don't usually have a big retinue, but the Baron von Hindelblut definitely comes with a full-sized unit of mannerlings, we should call them, heavy infantry. I'd love to see cavalry in this game. That would certainly be a nice feature for them to add. A few more people moving in. Let's get another storehouse worker here and another granary worker. And then let's get a couple of workers at the clay furnaces down here. So see if we can't start upping the amount of roof tiles we're producing, which is our main export. Well, by some margin, really. As these are completed, we need to make sure we go through and get the orchards plopped onto the back. And we've got 17 spaces for people to move in, which on the face of it seems like a lot, but we are bringing in 2 families a month. So, that wouldn't even do us a year. Just a few on the edges that aren't done. Get these ones in the centre. An odd interaction between those two, isn't there? Weird. How is yarn going? Still need more workers. We'll get a 3rd worker at that weaver's. Hopefully you don't all live too far away. I can't imagine you're the most efficient establishment I've built. Anyway, storehouse looking okay. We're doing it. We're doing it, everybody. Isn't that wonderful? You're done. So, apples. Right. Next stop. Farm town. So, the plan goes a little something like this. There's a large quantity of rye here, and there's no barley, except for maybe we could get a bit out of there. We're going to be on a standard 3-crop rotation anyway, so wheat, barley and flax, so it doesn't really matter what the fertility's saying. We're going to be there anyway. And we're going to be covering over a bit of flax there. Mainly though, we need to make sure the rye fertility is good, and it is here. So what I'm going to do is take a quick moment, and I'm going to fill this area out with grids, and then we'll get to farming. I know what you were thinking. He's going to put a wonderful circle farm here. Nope, this is Grid Lords. Toodlepip. Oh, my hand! Right, well, there we are. I've rather extended the grid across here, like I said I was going to, and it took quite some time. And, well, there were 4 corpse pits per every box. I guess you can do the maths, I'm not going to. All I know is my wrist hurts now. Right, so, how are we going to distribute all of this? Well, rye fertility is here, and barley here, and flax here. So I think we'll probably just turn all of this into farm, basically. That's the long and short of it. Which means we'll probably need to get some extra accommodation this way, and I suppose it makes sense to do that here, where it's terrible for everything. Great, so I'm going to have to go and add another row now. For goodness sake, right. 2 seconds. Right, there we are, finally. So, yes, as we were saying, rye facility primarily up here. So these grids here, these 8 cells, can be used primarily for accommodation. So the first thing I'm going to do after deleting all the corpse bits is put down 2 corpse bits, and we're going to split up these into 2 halves. Should we do it top to bottom? No, can't be bothered. We'll do that like that there. And then we shall put in some dense population in these here. And obviously we need to start with a little bit of a supply chain, so we'll get down some granaries and storehouses, which we will plonk down in this third section here. So let's see, let's get 2 storehouses, and let's get 2 granaries. It's so hard to see in blooming snow. I don't know why I chose to do all this laying out in the snow in the winter. It's a bad choice, yet it's one I made. And then we'll put another granary and storehouse over here as well, just to make sure we do indeed cater for the demand. And some water. Hopefully there's some water over here somewhere. Gosh, is there really not? Is that really the nearest water? Great Scott. Right, well we're going to have to put something on here then. And we're going to have to make that a stone well, and hopefully that will... It should service everything over here well enough, to be fair. And then let's get down some market stall areas. We'll get that done there. And we'll do this one here. Hopefully that should be plenty enough space. And how are we doing with fitting out the other burgage plots? It's okay. But let's start to get a few in over here. So we'll build out 1 rack there. 1 rack here. Or will we? Where are the farms going to go themselves? Actually, the facility isn't great on the edge here. So we can put them in this strip. Yeah, that's fine. So we can put housing here. So yeah, put housing in this first one. And it's 2 racks. We'll get down 3 because we have the resources for it. Like so. And then let's go ahead to farming. And we want farmhouses. And we're going to put down a number of these along the bottom road here. As tight into the corner as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4. It might be worth in those fields having actual Emma as opposed to just flex. Now, what is one of these squares grid size-wise? 1.1 Morgan. We could just have individual fields in each of these. Or we could split them on the diagonal, 0.5 Morgan each. They're going to be more awkward to plough. I think we just try 1.1 Morgan a field. To be honest, nice and simple and straightforward. And after all, rather in keeping with the whole theme of Grid Lords, which is of course the game we're playing this week. Not playing Manor Lords, playing Grid Lords. Hope you knew that. And then let's fill out these top ones as well. And we'll sort out crop rotation, etc. a little bit later on, once we actually get near to having these operational, which will require people moving into those new burgages we're building, and also having the farms set up with ploughs, etc. We might need a few more farms as well. We'll make use of these 2 as well. Didn't think we'd be putting farms out in this region, but here we are. And we'll do these here. And, yep, go around that. And we'll go around the farms as well. With something like that. Alright. So that's all those there. And then maybe we'll put a few extra farms directly opposite this first ones and these 2 here. Just so we've got a few more oxen available. Like that. They don't fit that way, do they? No. That's fine, because then we do need somewhere to store the oxen. So they might as well go in this space here. Can we get 3 in there? Really nice to get 3 in there. How close can we get? No, it doesn't look like it. It's a shame. Right, well, then we'll just put 2, I guess, on this side. And then do the same over in this one. And we have got space for 3 here, so we will do so. And then get 2 down the bottom. grand, and we'll get those upgraded to stables right away and start ordering a few oxen for them as well. Gosh, and this whole area up here is coming together quite nicely actually, isn't it? Finances are looking up, and we're starting to bring in a bit of money for ourselves as well. Oh, we've got brigands. Tinderbolt sent anyone to deal with those? Maybe? Well, we can certainly deploy our own troops, can't we? Should deploy 2 legions. And, we're nearly there, aren't we, with our crossbowmen? Still a bit shy on the number of helmets we have. Is that a steel issue? Yes, we have iron slabs. How about we increase the number of workers we have down at the old smithy? We'll get 2 working there now to try and cope with demand. And let's get our men together. There they are. Taking their time, aren't they? Okay, and then we'll start deploying them towards our foes. Huzzah. Right, we've got 28 available living spaces, and we've basically filled all these up, and we're starting to get over there, so we need to get some planting done there. How are we doing for clay? 3.2. Let's get 2 additional workers at each of these clay furnaces and see what difference that makes for us. As usual, we'll deploy 1 unit, stand your ground, take the charge. We'll run another unit around them in an aggressive stance. Come behind them. Not shield wall, you fools, running. And then charge in, just as you become aggressive as well. And although you don't get much of a charge bonus with the old spear and shield, it does seem to do the job. Better still would be to have a shield wall, I suppose, of spear, and then ram from the other side with a unit of sword or of pike. I've never really used the pike much in this game. I found they die a bit easy, but that's because I'm used to using the old spear militia, and their defense is quite high. Quite strong boys when it comes to defense. Alright, you can go home. You really ought to be running home to your children too, so we'll disperse you. Yes, finances. Going well. Taxation. Acceptable, if not fantastic. Good stockpile of timber, actually. We could potentially look to build a manor before, manor wall before too long. At least a little mott up there as anything. To get something started. Right, and over here, let's start getting some orchards installed. Yeah, we already have. Oh yes, it's just the outside too, isn't it? Oh, we've done that as well now. Okay, right. Let's go apple, pear, quince. We'll skip that one for a minute. Apple, pear, quince, and apple. Same up here. Apple, pear, quince, and apple. And we'll make that one quince. And there goes all our money. But it'll be well worth it in due course. I'll get that one upgraded. Yet another family moving in. Oh, balls. Excuse my French. I forgot to take the camp, didn't I? Alright. I'm redeploying you. To go and take the camp. We forgot. I'm blaming you for that. I was just there to direct the battle. How are we doing? Not too bad on the old supply chains, actually. Hopefully, we'll start to chew through that clay now. We've got a few extra workers here. Belongs to me. Thank you very much. Right, you can come home now. You just needed to run anyway. Bit of exercise. Let's get another couple of workers again at the clay furnaces. And let's finish by getting another 2 workers in the trading post as well, so that we have 2 fully equipped trading posts. It's starting to come together, isn't it, old grid lords? I feel like I thought the grids would look bigger, but they are still actually relatively small given the size of the map. They do make for a nice convenient place to put your burgish plots. But my goodness is it a pain to build it. Yeah, a proper road tool in the game, some planning apparatus would certainly make our lives easier. Running low on pasture space again, so I think we're just going to extend it again up here, and then maybe next time we run out of space, we might start to look at potentially culling a few animals. But not yet. We'll fill that space up there. And let's upgrade these storehouses and granaries ready for action. And we should do the same with these ones over here as well. Imagine that's costing us a fair bit to import all that stone, but it's necessary. Stone reminds me, that well needs to be a stone well for sure. Let's get a plough ordered in for each of our farms up here. And let's make sure we keep ordering in oxen absolutely whenever we can. And why don't we go ahead and get another row of burgages set up here ready. Oh, actually, they've ended up slightly misaligned. I've gone and clicked too quickly. We'll have to undo that mistake for sure. Can't be having that. Right, that's those gone. And we'll try that again. Much better. Good, 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 good. You. Go home. Let's get another few workers at these forester huts. 85% approval, not too shabby. Getting us that +2 monthly migration, which is the important thing. I don't think we are going to hit that +3 really. Not unless we get somewhere with opening up the farms here and getting bread out to people. And grains might make people happy. We may be able to make a little bit of malt ourselves as well. We might be able to get a little barley out of the fields, you never know. Fingers crossed, nothing's collapsed yet, so that's positive at least. We could start selling clay. We've got 3.3k. Everyone remember that. So if we get more than that, then we need more of the clay furnace workers. And if not, then we might need to get a few more workers working on diggy clay. As people move it up here, let's make sure that we're upgrading those burgage plots. Like so, and hopefully they're getting on with planting up their orchards. And just as soon as these extensions, renovations, shall we say, are complete, then we'll get a few workers in there as well to get the granaries and storehouses active. Goodness, this is quite the expansion, isn't it? So while all that's going on, why don't we start to address crop rotation? So I'm thinking it's going to be rye, barley, flax, but actually wheat's 58%, and you do get twice as much for your wheat than you do for your rye. So I guess if that's more than half what this is, then you might as well go for wheat. So we'll go wheat, barley, flax, and my goodness, it's going to irritate me. I'm going to have to pause the game while I do this. Wheat, barley, flax, and I'm going to repeat that all the way along. So give me a mo. And finally, wheat, barley, and flax. No, flax. Good, right. Splendid. That's all of those set up nicely. But of course, until we get people working in the farms, nothing's going to be done to them anyway. So we don't need to worry about that too much for the moment. I don't think we'll end up anywhere else with growth. There's spots over here, and there's a patch over here, I suppose. But I don't know if we really need more than we're going to get out of up there. Splendid. What a bunch of absolute bollywogs. So, food 20 months, fuel 40. Oh my. It's quite a lot, isn't it? Right, you get an upgrade because you wanted one, and I'm a nice guy. There are 8 planks available. That is not many. I was going to go through and put extensions on all of these here, but I guess I'll wait until we've made a few more planks. On that note, maybe it's worth having another plank boy down here somewhere. But you know, he's coped well enough so far, the original plank boy. He makes planks pretty quickly. So I think we'll just leave him to repopulate the old plank stock. Wouldn't hurt to have some more granary and storage workers, like we said here, but they're not terribly stressed either for work at the moment, so you know, that's positive. Usually by now they'd be bright red, screaming for a reassignment. What position are we in militarily? We are nearly there, just 3 troops off. A few more than that, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 troops off in terms of the number of crossbows available to our men. Then we'll have 3 units of crossbow and 3 units of spear militia. And we've got a couple of helmets between the lads as well, and hopefully before too long we'll be able to start supplying them with gambesons as we go into a drought. Isn't that wonderful? So, right. I've got a feeling then we're still struggling for iron. Yeah, we're running low on tools as well. So I think we need to get another bloomery up and running. So let's go down here to industry, and we'll put another bloomery down. Oh, we can fit you in here. We'll pop you down there then. Oxen. And then perhaps you can help us with the old iron problem we've got. And again, would be nice to settle down here and import some iron, but I don't think we're there yet. We're getting there, but we're not there quite yet. I'm tempted to increase the size of our retinue, but I think we'll leave that until we've got a little bit more sat in our pockets. Have we gone down from 3.3k? No, we've gone up to 3.4k clay. So I think that is a good sign that we ought to be putting more workers into tile production. Now, people aren't really moving in down here anymore. They're more moving in up here. So let's put down maybe a few tile places up here, because there are nearby storehouses that can be used. So we'll get down one there and one there, and we'll pop in a little road to access those. Maybe we'll do that there as well. No, let's not. That looks awful. And let's get 3 workers at that granary. And let's get 3 workers at this storehouse just as soon as they finish upgrading it for us. Like so. Good. And storehouse supply actually looking okay for once, although they seem to be doing worse for supply than the food is. Clothes, we're not really keeping up. Now, how are we making enough yarn now that we can employ a second family? We are, so we've got 143 spare yarn. So let's go ahead and reassign one of these workers to be a tailor's workshop, where they can make us even more clothes. Isn't that wonderful? And we'll make sure these guys are here are set up to make us clothes from yarn. Any linen that we do store, which we will eventually be making when we get our new farms up and running, we're going to be putting all of that towards the Gambesons, as we said. So we don't want him using any of it up to make simple civil clothing. It used to be, didn't it, that you made luxurious clothing, whatever it was, fancy clothes, cloaks, that's the one, and with dyes and linen. And that was quite the process, but they've taken dyes out altogether, as far as I can tell. I mean, you can't make it anymore, can you? There used to be a dyer's shop, didn't there? Good, you're making it with yarn. Can you still buy it? I think you can still buy it, though, can't you? And trading. There's quite a few things you can buy that you can't make. I wonder if all of those eventually are going to have their own supply chains in the game. Like Libuken, or whatever the heck that is. It's not in there. Well, maybe not. They did just remove that then. Well, everyone let me know if I'm making that up, but I'm pretty sure. Right. While we've been faffing about that and just talking nonsense, stuff and things has been happening up here. No one's moving in here just yet. We've still got lots of space for people to move in. Everything's rotated, but nothing's planted, so it doesn't matter. And let's make sure, again, keep ordering in these oxen. And there's a fair bit of building that needs to be finished over there still, actually. That doesn't seem a very efficient route. Can we take a road from here and follow that all the way down here? Just to speed up trade a little bit. Because going all the way around there does not seem to make much sense to me. Well, hopefully they'll find that helpful. 3.5 clay, so still going up. Where do we put those new chaps? Well, first off, we need to get a family working in the new bloomery. There it is. Obviously, they knew I wanted that because they were working on construction as we were talking. Get 2 families working there. Ooh, golly. Bandits are back. Right. Usual strat. Deploy a couple of units. Go and take care of the ragamuffins. Yeah, it's good to see that some planting is going on in the new forest as well. So we'll get them on the march. And we'll set up here. And you're both going at the same pace? Yes, you are. Good. Well, yes, it's good to see some reforestation going on. It's a very good sign that our foresters are doing a good job. We've got an unadulterated forest up here, which we may eventually start to tick into. And we've got a space for expansion here when it comes to dwellings as well, below the manor. And that's before we consider expanding south. I wonder how far we'll have to go. What are we up to? 452 population, so a long way to go if we want to get up and surpass that 1400 that we set previously with our massive rundling. So we'll just have to wait and see what we can do. Right, so we'll set you both on that to start with. Whoa, they're coming down the hill. We'll line you up here. And we'll redeploy these troops. We all know the drill by now. Take their charge. Line up behind. And sandwich. Nothing like a good bandit sandwich, is there? Delicious. If I had a cup of tea with me right now, I'd be sipping it. Oh, yes. Come on, lads, you know the drill. Nobody slip. Nobody dies. Everyone remember what happened to Larry when he slipped? Got a club in the bottom and it killed him. Right. Done. This time, we're not going to forget the booty. And we'll send you back on to the homeland. Yes, good. It's been a long time since I played against the Baron. I forgot how long it took him to press his first claim. Now, if you think that's me complaining, please don't hear that. I'm quite happy that we've got time to build up our defences. Or at least build up our own offensive capability. It belongs to my treasury now, and with that, I think we might have the funds we need to look at our retinue. So, without further ado, down to the manor. And we want to go to... No, we don't. It's over here, isn't it? Oopses. Let's... Okay, you'll get an upgrade. I meant to do this. Hire in a bunch of lads. Good. Cost us all our money. Still, got a full unit now at least of heavy infantry. We'll put you that end there. And that's a fairly strong domestic army for a starter, isn't it? And there is a limit on how many you can add, and I'm pretty sure that if I dismissed one of these troops, it wouldn't let me add it back because we've got the old retinue there. So it's very important you don't accidentally dismiss people. I learnt that the hard way. You can go home. And that's also why I recruit the troops so early on. Oh look, people are moving in. Right, how are we doing for planks? We're doing good. So we can actually get on now. And do some extensions. So I think we might as well just put animal extensions on nearly all of these. What are the numbers looking like when it comes to milk and eggs? Some milk and some eggs. Maybe one of these runs like this one here. Maybe these can all be chicken. And we'll keep the others to primarily goat production. And then we'll put goat, chicken, pig. There we go. Decision made. All he's got to do now is click all the right buttons and not slip, which is easier said than done. We do know typical likes to press the wrong button from time to time. For example, that may have just become a vegetable plot, because I wasn't paying much attention. Oh well, worse things have happened. I'll leave those families on construction duty for the moment, because there's a lot to construct, and then we'll get the fields starting to be filled out at the start of next year. Because we haven't even completed, the farmhouse is over here, plural. And I imagine market stall supply still looking a bit like, because, you know, we haven't got anyone working here yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, most of the available burgages are over here now. Everyone's moved in over here, haven't they? We can, of course, double these up, and we may well do so. Now, everyone down here has a job. So I don't really want to set them to be a small holding. So we've rather wasted the small holding in this game, actually. But, yeah, I haven't used it in a while. It's nice to see what it did. Money's coming in to allow us to pay the taxes while still having our retinue, so that's good. Pretty good for timber, so at some point we can look to do that. I'm not overly fussed about it there. I think it's not going to massively add to the defensibility of where we are. Unless, of course, you know, when it comes to fighting the Baron as well, you've got to fight where the fight is, which isn't necessarily where your manor is. So unless you can start picking up the manor and taking it with us, and there's not loads of point at the moment in the game, is there, of having it. I thought it'd be more useful in the game mode we tried the other week, which was survival mode, basically. But I don't know if they didn't have the settings set difficult enough. The default was quite easy. Maybe it would be more useful in heavier versions, but I did think that would be the game mode where the manor really came into its own. It didn't really, though. But I'm sure in the future it will. The main reason you build it at the moment, realistically, is because it looks nice, isn't it? Right, so we said all of these up here would be goat, I believe. So we'll go through and carry through on that promise. Oh dear, bit chilly. And we'll get upgrades as soon as we can as well, yes. Still, yeah, got a good number of people moving in. That's what I like to see. And you get a goat, and you get a goat. And then any of you that are ready can get an upgrade. Sure, why not? Help with the domestic income. A little bit of taxation on you. burgish plot rent. How did we get? Did we get on top of the tile situation in the end? We seem to be making a lot of tiles. That's positive. We're obviously making a lot of money from it. But we're still outstripping our tile production with our clay production. Right, we did put down, didn't we? An additional tile manufacturers. That was up here. Only one's being completed. We'll get a worker in there, though, to start working. And like we said, we'll leave the others for construction. Come the end of February, start of March, though, I would very much like to get at least a couple of the farms operational. And we'll need a few people to move in to do that, so that we can assign them to the farms. Keep ordering in oxen. We could get the livestock trader to do this for us, I suppose. I don't know if there's any way of seeing how much stable space we have. Is that something the livestock trader tells you? Where is them? Talking of it, I just clicked on the yarn place. I want to see how much yarn we've got. Yeah, 110. Maybe another weaver, another tailor wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, that's a sidetrack. Oh, talking of sidetracks. Keep getting sidetracked. How's iron? Just about making a little bit. Probably need another bloomery again. So we'll install one up here next to where we've got a few new buildings going in. Put that there. We could always put some dense burgages in here to help with the workload. And our original weaver's workshop we built there that never used either, so we can use that in future. Ah, livestock trader. Another bandit camp, goodness. They're all over it, aren't they? I don't know why the Baron hasn't claimed over there yet. Okay, so we've imported those sheep. That's all well and good. Do we export sheep? I suppose you could do this instead of slaughtering them, can you? I never thought of that. Probably quite a good source of money, isn't it? I've never sold sheep through breeding. Let's set ourselves a surplus of 200. And anything over that we'll export. That's a splendid idea. You'll have 2 people that work there. And then mules, oh no, oxen. Let's import, and I want 40. Good, and you can work on that in the background for us. They both can. Exporting sheep. Why have I never done that before? Have any of you done that? Do let Typical T know. I'm sure I would be very interested to find out. More than sure, I know, because I'm me. It was a uselessly complicated sentence, wasn't it? I do apologise. As much as I want to keep these workers free, I suspect we need at least a granary and storehouse worker up here for starters. To service these good men and women. We've at least built those farmhouses now. Let's quickly get those ordered with some ploughs though. And once we get a few... Oh yes, bandits. Once we get a few more people move in, we can start to... a few more oxen arrive, we can start to assign them as well. Right. Rally the chaps. The usual 2 units that do brigand patrol. The Baron hasn't hired anyone to deal with these bandits in a little while. I wonder why that is. Either that, or we're just not seeing them, because they're coming in from the far side of the map. That might be possible. Because if we didn't see them, we probably wouldn't see them if they came in from over here, maybe, inside one of the forests. Who knows? Not me. Don't run, you buffoon. Right, you have to run to catch up now. Yeah. Alright. Same place as usual, pretty much. I think this time we'll array ourselves here to begin with. And how we're doing. 5 unassigned families. Oh, 6, yeah, ticking back up. It's good. It's March. I'm going to assign everyone who is free to go and work. I'm going to give them a temporary assignment of livestock. And they can get to work with some planting. I'm not going to get everything done this year, but we can make a start at least. Oh, whoops. Things have happened. That's okay. It's actually perfect. We were already in the right stance. So now we can just execute. Might stop that running charge. It doesn't seem to do much as a spearman. This guy doesn't care, does he? He's completely unaffected by what's going on. It's like, oh, fight there, yeah, whatever. I've got places to be, trade to do. Not at all worried. What an absolute mad lad. You go and take the bandit camp. And you go home. After speaking to that mad lad and seeing just where he got the balls Right, we'll need to pick up that lad fairly soon, won't we? Come on. Take the... for goodness sake. Take the camp. Not complex. Go home. Right, it's slowly... Oh, just press the T button, actually, couldn't I? Yes. Go back to the town. T for typical T. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Upgrade that. And another family moved in. I'm just going to send you to go and work at this farmhouse. And yes, we've started some very slow ploughing. You should be ideally using some oxen, my friends. Is that a cart or is it an ox? It's a cart. I think. Oh, it's a hand plough. Ah. Where are your oxen? Come along. They've been moved in here. I guess they're just not here yet physically. I guess we can leave them as a permanent livestock assignment, so long as they actually are kept over here. And there we go. Ploughing. Not quite straight. I might just because it goes oddly around these farmhouses. It looks like the other ones are straight, which is the main thing. Yes, it's good. Okay, so they should make a fairly efficient use of those. I wonder how much of the field they can plough before they have to go back to the farm. I think it's about is it half a morgan or is it a morgan? I don't know, because I don't typically tend to go for very big farmhouses. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? Make sure all of these have livestock assignments. That might be all the oxen we have. It's not all of them, but it's a good percentage of them. Is that everyone? Yeah, I think everyone's got their permanent livestock assignment now then, and we'll just backfill into our other stables as we get more delivered. So all of these are going to be a slightly odd angle, but these are good. And it looks like they haven't been back yet, I don't think. So that's a pretty good sign. If we can get everything ploughed in one go in each field. People moving in all the time, which is going to help with getting the sowing done as well with families. Because they're all moving in up here, which is perfect. Oh, go on. Finish the field. 9-2, they're over so slightly over a morgan. So if it's one morgan limit on an ox, they're not going to quite get it done. They did start a little bit hand ploughed. No, looks good. Oh, you're going sideways. Interesting. Ah, it's nice to get some farming done, actually. Reminds me of Ostriv. I used to play quite a lot of Ostriv back in the day. And the farming in that game is a really big aspect. It's, in some ways, more advanced than it is in Manor Lords. And you can have seasonal hiring, which I absolutely love, and I wish this game had it. Where you can set your farms to only employ people through certain months, which means you don't have to manually unassign people if you need the labour for construction. So naturally in Ostriv, you ended up doing most of your construction during the winter when you didn't need people at the farms. And it is sort of similar to what you would do in Manor Lords, but it's not as easy to... can't set regional and seasonal hiring like you can in Ostriv, not regional but seasonal. Well, having said that, you have different construction offices in different places, and those you could set up to be regional, I suppose. You know, similar working mechanics as who's closest does stuff, as in Manor Lords, I think. Anyway, that aside, it's a different game. Doesn't look nearly as pretty as Manor Lords, that's the downside. Made by a Ukrainian chap there, I believe. Getting all this put together, last couple of fields are going in, and it's quite a bit of sowing left to be done, obviously. We don't have masses of people available. Still at +2 monthly migration though, so we'll be filling up nicely. Still, you know, only 12 burnish plots available, so maybe it's worth going through and getting these expansions popped on ready. And we do, of course, have more space over here as well. Probably the next people that move in, just like that, we should send to work in the granaries, because we are getting a lot of extra people moving in. We haven't exactly been upping our capacity in the granaries. Food and fuel. We're still at 23 months, 42 months on fuel, because that panic we were having, didn't realize we were selling it. Not the first time I've done that, by the way. But, you know, we've got 2k cabbages. Obviously not the food of choice, but nutrition nonetheless. Some additional families in here. 11 plus 12. 500 population. We're halfway to that 1,000. But we need nearly another 1,000 just to get up to where we've been previously. Units are fully equipped. They're getting a reasonable number of helmets now too. And I take it that means we've solved the steel supply problem. Maybe just about. We did add an additional... didn't we? Oh, we're not... How have we not finished that clay furnace? we did add an additional luminary, didn't we? There was that one there. Thought we added one up here. Not been built yet either. I suppose that they're quite far away from where people live now, a lot of the construction projects, which does tend to mean things take a lot longer. It looks a bit like a periodic table or crossword puzzle, doesn't it? I quite like it. I especially like the fields, actually. It's very uniform. I do like that. It feels deliberate. Almost Roman in that regard. Which I suppose isn't really the point of this game, is it? But I'd play a medieval Roman Manor Lords. Guess you'd call it Villa Lord, wouldn't you? I'm not really talking about those games that are out there now that are definitely grid-based, because I'd be trying to build not grid-like in those. I'd build grid-like in games where I can do anything, and I build not grid-like in games where I have to build grid-like, which is the way I roll. 16 barley. Not actually terrible. Let's get another storehouse worker over here. Try and keep this out of the yellowy brown if we can. This does look like someone's had a bad day on the toilet currently. Oop. Enemy units. Right. They're coming in from down here. For this, we shall deploy our entire military. Right, so let's deploy our spear up front and our retinue as well. And then we will deploy our crossbows behind. And let's change the bell sound. They're coming this way. Has the Baron deployed any troops? Nope. I don't think we need to hire in any mercenaries for this. I think we're more than capable of taking care of this ourselves. Right, so I want to meet them somewhere I can see them, really. Which is probably in this open space here. So, let's deploy our spear here. No need to run, I think we'll get there in plenty of time. So spear there. Retinue in reserve here. And then missile behind. Right, deploy to your positions. It's only 4 units. We could shield wall. Block. Yeah, Solar's block venue. Just slow them down, but it will halve their attack, I think. No, maybe not. Is it missile alert that does that? Yeah, okay. Right, let's shield wall. Oh, done that at the wrong time, haven't I? Right. All of you, nuke him. And they're coming at a different angle to what I was expecting here. Right, well, we should be able to eviscerate this unit, at least, just with our crossbow. And then we'll deploy our retinue to take care of these ragamuffins. Got those in defense there. We'll bring these troops in. We can basically ignore them, I think. Attack them. Got these units to protect our missile from the other brigands, wherever they are. Form our spear up here, in between. And between our retinue and our missile, we should be absolutely destroying them. Shouldn't lose a single soul. There we go. Let's reform our archers. That was 2. There are the others there. Redeploy our missile. Form a shield wall here. Bring these troops back. Run our crossbows into position. Spread out our retinue. They're very spread out, these guys, aren't they? We'll engage those guys. We're a bit more grouped. And let's attack them with our retinue. And nobody's getting through these shield walls we've assembled. And I doubt they'll get close anyway. Crossbows will pick them off before they get close. And we just need to make sure the retinue deals with these guys. Right, let's deploy these troops. Right. Job done, basically. Hopefully we don't lose any of our retinue. Don't think we should, though. They're very heavily armoured troops. Yep, and we're done. Well done, everybody. Job well done. We are going to need a corpse pit now, though, for real. Pop that there. Right. Well met, I would say. 8.3k on the old influence scale. Probably got more influence than the AI at this point. Not that it's the AI, it's Hindelbult. There we are. We should probably get some level 3 Berg spots at some point, but I'm not really fussed in this playthrough. We've got our Tent to Town series for getting up to level 3 and 4. I do quite like the whole just going for numbers and spreading out with the old level 2 Berg plots. Horse bit under construction, but I think most of our men are busy with getting the fields planted up as far as we can. We are, of course, going to need to get the ability to do some baking, and that is where it would be useful to have a level 3 Bergplot, because we could put in a brewery. To that end, let's get a little bit of industry that we will need to do that. So, first things first, we'll need a malt house to turn our barley into malt. So we'll put this down here behind this granary, like so. And then for the time being, we will need a bakery, because we won't be able to build a bakery in one of our burger slots until level 3. So we'll pop that down just there. And of course we're going to need to get a windmill or two. And where are we going to pop this? I think we'll just go in there with that for the time being. And bandit camp sized already. Let's get a worker at that corpse pit. And let's deploy a few different units this time, or at least one different unit. And we'll go and take care of them. So, malt house, and we've got a windmill going up. That's going to help a little bit. Get that storehouse worker in here. And maybe in that one as well. Good, and maybe we'll get another weaver's workshop over there as well. Right, no need to run. Take up the usual position. Maybe a little bit further back so we don't keep getting caught off by the fact that I'm not ready yet. And yes, that'll give us an initial boost, and then we'll want some level 3 berg spots. And I guess up here would be a good place because it'll increase the population density, which we'll need for working the farms anyway. And then we can change a few of them over to be bootmakers, etc., and bakeries, which won't be an issue because there'll be more people living in the same space. So, all that to say, I think we put a tavern down just here. And then leave space for some burgages next to it if we do want to. And if not, we can put some more farms down there. We've indeed arrived. We'll step forwards. Hopefully that'll aggro them. And do the usual shenanigans. It would be nice if the bandit camps, as the game went on, got stronger. You know, 36 instead of 18, or instead of just one unit, there's 2, or maybe they have some archers, as well as just normal brigands. That might be nice. I suppose usually, though, by this stage of the game, there aren't any bandit camps that appear. Although I do think bandit camps should be able to appear in a region that's been claimed but not settled. Because, you know, as far as they're concerned, what do they care if it's been claimed? There's no one in it as such. All for the future, I suppose. How are we doing with our oxen? We're up to 40. I think maybe we should set that to even more. Right. Weaver's Workshop's there. Where is our livestock trader? There you are. I would like to have 60 oxen now, please. I don't think we've filled all our stables, have we? No, those are all full, actually. And those. We might need to put down some more stables. That's not a problem, though. It's always good to have more oxen on hand. We'll get some in here as well. Good. And we've got this little space down here. That would be a good spot to have a few more oxen stables. Good, that should do us for the moment. And if we need more, then we can always put more down. In fact, we can get some in here. Lovely. So that's a whole bunch of hitching posts on the way. Is it harvest time already? It is. Let's get an additional family at each of the farms. And oh, there we go. I take it we didn't finish. Oh, now I'm ran away. We definitely don't have enough space, is what that's telling us. He's doing it. He's finally moving on Hagstig. War is coming, friends. It's coming. Soon or late, the battle will be here. Animals, right, so you are all going to be goats. And then to my right, you are all going to be piggies. Get those in there. Good. We're not going to fight the claim. And swap you for that. And then do the same with you over here and get you working there so we can maximize the number of oxen we have ploughing. And with the yarn situation, we're making our way mostly through the wool. So we could do with really a few more sheep. And do we have enough workers actually at our sheep farm? Probably not. Let's get another 2 families working there. Because we've got a lot of sheep for just 1 worker, and that might up our output as well of wool. Everything looks to be getting ploughed fairly quickly because of the number of oxen we have. And actually, how many fields do we have? We've got 6, 12, 18, and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 oxen. So we're not ploughing every field at the same time, but it's not, you know, each oxen is doing less than 2 fields each. Still plenty of space for them to move in for the moment, and like we said, the plan really is to get an infrastructure up here to allow these to become level 3. We'll upgrade that tavern straight away, but for the moment we just need to wait for more people to move in down here. Hopefully the Baron decides to claim Enchantur first, and we'll, like I said previously, we'll probably let him do that, just to further get ourselves set up. 534 population. I'm starting to think it might be worth having a greater surplus of crossbows. What I'm going to do is take off his limit altogether. And I'm going to go to the trade post. There's one down here, isn't there? And we're going to set up a trade on crossbows. And we're going to export them, but I want a surplus of 90, so I can nearly re-equip 3 entire units. If we have to do that, we've lost a devastating number of villagers, so I'm not sure we'd even be able to accommodate those losses in terms of replacing the troops, let alone needing to replace the weapons, but at least we've got them if we need them then. And then we can sell the excess, and hopefully those bows, as they sell for 5, they're going to sell for more than it's costing us to import the iron to make them. Nowhere near. It's ridiculous. See, now I'm thinking we should go and settle it, Chanyu, and not let the Baron take it at all. So we can start sending over a reasonable amount of iron. Okay, right, we're going to do that. Come next year, we're going to settle it, Chanyu, which may lead to a confrontation with the Baron, but we do have a little bit of money in our treasury, so we can hire some mercenaries before we go out to fight him, and we have got a strong backbone from our own region in Nusshole as well.
So I think it's doable. If it must be done, then it must be done. I think it must be done for victory, because we do need the iron. And it comes at a cost. I know I said to export it, but I'm conscious of how much that iron's actually costing us. I didn't think it'd be 12. Absolute rip-off. Okay, let's make sure that those new hitching posts we put down are turned into stables, so that we do have enough space for all the mad number of oxen that I decided to order in. So we'll upgrade all of those. Don't think we're going to need oxen again, are we? I think 60 should be more than enough. I put some along the King's Road, didn't I? Yeah, yes. I think that was all of them. 50 out of 60 oxen. Okay, or 37 out of the 50 we've ordered, maybe. Oh, we don't know. Lots of sheep. Okay. People still moving into these up here. Granary and storehouse still coping, but stretched, I think, would be a fair assessment. What do we have in terms of... what do we actually harvest that year? 17 wheat grain, 25 barley. No flax. Oh, did we turn all the flax into linen? Yes, we've got 30 linen. Okay. That's not terribly unsuccessful. Let's get a worker at the malt house. Let's get a worker at the communal oven. And let's get a worker at the windmill. In that case, start getting all of that put through the produce mill. And we've got a reasonable number of clothes. We need more weavers now, though. We have got this weaver's workshop over here, which is... no one's working there at the moment. How many more spots do we have over there? Only 8. They're mostly here. Let's add a few more Bergsplots to this space over here. So we can get 3 in here. And then we'll fill out this space here. And then let's get down another weaver's workshop over here, which I think makes sense, because this is the area in which we're producing the flax that we're then turning into linen. And then I want to get a burgage plot up here somewhere set up to start making gambesons. It'd be the plan, and it might as well be you. Plot level 2 low. I guess it won't be you. Be someone that's level 2. Pikachu. You, for example. Let's make you a gambeson maker. And hopefully we start to produce enough linen that we can start to effectively arm our troops. I suppose another reason for having the higher level burgage plots in these playthroughs is it gives us a better armor, because obviously we can't get chainmail, I don't think, fitted, or heavy armor, fitted to our troops unless they're a higher level burgage plot. I think level 2 can wear gambesons. I'm not sure now. Yes, they can, because I just saw someone put on a gambeson. It was a good test, wasn't it? The Nusshole periodic table continues to thrive. What we also need to do then is get one of these burgage plots set up to be a brewery, so I'll do that for the one next one we're setting up to make gambesons. And as we start to get malt through, we can start to process that and get a little stockpile ready for when we want to open up the tavern, which we've got upgrading here to a large tavern. And hopefully we'll be able to catapult from level 2 to level 3 instantly, because all they should be missing are the beverages. They should be equipped with everything else they need. And yep, we don't need to set any limits on the amount of beverages being made there. We can just let them do their thing. As usual, waiting for people to move in. I mean, it's possible if we reduce taxes, we could actually get up to that 95% approval for +3 migration. But I think that is easier said than done. Are we keeping on top of meat? 122 pork. Yes, we are. That's good. A little bit of wheat bread going on to the market there as well, which is lovely. Get that upgraded to level 2. We'll need them all at level 2. We're going to bother upgrading to level 3. Probably get them all up to level 2 before we consider opening up the distribution of the ale that we're starting to produce.
few more people moving in. Let's get another granary worker here. And another storehouse worker as well. We'll hold off on adding any more. Oh, he says as another one moves in, I might assign you to this granary. But I'll hold off assigning any more because we need to get people as well out to work in these farms. We haven't got enough people here at the moment to fully sow everything, as you can see, before the end of the year, or indeed to harvest everything either. It's a lot of field for not a lot of farm workers at the moment, but hopefully we'll rectify that as we go. I imagine before long we're going to have to put down a challenge by the Baron. Time will tell. It's getting expensive to be in the King's favour. We do need the funds if we're going to settle another region eventually. The problem with settling that region is I'm not convinced we can defend it effectively at the moment. I'm sure we can defend Nussholm, but I'm not sure we could defend any other territories, especially when they're not directly adjacent to Nussholm. Therein lies the problem. Of course, the Baron is just as likely to claim this region as he is the other, but I suppose it gives us a 50-50 of being able to wait it out. We may challenge him if he attacks Nussholm, we'll have to wait and see. So we're getting there with the farming, and as we get extra people moving in, I think I'm going to start assigning them to the farmhouses. Clothes are starting to stock the market well, which is a good sign. We could probably look to sell some of those eventually, which will be a good another source of income. We should also probably start selling clay, because we're stocking up an awful lot of it, and we're not managing to shift it on. Actually, a lot of roofing tiles. I think that might indicate that it is indeed time to get another trade post up and running, because we're obviously running at saturation with the other two. All carrying a rider, all doing things. Let's do it. Let's go over to trading post. And... Ooh. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Just can't quite do it, though. Okay. Where to put you? I guess we could go in here, couldn't we? Put you there. And then let's go ahead and put down our favourite tool, the coal spit. A couple of those here. Maybe just one, apparently. And draw this road across. And then put in some dense Bergish plots down here. A little bit like so. To make sure we've got accommodation for the families we're going to need to run those trading posts, and also the bloomery that we've got here as well. And possibly the weaver's workshop. We'll have to wait and see. Might need another sheep farm. How are people doing here? Spending a lot of their time at the extensions. Only a little bit of time waiting. Interesting. Go to the livestock trader as well and tell the lad that we need an additional 4 horses for our new trade post. And let's make sure that... Now this would be a good spot, wouldn't it? Couldn't fit the trade post in here, but we can fit a couple of the hitching posts to make sure we've got space for those horses. How are we doing? A few more families have moved in, and we're almost at the end of the accommodation we've got here immediately, although we have built some more here, which is wonderful. We're in the process of building more at least. And let's get another family in each of these farms at the front to bring them up to 3. Still on top of market and food, just about. And got a fair amount of milk, which is good. We've made our way through all of the wheat flour. And lots and lots. 2 barley. The malt's been... the sentence went wrong, didn't it? Made our way through the malt. We've just got 2 barley left, which means we should have, 40 ale, which is nice. And we'll just hold off on this large tavern until maybe we've filled these here, until we've nearly filled those there, and then we'll start to get these upgrading. How are we doing with gambesons? Yeah, a couple of units being fitted with them. We're actually not finished with fitting out troops with helmets yet.
Hopefully we haven't run into a steel problem again. Got 40 tools. 80 iron. Okay, good. Splendid. Just waiting on that lovely, lovely migration.
Right, so we're down to our last 7 available living spaces. We are well into this harvest, and we've just got 3 unassigned families at the moment. So I think it's probably about time that we make our way down to the large tavern and see about getting some level 3 upgrades rocking. So we need planks, timber, and money, and we have all of those in ready supply. So I'm going to assign 3 families to the large tavern right away, and then we're going to watch like hawks to see who's ready for an upgrade. We have a limited amount of ale, just 58, so we'll only be able to upgrade houses so long as the ale lasts, although we are getting a few more in from the malt that's being produced from this harvest. Indeed, we've got 16 barley already, and there we have it. Upgrades are starting to pop off, so as they do, I think I'll probably pause the game and make sure they're executed while they're still live, and no surprise there, it's going out from around where the tavern is located. As people get word that, oh my goodness, it's open and there's food. And drink, more importantly. Let's be honest, they're not really going for the food, are they? Nobody goes to the pub for the food. Not anymore. That's exactly where people go now, actually. It's the other way around, isn't it? Anyway, never mind about that and why I go to the pub and why I don't. Let's focus on getting some level 3 burgages, which is going to increase the population density here significantly, so you'll probably need to get an additional granary and storehouse, I suspect. But for the most part, the important thing is we'll have a workforce to greatly increase the number of people we have at the farmhouses, which should allow us to make sure everything is brought in promptly and on time, maximizing the harvest that we get. And indeed, we'll have a whole slew of level 3 burgage plots, which may pop us up to the large village settlement level, which is, you know, probably about time, given that we've got 600 residents here in this allegedly small place. I was in the process of ordering some goats for these burgages over here, so I shall continue to do so. At least get to level 2, oh, and another one up to level 3. Come on, hop down to Bob. There we go. Get those 4 right off the bat. Make sure we don't miss them. How are we doing on ale? We've got 53 left, actually, still. That's not too bad. And you can see already our available living space has shot up to 19. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've added 12 just from upgrading these to level 3. Plus, you've got those at 13, 14, 15. And we shall continue to upgrade them as and when we can. Properly exciting stuff. Getting the population right up there, what? Winter is approaching. Hopefully the fields are getting well and truly mulled over and well set up. Hopefully nothing will be left to do the springtime. We'll decide if it was spring or summer first then for a moment. Typical's losing his marbles. What are we short of? Beverages. You've got beverages. They're right there. Believe me. Come on. There won't be beverages there for much longer. Are you lot just drinking all the beverages up? Soaking it all up before it gets out to here. No one over here is even aware there's a pub open. Absolutely outrageous. Starting to think I should have put my tavern elsewhere. Here, for example, a very population dense over there. We could do with a few more people to go and work some clay furnaces, etc. down there. Don't think I won't take away your tavern. 46 ale. Well, hopefully we do see some others here pop up as ready. Are they, or unless they're lacking something else? Animal produce. So you've got beverage. No, you haven't got beverages either. No, come on. Just come on. Honestly. Someone go around their house with a tankard of ale and force it down their gullet. That's what we need to do. We need press gangs. That's what this game is missing. Oh well, we've reached the large village settlement level anyway. But surely these are in range of here. It's so close. Well, if we can't manage, we'll set overstock, because there aren't going to be more families moving in. If we can't manage to get out to here, then we might as well close the tavern before we use up all of the ale that we do have. But I'll give it one last shot. Right, let's see if we can't get down another granary and storehouse while we're at it as well. We'll pop these down here. Granary there. Storehouse there. We may need to get some additional market stall spaces as well at that rate. The Baron Hidebolt has yet to make any moves on us. Our treasury is starting to creep up though, which is good. So we'll be able to hire some mercenaries come the time, and nice to buy some armor for our retinue at some point as well, but that's not as important as buying in the mercenary help. The additional bodies and units we can throw at the melee certainly will go further than some extra armor on our retinue. At least that's what I believe. Okay, if we're not having much more luck, maybe it's time to shut it down. We've got 10 ale. Take it over here. They just need a drink. 4 souls. Oh, there's one. There's hope yet. If you've got it, is it going to suddenly spread to your neighbours as well? One could hope. Ooh, a small town. There we go. Not going to hit medium town, probably. Because, well, having said that, all we'd need extra is footwear. We might be able to do that. That's one of the reasons we were getting level 3s, wasn't it? You there. Big boots. Good lad. That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to get a few more level 3 before we abandon ship, as it were. A spare helmet. Does that mean? Yes, everybody has helmets. In that case, I am going to let that tick up to, say, 20 helmets. And then, or slightly further, and then I'm going to start making chainmail. These lovely lads at tier 3 could certainly wear chainmail. I don't know who else can, but it's good to have it in reserve anyway. Yeah, we could open a tavern elsewhere briefly to get a few more burgages up to level 3. Like we said, we've got those densely populated area down here. That certainly would contribute to those soldiers of ours getting up to level 3 and giving them additional armor. I don't know how it works. Do all level 3 burgage block people are you immediately get enrolled into the military? You always have the best armored troops you can? I don't know. Be interesting to know, wouldn't it? I wonder if one of you knows. If you do, then please let me know. That would be simply lovely. Right. Goodness, shoes flooding the market already. You know what? There's not a decent chance we could actually skip these level 3s up to level 4. If that footwear makes its way out quickly enough to the local storehouse establishment, then it is quite plausible that these would be ready to upgrade to level 4. So we'll have to, as well as watching for level 3, watch out for a dip in the old nameplate that would suggest they are ready for level 4. There's not much ale left, so that will be the defining factor as to whether... Aha! Look at that, level 4! Gosh, that's terribly efficient of us, isn't it? Doing that at the same time as level 3. But yes, the ale is about to run out, and we don't have any more malt to turn into beer. Or ale, rather. So, once it's gone, it's gone. I feel better now that we've made good use of the ale. Oh! This is grand. We might actually get up to the medium town level. Just by upgrading these, and goodness, we've got a lot of housing here all of a sudden, which is splendid as well. Oh, good heavens, so happy. Couldn't have gone better if I'd planned it. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. But, as we know, that's an illusion. I don't know what I'm doing. Check out some of my earlier videos if you don't believe me. Right, hopefully we can get all of these. You there? You need to do it. But that's it for that first block. How much ale is left? 11 ale. 11 sweet, sweet opportunities to get someone up to level 4. You don't even have anyone living there, so not much chance of you upgrading, is there? Now, population density increases, while they're fantastic for getting lots of people packed into one space, they do tend to impact meat production significantly. A lot of my meat tends to come from goats and from pigs, and you can have one family and one goat pen at level 1 and 2, so it's a 1 for 1. As soon as you get to level 4, you've got 4 families to 1 animal, and that's just not, you're reducing 4 times less meat for the number of people you have. And the production suffers as a result, and then you end up with meat shortages, and then it's much harder to upgrade after that. So doing it all early on does make life a little bit easier. Alright, take it. Ale is gone. We'll wait for the last of it to drain down the throats of our patrons before we stop the upgrade watch that we've been keeping. And look at that. Some gorgeous level 4 burgages in the new part of town. Okay. Let's call it there. We'll free those workers up to go and help with the construction efforts that are ongoing presently. Now, we have a massive surplus of clay. So I would very much like to get more burgages up and running in the aims of producing more roof tiles. We've been opening up over here. If I get over to the right place, a new trading post, the third trading post, and hopefully that is going to, if we can get another worker there, increase the export that we can do, because we do have more roof tiles sitting around than we should do. Let's quickly just get some goats ordered into here, and we'll do the same for these. Get those upgraded as well. We have got a weaver's workshop there. I think we're doing decent for clothes, aren't we? 145. How are we doing for wool? 391, so, and 237 yarn. Okay, we could definitely do with another weaver. So I'm going to pop down here, and maybe over here. Yes, you are going to become a tailor shop, so you can also make clothes. And then I think we should probably set up an export on clothes, because they make a good amount of money. So trade, because roof tiles are only worth 2 now. It's not a major export. So we're going to export clothes. And yeah, I think 150 is a good number to hold in stock, so anything over that we will sell. And perhaps it's time as well, with our massive supply of timber that we do have, and has been going fairly well, is that we should probably revisit our shield maker, wherever he is. It's been a while since we've paid a visit to him, so I can't say I remember where he is. Let's just check you're making the right thing. You weren't, now you are. Over here, yes. You. I'm going to take away your production. Maybe set it to 500. And we're going to open up trade on large shields as well. So trade, weapons, export, establish. And yes, we want a surplus of 60. Small shields aren't worth so much. Not sure we're bothered to make those. Obviously crossbows. Again, we'd like to export it, but the cost of importing iron is too much. We could make wooden parts, I suppose. So that would be an option. Maybe this piggy boy here. You could become a joiner's workshop, and we could start production there of wooden gears to start exporting. It's another source of income. Because I am quite keen that we up our income so that we can get more money into our coffers at the treasury. So we can do that hiring when the time comes when it's needed. We have tools. And that's a medium town. Look at that. As people move in over here. Ooh. It's the saving game tries to break us. Look at that. Lovely few level 4 bag slots there. Actually, to get the large town level, we only need another 7 families to move into these level 4s. And I don't know if maybe we have space in them for that. Some of these got 1 of 3 families. May have done the large town without even trying. Yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it? Make it rather embarrassing how long it takes us otherwise and how much we struggle sometimes. Okay, enough of that though. So you're going to make wooden parts, and it will also establish trade for those. Now we don't need to use those to make anything, so we can just sell them on the market. Wooden parts, we're going to export those, and we don't need a surplus. Good. Right, hopefully that's done something to make our export chain a little bit more robust. But it still would be good to make more tiles. We could go back to selling charcoal. We have 7.4k, 51 months of fuel. It's probably more than we need. We'll hold off on that though, because we may want to sell that when we set up down the bottom as a cheap export to get us going. And if we have flooded the market with it, it's not going to make us nearly as much money. Right, we've got spare hands. So let's get them into the farms to make everything over here happen that much faster. Good. And then we'll let families continue to move in. Gambesons are going nicely. And how did we get them? Helmets? We've got 36 spare helmets. I think that's plenty enough. So let's pop on down to Helmet Town. Where's Helmet Town? Forgotten. I need some sort of map, don't I? It was earlier than that. One of these? I thought it was one of these, but it's not. This is the tailors. Ah, it was one of these, yes. I remember. You're going to make mail armor now, and we'll see how many of our good citizens who will do the fighty fight will be able to wear those. 0 gambeson in stock. Clothes down to 53. Down to nothing. What? What's going on with our clothes? Trade. Clothes. Why is that set to 0? I'm sure that was 150. Oh well, we've exported all our clothes. We were making a nice surplus before, so I'm sure we'll get back on top of it. And we've got an additional tailor shop as well now. Should have brought in a nice amount of money though. We have gone and sold all of them. Yeah, we're back up to 150. Maybe it's just being weird. They may have all gone to the trade post, but not actually been sold yet. That might be what happened. Okay. Never fear. Seems to have fixed itself. Right. We do need more granary and storehouse workers. Let's upgrade these two. No, that's Weaver's Workshop. Let's upgrade this granary. How are we doing for wool? Got loads of wool, quite a lot of yarn as well, so we can probably get another tailor shop as well. And that will be your job here. We'll just get you converted and then make sure you're set up doing the exact thing that we want you doing. Just 4 families off the large town now. Right. Yes, you're making the right thing. And something I was thinking earlier, we're starting to run out of space for sheep. And yeah, we've got lots of them. We are probably actually selling them now. How much money are we making from selling sheep? Exports. Wow, we've made 1,100 from sheep sales. That is excellent. And that makes me want to have more sheep. So let's go to the livestock trading post, and we're actually not going to sell anything over 250 now. So we've got a few more sheep to breed. And I know this is a little bit sacrilegious because we're doing a square grid build, but I'm going to build a circle. Oh no, I'm so sorry. A circle around the small game park here. And the reason that I'm going to do that... Yes. The reason I'm going to do that is so that we can build some sheep pens around it to the curved shape. So let's build this around here so we can make better use of the space. I was worried that the zone was going to shift then because I got too close with the road tool, but it seems to be fine. I think you can build roads inside of these. It's just buildings that will cause it to move. Cause them to migrate. Right, so let's do that there. That'll do. Connect the grid to it there. And also here. And then that gives us another area that we can get a pasture popped in. I don't know why they took away the ability to fence off a field so you could put a pasture in it. I thought that was a good feature. Fertilise the fields, but it seems to have just gone. Don't know why. Obviously it was broken. I presume that's the reason. But you never know, do you? People still moving in. Let's get 2 storehouse workers in there. And then let's get a granary worker over there. Hopefully that'll start to go some way to alleviating the problems we've got. Out of bread, and we've worked our way through the barley and everything. So, we're not making masses from these fields, but they have allowed us... Ooh, pretty blue. I do like the flax in this game. They have allowed us to get up to level 4 over here. And we're just 2 families away, potentially. We're getting to the large town settlement level. Make that 1 family. So is there any level 4s that aren't full? We'll be 1 short, knowing me. Uh-oh. Ah, yes, you've got 1 more space. So, all along, we'll be a large town. How many people live here? 658. I think that is fairly safe to say that constitutes a large town. If anything, this is a small city at this stage. Money's looking better. We're obviously exporting those additional goodies that we're making. We've got 15 mail armor stocked up. So I take it that means no one's wearing it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, does it? So I guess none of our hired people live in the level 3 and level 4 burgages. It is what it is. I think what we should do, though, to hopefully solve that problem, is get down a tavern or two and pop these just here, opposite the roads in. We'll build two, one here and one here. We'll make them large taverns, and we'll potentially use those to upgrade the majority of our residents, because a lot of people do live in here. And hopefully that'll do something for our military and allow us to wear some of that lovely chainmail. But for the time being, that has achieved a few of our goals over here. We don't actually have enough families at level 3 or higher. 38 out of 40. So we need a couple more people to move in. Are there spaces in the level 3s? Or are you full? We may end up being one off yet. 3 there, 3 there, 3 there, 3 there. You're under construction. No, you're not. What are you on about? 3 there. 2, 3, 3, 3, 3. 2 out of 3. Aha! Yes! And there's space over here as well. We will get there. I'm just sort of waiting around now for us to pop over the settlement level. Because then we can really focus on our military aspirations. And now we've got a bit more money, I'm a bit more confident about going over and settling. And there we are, the large town. Nusshole is now a large town. And oh dear, somebody got the message. Where are they coming in from? All the way from Hagstig, by the looks of things. Right, so we'll have to deal with these fiends. We shall deploy our military, which is becoming stronger all the time. They're being fitted out with gambesons, and they will have helmets. So once again, defense of the realm, we'll deploy our forces. I'd quite like to fight them in this open ground here, to be honest, then we don't have to bury the dead either. So I'm going to deploy our men to the border, to a rally point. Oh, bother. Oh, thank goodness. I didn't think we were going to be able to rehire them then. That's the button you never want to click. Yeah, right. And we'll bring our... we won't bother bringing our retinue. It's not going to be needed. So we'll run our men down here. So we don't even have to fight them on our own soil. And we'll assemble our troops in a very simple formation. Fire at will, and actually we'll take 2 units of shield up front. And we'll keep a unit in reserve. And you'll fight aggressively. No, you'll hold the charge and then you'll fight aggressively. Right, here they come. And it doesn't seem a very large military, does it? I know this doesn't include our retinue. But it doesn't feel massive. I've certainly commanded larger armies, and we will once we get the mercenaries. But this is basically as large as you can have a domestic military, and look at that. All of our archers cocking their crossbows and opening fire. Look at this volley flying over the heads of our shield wall and slamming into the brigands. A beautiful sight to behold. We'll have a few hit the wall, but to be honest, they've been so thinned out by then it's not going to matter, is it? Right. They've broken already. And we're going to charge in our men here. Protect our flank. And we're going to run in these men as well. Charge in. And I don't believe... We'll wait until we defeated these guys. Being absolutely hammered. There we go. I don't think we lost a single man. Nope. All units are full strength. Return home. Splendid stuff. That's what I like to see. A picture of military efficiency. Hopefully, the fights against good old Hindelbolt go as well as that did. But yes, as I was saying, I think in spring provided we still own the place, then Chanyu is going to be settled. So what do we have here in ways of foods? We've got a strong wild animal deposit, so that'll be our source of food. We'll have to settle about here, which is away from the edge of the border as well, which is good for when raiders appear. And we'll get our iron ore starting to be exported over to Nusshole, will be the plan. You can all go back to your jobs. We'll definitely need to get a manor up here fairly quickly, so we can get a retinue that can actually help defend the place. And maybe if we can afford it down the line, once we start selling metal goods down here as well, it's going to really prop up our bank account down there, the treasury, I think. Prop up the treasury down there, rather. And with that, we may be able to keep some permanently employed, fairly cheap mercenaries down there inside of a keep as well. So that may be a future plan. In the meantime, I want to make sure that we're keeping Nusshole growing, because we want to get that ridiculous population up to at least 1,500 is the goal. So we've got plenty of food and fuel, and indeed we're making food here as well as anything else. Let's get 2 families working at that granary and 3 working at that storehouse to continue help alleviate those problems we're having with supply. And then over here, I don't believe there's any point in farming this area. Not really. So I think here we will put in some more burgages, and I think we will put in some more orchards. Because we're certain we've got 2k plus on every vegetable. In fact, we can probably start selling some of that. It might be going off, to be honest. How much does it actually sell for? I don't think. Is there any way you can check how much of your stuff is going off? No idea. Right, so how much do you get for exporting vegetables? Trade. Food. Carrots. You get 3. I think what we'll do is we will open up export on carrots, for example. And we'll set, we want 2,000 before we export anything. And then we could probably do the same with beets are only worth 1. Pears. Wow, they're worth 6. Might be worth growing more pears. Apples worth 4. Cabbages are worth 4 as well. Okay. Let's export those, and again we want 2,000 of them. So even if we do massively up our fruit and veg production, we could also use that as a way to grow our regional wealth. So let's go ahead and, as we move down to our last 7 available burgage plots, get in some more conventional burgages up here. We probably ought to plan where the granary and storehouse is going to go. So why don't we put some of that in the centre, and then we'll put plots around the outside. So we'll get 2 granaries and 2 storehouses. Let's turn snapping off so we can get these settled in a little bit tighter to the side here. And if we can get water up here, that would be splendid, but it looks like it's not going to be easily done. We've got Stonewall there. They should be able to provide everything they need fairly well. And then we'll get, filling in this space, some market stalls. With that said and done, let's go ahead and get down some burgages, which are going to form our orchards. And it might be actually that we grow nothing up here except for pears, and it's going to be expensive to buy in all the seeds for those. But if we end up selling an excess of pears, it could end up bringing in a tidy sum, because the base amount of money for a pear is 6. So even once they go down in value, if we oversaturate the market, which is we're not likely to do, because they don't, I was about to say they don't grow on trees. We'll skip over that little oversight on my part. But they, we're not going to be selling thousands of them, most likely. It's going to be in the hundreds, I would have thought. Too steep to build. It's a shame. It does get steep over in that corner. In which case, it might be worth us seeing if we can get a burgage plot that encompasses the whole area up here. It's better than nothing. It's a huge unused area there, but I think that might be the best that we can do with the hill. Or is it? Could we do better? It's always, you know, if we can do better, it'd be nice to try. What if we do it this way? That might work. It's just the usable areas are even worse. I'm not going to put anything in there for the moment. We'll have a think about what we want to do there. I don't want to just shove something in that doesn't look in keeping with everything else we've got going on. But we can get these down here, down at the very least. Grand. And then as those are completed, we'll make sure to get them planted up, ready for some orchards. And pretty soon we're going to need to do some more grid expansion, aren't we? Potentially we could fill out this area here and do a combination of some dents and some vegetable and orchard plots. And we could also enact the small tavern plan, but for that we're going to need a couple of years of saving up ale, I think. We've got 59 though, which is not terrible. Or at least bring in enough money that we can afford to import some malt, probably. Right, let's go through and set all these up as orchards. Nothing up there, is there? No, we'll get to that. We'll also put the expansions on these as well. But we'll do the orchards first. And as we rapidly grow, we will need to keep an eye on the food and fuel situation. We have plenty of stockpiles at the moment, but if it starts to run down, it could be hard to get back on top of and slow down, because you could be in an exponential slope down in terms of supply before you even really know it. It's February, and it won't be long until we're going ahead and settling down at the bottom. Let's go to our retinue. And let's make sure everyone is properly and well and truly set up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to deploy the retinue all the way down to Ichanyu, and they will act as a first response and guard and protection for the region as we settle it, because it's going to be very vulnerable to start with. And it might be that having a retinue there is the difference between getting mercenaries there in time to defend it and not. So let's rally the retinue, get them popped together, and then last couple of burgages going together here that we can set the extensions on. And we might as well go right ahead and buy the airs for them, I suppose. How much do they have? 243 a pop. Gosh. It may take a while to pay for themselves. It's a long-term investment strategy here. Yeah, it's going to be far too expensive to let anyone eat. You need to be an orchard. And you need to be pears. You need to be pears. You need to be an orchard. You need to be pears. It'd be nice if you could build a burgage plot as with a set extension expansion already built onto it. That'd be nice. Right, let's upgrade those as people move in. And where's the retinue? Right, you can head on down here, please. Thank you kindly. You'll be performing a chivalrous task. It's very important. And there's... Once we've done that, we can start going through and putting the expansions on for living space. Like so. Royal tax up to 1.3k, which is not ideal. So we'll just have to deal with it the best we can. Wait for those to be completed. We're coming up on March, so I really want to get down and start settling down there, really. Rather than waiting up here for things to be upgraded. Come on, come on, come on. Takes so long to do everything, doesn't it, once your region gets to a certain size? I say, if you couldn't just finish off those burgages so I could be on my way. I've got things to do, don't you know? We're just going to have to leave it for a second. Right, so. Ichanyu. Let's go ahead to the administration. We're going to put down a settlers camp. It would make sense to do this nice and close to where we have a food source, which would be up here, but not too far away from the iron as well. And we're going to need that stone. Let's go here, shall we? And we can afford plentiful, so we will do plentiful. And that is the region settled. And these are its defenders. So we'll just put the squad up on there. And you might be thinking, oh, what wonderful shapes are you going to do down in Chanyu? You'd be mistaken for thinking that. Be forgiven for being mistaken about thinking that. We're going to do a grid. Yes. Now, we can't join this grid up to our other grid. It's too far away. But we can do our own grid. So if you excuse me, I'm just going to put a little grid together. No, I'm joking. We're not going to do grid lords down here as well. This is going to be a fairly small settlement. It's just going to be focused around producing iron ore to send it back up to our other settlement. So I think what I'll probably do is just get some basic burgages popped down to fill the space. So that being said, maybe would squares be the best idea? They're nice and useful for vegetable fields. Fine, I'll do it. I did give you a minute. I've got some gridding to do, and then I'll be back. There we go. I've got a good little starting grid down for us. So our own little grid down here, and goodness, you can see how much smaller this region is here compared to this one. I think that grid wouldn't actually fit in here, everything we've built so far over in Nusshole. So we'll come back to this. But for now, let's work on getting a little starter camp set up in Chanyu. Straight on with the normal starting procedure then. So we'll kick off with a granary and a storehouse. And where are we going to pop these down? It would make sense to have them nice and near to the food source, wouldn't it? That would make sense. So we'll pop a... yes, a granary. Oh, we've got plentiful resources actually, haven't we? We can make people happy from the get-go. We've got 24 timber. For goodness sake, that's so much timber. In that case, let's get a hunting camp down first. Let's turn off snapping. Pop that one right in the corner there. And then next to you, we shall have a granary, which will pop down just there. And then a storehouse next to you, which will pop down just there. And then some sort of water source. Can we squeeze you in there? Yes, we can. Awesome. Good. And then on this side, we'll get some market stalls. Plenty of them. Put them there. Probably way more than we need. It's all good though. And then we will segment this in half. Because we can't build the roads out just yet anyway, until we've got rid of the starting supplies and other goods we've got down here. So we'll segment that off like so. Yes. Just thinking about maybe moving the marketplace over to this side, but I think, yeah, opposite the supplies there will be just grand. We'll put another road in here for some other industry. And logging, where are we going to log? Predominantly on this side, I guess. We'll have to definitely do some planting. Not a great deal of shrubbery down here in the way of trees. So let's pop down a logging camp. Maybe get one there. Maybe even get one there. Do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. And then... no, let's not do that. Changed my mind. Most terribly sorry. Because we do need to get a charcoal wit thing down here. And then a couple of choppy chops. What's that leave us with? 13 timber still. Simply lovely. And we'll get some dense burgages first. Just to get everyone moved in nice and quickly. Or is that insane? That might be insane. We don't want to be insane. Okay, well, let's get a couple. We will do that, but I think we will get a couple of our larger burgages up first. Oh dear, too steep to build. Oh, it's a hill. It's no good, is it? Well, rather scuppers our plans, doesn't it? In that case... guess we could do something similar here. They'll just be slightly smaller. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Yes, I am. Don't feel good. You know what, we'll be able to get some burgages in here just as soon as we go to the starting supplies. So why don't we start with some dense burgages in here, move the supplies out of the way, and then we'll be able to get some tighter plots, larger plots in here. Right, okay. Good. Glad we had that chat. Get this road here and build that down. And hopefully it's not too steep for us to build our dense burgish plots here. Nope, that's good. Right, we'll get those on. And that leaves us with 1 timber. So let's speed time along and let everyone get cracking. Let's order another ox for down here. And use that last timber to get another hitching post, which will pop down here next to where we're going to be having our logging camps. And everyone should get nicely to construction. We'll make sure that we'll get the granary and storehouse staffed up pretty sharpish like we always do. So we can store that 6 months of food safely away. And good golly gosh, it's raining. Oop, don't demolish it. Don't pause it. Get those goods inside. Assign a whole bunch of people to get that done. It stopped raining. That's okay. Oh, and look at that. A whole bunch of construction being completed over at the hometown. And I believe we were just going through, weren't we, and putting in all of those extra goodies, such as pears. Spending all our money on putting the expansions on. Right, and that leaves us with a fair number of people that can move in over there, so that's good. Down here we have the lovely retinue of Nussel, keeping everyone down here safe. Everyone down here is moving in. They're rather happy. Are we still moving supplies? We are, because we've got so many of them. But I think we have moved all of the bread. So let's just assign an extra family to help get the last of those supplies tucked away neatly inside. And then we'll get back onto construction and get the logging camp open. Let's move the initial hitching post as well. We'll relocate that to be over next to this one. Let's up the priority of that hitching post so that we get our new ox arrive. He has some. He's already here. He has somewhere to live, so he doesn't run away. Because that would be no good, would it? Wouldn't be any good at all. Getting there with the supplies, and in fact we're good. So everyone from the ground and storehouse can go and help with construction again. And just need to get everyone moved out of their tents and into the burgages so that the homeless tents are gone and we can put this cross together properly. We'll get rid of this road we put down just now because that now is going to be a larger burgage. This road rather awkwardly ends in here, doesn't it? Ooh, and we're levelling up there. So we'll just follow that down there just so it looks a little less odd. And good, we can finish these roads. Splendid. Now, what are we going to do? Package. So, obviously, primarily, we're going to be mining iron ore. And that's also going to be our source of income for down here. So, Smiths of Pasu would seem to make sense. Better blacksmith efficiency, increased weapon export value. Oh, it's very nice. We're not going to have an equipped militia down here, but, you know, animal bonus is good. Not going to be keeping that many livestock, so it doesn't bother me we've got that debuff. So, the only other option, really, would be the the perk that gives us better mine integrity. So improved armorers, mining import discounts, improved mine integrity. Because we could sell armor as well. That would be another thing we could make and sell. Improved mine integrity does sound nice. But increased weapon export value also sounds nice. We'll go Smiths of Pasu this time. It is what it is. Are there any other deep iron mines anywhere on the map? Was that the only one? I think that's the only one. Maybe we should have gone for mine integrity. Oh well. What's done is done, and we shall just have to move on. So we'll keep time pressing on. Let's get a family assigned to the logging camp, family assigned to the hunting camp, and yes, family assigned to the granary. And let's go ahead and get... need a few timber to come in, don't we? Let's get another 2 families assigned to that logging camp. So we can start getting in some lumber. With our well-armoured, shiny lads here. Maybe we should go over to where the residential is. Line up here. We'll have a sit down. No one's going to know. Logs starting to come in. So we'll get a couple of the larger burgages set up so that we can get some veggies planted and sort out our food source. 2 there. And then do the same down here. Put this one in there. Just waiting for those logs. There's a lot of waiting, isn't there, in Manor Lords from time to time? Come on. Bring me my logs. There's one. I would like another, please. Thank you kindly. Good. Right, so they're cracking on. Back over in Nusshole, people are starting to move into our brand new pear plots, as I'm going to be calling them. I've just decided. Pear plots. Lovely. Lovely name to give them. How are we doing for production of ale? We've got that 48, and yeah, we've got some barley that's going to be coming in this year as well. So we'll be able to turn that into some lovely, lovely ale, which will enable us to increase the population density down here and keep us pressing forward toward that eventual goal. And like I said, we'll expand out across here and get some more veggie farms down, but all in good time. Exports seem to be going well at 3,200, and money will tick up even further once we get a import coming from our new region over here, the Genu, of iron. So already getting people moving in. We're going to need some planks, so let's make sure we make that happen. And we'll get down... Pop you... just here? Yeah, it's just there. Pop a road in there. Get the saw pit constructed. And you start with a reasonable amount of money, don't you? We've got 130, so that's going to be perfect. We'll get that manned straight away, and we'll set up some limits on it as well. So we don't need more than 100 planks. And you should always have a stockpile of 12 lumber. So he'll start making us some planks, as indeed he already has. So we'll get vegetable gardens popped in here on these larger burgage plots we've got set up now. And we should be able to order in some lovely, lovely veggie seeds for those fairly quickly. Right away, I want to go ahead and get the trading post down and upgrade these to stables. We'll also need to get a few more placed in. Oh, they're a lovely fit in there, aren't they? That's perfect for our horses. A nice little dense industrial area here, actually. Quite like that. Okay, and we'll get some beets in there for you, because you've moved in, so you can get those planted up, which is lovely. So that's going to give us an incoming food source before too long. Let's set the hunting limit here for the hunter down to 18 maybe. There's plenty of animals that can be hunted up. And are you full on generic storage? You are, so we need to unassign the granary worker and send them to work in the storehouse so that the hunting camp can continue to function. Let's take a family off the logging camp actually and send them to work at the granary. Between the two, they can keep the hunting camp emptied out of storage so they can continue to hunt and bring us in more food. Need that one family left on construction. We won't order in another ox just yet because we want to get some trade established. As for what we're going to trade, it would be nice if we could jump straight to iron. Let's have a look. We can export ore first, I suppose. So we can export ore to our neighbour. And that is going to bring us in a little bit of money. And then we're going to export iron, potentially, directly out as well. We'll set that to export. Okay. With that done, we need to make sure we do get on top of the iron mining sooner rather than later. And that leaves us with 26 regional wealth, so we will order in a third ox. We'll make sure we keep getting enough space to live as well. Although we don't want to oversubscribe at Chenu. We do have a limited source of food for now. Got 101 planks already, so it would make sense to me that we get these animal extensions popped on the back of these properties ready. Just like so. Good show. Right, and let's pause the game and see where exactly we're going to lay down our iron mines, because we want to maximize and have as many as possible on here. So 1, and fit a second one in next to that. And then if we can get 3 across the center, that would be ideal. 1, 2, and 3. Just 1 on the edge here. I'm not going to get 2, I don't think. No. Okay, little something like that there. And we need to get a road in here. Splendid, look at that. Just enough space. That's what I like to see. Let's build this one first. We've got somewhere proper to terminate that road. Good. And then we'll need to connect this up to the grid. Get these roads popped in here. Across the top. And we will keep them wrapped closer to the edges actually, because I think that's probably more in keeping with the whole grid style we've been going for. So I don't see any reason to stop doing so. Although this snap might be a trifle difficult. Splendid. Right, that's that all but done, and we'll incorporate it into the grid later, and we'll get all of those constructed now as well. While that's going on, let's put down some smelteries. So go over to industry and get down our bloomery, and we'll put down a number of these across the road. 1, 2, 3. Not quite space for a 4th there, but I wonder, there is space for a storehouse. No, not quite. So we'll get the storehouse put over in the next area here. And we'll get down 2 of those. And these are going to be for iron and iron goods to be stored. Got 2 unassigned families. We are going to need to start getting some logging done though, so we'll get that activity up and running. Still got space to move in, so we're not going to add any additional spaces just yet. Up the priority of that particular plot. And are we making better use of the meats? Looks like we are. May need to get a second family working at the hunting camp too before too long. And in fact, we're doing okay for timber, so we'll unassign 1 family from the logging camp and assign them to go and work at the hunting camp instead. Back in this hole, we are down to 14 available living spaces. Get a couple of upgrades up here in Pearl. Pear. Pearls and pears are quite different. I don't know why I thought Pearl then. I was about to say Pearl Harbor. I was like, why is it Pearl Harbor? It's full of pears. Honestly, right. Regional wealth ticking up nicely. Nearly up to 5,000, and that's the exports I imagine that we're starting to make. It's coming soon. Not quite yet. The exports we're making. So, we're making money on honey. Tiles we've still made a good amount of money on. We're making a lot of money on clothing now, though. And sheep. We're making a lot of money on sheep. I'm so very happy that we discovered sheep. And look at that. 1,200 on carrots. And 1,400 coins for 357 cabbages that may well have gone rotten anyway, as we just kept them to ourselves. So I'm very happy about that. Oh, got a few upgrades up here to pop up to level 2. Are you guys just... Oh, you already are level 2. Oh, goodness. You're missing an goat. That's no good. Granary and storehouses still look okay, despite the fact that we've got 22 unassigned families. Let's assign 6 workers to these granaries and 6 workers to these storehouses. Now we've got people moving in around them. It doesn't seem to have made much of a difference to the supply chain, but I guess that's to be expected when you've got this many people working. But the food variety and general goods are still looking pretty well stocked, so I don't need to worry about that too much. We'll go over to... No, we will leave it for a moment. We'll leave the storehouse for a second. I don't want to... Not storehouse. Trading post. I don't want to set trade to only trade with neighbours with mining iron until we actually have iron being produced, which is right about now. So we'll get one family working at the mining pit. And we're going to need another living space, so I am going to expand that one there, where we've already got some planting that's been done. And we don't seem to be making much of a dent in the wild animals, so it is a rich deposit, so that's probably to be expected. So let's get down a second hunting camp to see if we can't properly exploit that resource, because it is our main food source for the time being. We don't have access to anything else now. These mushrooms are shrinking away, and there were only 56 there to start with. We'll provincially put down a forestation camp, because like we said, we're going to quite quickly burn through the forest in this region. So we want to make sure that we're able to replenish it as well. First bloomery has been completed, and I'm not going to get a family working there because I'm going to go and send that family to go and work at the trading post. And iron ore should now be coming in. It is indeed. So let's head on over to Nussol and update our importing criteria for iron. We are going to be importing a lot more of it. Only from our neighbours though. And we want... Ooh, the save gain completely ruins my menu interaction. Very rude indeed, isn't it? Very rude. We're going to update it. Lost it. Update it. We want 500 of the stuff. That's what we want to see. And with that in mind, pretty soon we'll be able to take the shackles off our crossbow makers, make more crossbows, and actually start exporting them for a jolly good profit. Harvesting's going on, and ale is shooting up, as expected. Bread is making its way out onto the market. And vegetables are holding strong. And we're still okay for meats at the moment as well. Got 1,000 roof tiles. Gosh, we could really do with more exporters. With that in mind, let's get ourselves... How are we working through the clay, actually? Still got an excess, I imagine. Yeah, 7,000 of the stuff. I'll have to start selling that soon. Let's get down a 4th trading post. I'd like to know, really, when the trading is capped, because I've been led to believe that you can only... Trade is capped to so many. Even though you put more trading posts down, but I don't know how that can be true, because each trading post gives you 4 horses, and if they're all out travelling, taking goods back and forth, surely that increases your capacity. I don't know. In any case, I'd like to get some more down. Most of our workers are concentrated up here, so it would make sense to have the trading post up here. I'm going to put down 2, and they're going to be in what is currently an unfinished square. So let's just take some eye lines from these lines. Eye lines from these lines. Didn't think I'd be saying that sentence. And the trading post is just in the way. Just going to delete those for a moment, just so I can line this up properly, and then we'll get them placed back down. Okay, and put that there. And then get those trading posts put down. Logistics. Le trading. Spinny. Right, so 1 in there and 1 there. How are we doing down here? 4 months of food, and we're starting to get a little bit of money as well. So we'll be ordering in the veggies as and when we get that. We've got another family that's moved in. I'm going to go and send them to work in the mine, I'm guessing. Yes. You're going to go and help at the mining pit, and all the construction down there is done now as well, which is mighty good. Don't want to be giving more living space just yet, but we will upgrade the storehouse because it's full, and we'll upgrade the granary as well at the same time. we should be able to get the church up pretty quickly. Indeed, we have everything we need already. So perhaps that's something we could squeeze up here. Like so. So that gives them plenty to get on with. And it's 54 we need for the seeds. Don't have that just yet, but that's fine. And we could get another ox, but I don't think we need it necessarily right at this moment. Let's just work out where this road needs to be. If we put these here, then we can judge where that grid ends. Connect a road. Oh gosh, it's not quite right, is it? Not right at all. Delete that. Delete those roads. Take this road across here. And use that as a reference where this corpse pit needs to go. Which is there. And then put one next to it. And then complete these roads. Yeah, how bizarre. Right. Nevertheless, that's fixed, which means we can connect this down like so. If we can get away from the snap point. We'll just do that. And delete these corpse pits. Just so we've got slightly better access to the mines through up there. Fuel is looking fine for this winter. It's just that food we need to make sure we keep it on top of. We did open up that second hunting camp. So we could reassign someone to go and work there. Indeed, we're going to reassign the saw pit worker for the time being to go and work at the second hunting camp. Oh dear. And the problems are starting to appear with the deep mines. This always happens as the game gets busier, is maintenance stops happening. I don't know why, but it means that things are always collapsing. To try and combat that, what we'll probably do is visit our dear toolmaker, which is not you. An actual tool boy. Tool boy. Smithing, there you are. Let's go ahead and say we want a surplus of 300 tools. The more tools you have, I guess they're more... They're located all over the place, aren't they? Instead of just one storehouse, so they're easier to get to, and therefore you tend to bypass some of those problems that start popping up later on. Anywho, 124 ale. We're turning all the yarn into clothes, but not all of the wool into yarn. So another worker at the yarn shop wouldn't be a bad idea. We've got this one here we never activated. We've got an excess of workers now, so we'll get 3 working there. And we'll also employ 2 people to go and work at this bloomery. Pop a couple of... Oh, we did miss one there for an expansion. And you. We'll get those expansions built and these upgrades done elsewhere. I missed loads of them. How'd I do that? Never mind. We'll make swift work of that. And you're good to upgrading as well. And as we start to fill up here, we should probably expand into these 2 squares here now we've done this one. We'll do that very quickly. And we can just start in this corner, can't we, to get it set right. So 1 there. Turn off snapping. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. And 8. Connect all those up. Start with making this corner so nice and pretty. Then connect those back. 1 across the middle. And delete these pits. My hand is going to take weeks to recover from this grid build. Rather, my wrist is. Yes, my wrist. So we'll build a few baggage plots in here. And these will be extensions of our hair plots. We do want to snap these, and hopefully the gradient is not going to be a problem for these. They seem to be just down the hill compared to the last. And indeed it does look like it's fine, so it's another 4 pear plots. And as we've learned, pears and vegetables, or veg and fruits, can be a potent export. Not something I'd really considered before. And can we fit that extra one up here? I know I said I didn't like it before, but now we've got a few down to the side. I don't feel like it will look so out of place. Put that there. And yeah, we're not going to be able to build one here. Oh, unless we do that. Come from this side. Oh, that works. There's a reasonable chance that that's better, actually, than what we've been doing. Dear. Don't tell anyone. They won't notice, hopefully. We may have to look at that later when we do these plots over here for the vegetables. Try from that top edge and the bottom. In fact, we've got a spare square here. Should we see if that works? So start at the top. Come down. Oh, is that not what I did? Let's start here. No. Bizarre. Don't know what I did. Can't get that to repeat now. I don't know. Never mind. Ignore it. Upgrade you. And get you all building orchards. You get an upgrade. You get an upgrade again. Wouldn't mind having some sort of auto upgrade feature. Would be pretty nice. Orchard. Orchard. Okay. We're going to need a few more horses. And with them, some stable space. So let's get some hitching posts back here that we can turn into stables. And visit our livestock trader. And you're, again, really struggle to find our livestock trader every time. Every time we need him. He's so hard to find. He's right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 for the number of horses. And we'll get some families working here right away. Because we have them available. And upgrade those to stables. Good. Back down here, we're ready to upgrade. And food is looking good. We're making good use of that. We've got a little bit of money. So let's get some more beets with that money. And we'll also get these expansions popped on. Now it looks like we've taken care of the food problem. And we can also get a few more burgages popped in. So we'll get a few in down here. Little something like that. Just working our way around the King's Road in here. I think that is an acceptable way to get around it. As we have families move in, we can start assigning them to industry and really get things kicking off down here. Yeah, we might as well get these upgrades going as well. I don't see why not. Running into a shortage of timber there. We'll need to get someone employed working on the planks again soon as well. I might wait until we get to 60 regional wealth and then look to buy in a horse for the trading post as well. A few more of these that need assigning to pairs. You need to have an extension built. And you two are pairs as well. Oh, and one more extension. Good. Tempted to get a second line of stables in here. Oh, as they're up to the medium village in Tanya already. Now, as we've said several times at this point. Ooh, that's the wrong place. I've definitely said that several times, that's for sure. Yes, as we've said a few times, it's a bit eerie. It's not straight, is it? Nope, can't have that. We'll come back to these later when I've got my straight head on. Good old Hinderbolt hasn't moved against us yet. Now, I didn't think we'd be able to settle down near Chanya before he did, but we have been able to. But I live in constant fear that soon he'll get grumpy and come for us. We'll have to move against him when he does. Until then, we must continue to try and grow. What was I going to do with this additional family member? There was definitely something, wasn't there, everyone? What was it? I don't remember. So we're just going to go and send you to work in the forestry, because I think that isn't something we're going to need to get doing early on in this playthrough. This of Chanyo, and is that a very steep drop here? It is. Goodness. And, oh yes, I remember now. He was going to go and work at the saw pit, wasn't he? Okay, we'll just wait for the next one. The next one we'll go and work in the saw pit. So, everyone remind me when we get to that so I don't forget again. We'll also do another granary worker, but I did promise the saw pit. Yes. Let's get a few more vegetable gardens in, so we can start making ourselves nice and self-sufficient when it comes to food. We've got money to order in that horse, so we'll do so. Need to make sure that we've got the stable space for that. We have. We built those there. And are we making more iron than we're exporting? Maybe marginally. How are we doing for iron over here? How much have we brought over? Only at 21, so we're at the very early stages of iron production down there. But that's fine. It's not a problem at all. I can't wait to see all these blossoms when they all shoot up out of the ground together in unison. Why is they planted anyway? Because it's going to look absolutely gorgeous over here. I always think the wooded orchard areas look absolutely lovely. 5 available living spaces, and we are 88% approval. That's good, isn't it? Population of 784. Food and fuel, still looking mighty fine. Down in Chanyo, we're making progress. So what I think I'm going to do is put expansions on all of these, so we've got more space for people to move in down here. And then over in Nusshole, I'm going to expand over into this space with some corpse bits, so that we can get a few more vegetable plots in. So, excuse me, Arolimo, while I get that done. Boom! There we go. So, a bunch more grid added on. So I think what we'll do is this one here, we're going to set you aside for a whole bunch of granaries and storehouses. And we're actually going to put in 3 Grownhouses. Uh-oh. I may be having a stroke. That wouldn't be ideal. Not a live stream, so you can't call for help for the typical. Just gonna have to hope the video carries on, I suppose. Right. Might even get another granary here. Good stuff. And then we'll pop in some sort of market facility. And yes, we've got the rather large water problem here, haven't we? I forgot about that. Let's get down a well just here. And we'll make sure to make that a stone one for a nice wash of water service. So they've got a far and wide reach. And then market store-wise, make sure we get plenty of space. I'm tempted just to fill this in, basically. A little something like that. Ooh, it's obnoxious. I like it. We'll get those upgraded to large straight away. What was that? Heard a noise. Doesn't appear to have been anything sinister. Good. Not the exposed stocks. Great Scott, we're doomed. And once that's done, we'll get to building some plots around it. Because goodness me, we're running out of accommodation space. We've got a few additional expansions popped on these. Where are they all coming from? I thought I did them all. These are the extra ones I built, aren't they? There. Oh dear. Typical's got a spot of memory loss. Well, there's a few extra up here, I suppose. So we'll get those built good. Good stuff, right. But then we'll get some more burgages in. So I'm thinking a little bit of dents immediately around the market stall area. So for that... Oh dear, I have to click on the corpse bit tool again. So sad. I think we'll put 2 dense ones in there. Although, would the road that way make more sense? Don't think it's going to make much difference how long it takes them to get there. That doesn't look like it's in the middle to me. This square may have ended up slightly narrower than the others. Yes, it has. Oh dear. Well, could we split it up height-wise? Is it right that way? It is, more or less. So if we do split it up this way then, after all, just to get over that little problem that we needn't discuss anymore, just by the matter of we've gone up here and then come back down, and you've ended up a bit squeezed in the middle here. Hopefully it won't affect the number of burgages we can get in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It does. Right, well, we're not doing that then, are we? We do have more length on the plots than we need, so maybe top to bottom is the right thing to do. Just need to eye up where the centre line would be. That doesn't look too bad. Check that's large enough. Yep, not a problem. So we'll get 2 banks in here. And we will do the same on this side. Except this one we can split neatly down the middle. With the use of corpse bits. He says. That doesn't look perfect to me. Let's just adjust that slightly. And delete that first one. Yeah, that looks a little bit better to me. To typical's eye anyway. So, dents in there. And then dents up here. Roads are a bit weird. Like that, so it's going to give us some more meat production. We could do above and below that as well, actually. Or maybe just extend those down. No, we'll go above and below. So let's split this in half. Looks good. Do the same up here. If we can get away with not snapping there. Maybe not. Maybe these ones do need to go this way. Yes, in which case we'll do the same down here. Just to keep a little bit of consistency. Splendid. And we'll get some dents in here. And in here. And the same here. And that's giving us a mahusive 57 additional burgage plots. And we're out of timber, so we're going to have to let that happen. And then we'll get to putting in some looser plots around it. And as obnoxiously large as this seems, I'm starting to think that that won't be enough. And we may need some additional granaries. We do have a little bit of space up here and in here, so perhaps we can go ahead and get in a few more granaries on this side. We'll need a few more goods to make it happen, and then expand the market stall as well a little bit. Just to help cope with demand. Oh dear. Tapping buttons. Do excuse that. Right, so with that done, let's head on back to the town. The other town, that is. Get an upgrade there, because they're ready. And we've got 39 regional wealth. Let's get another few workers down the mines, I think. So we can start extracting more of these resources. It looks good. Hopefully start bringing in some more money with that. Food is okay, but it would be good to get some more planting done. But I think we really are waiting on bringing in more iron so that we can start also, well, iron ore, so we can start smelting some iron as well once we're sending enough over to Nusul. And then we can properly start selling that as well for a little bit more. And indeed turning it into things too. We don't want to just sell the iron ore. Much more worth a lot more money if we turn it into things first. Got a few spaces for people to move in as well, so we don't need to worry about adding more burgage plots just yet. But that being said, there's no harm done by doing so. So maybe we can get a few extra placed down here. What's wrong with you? Why are you not playing ball? Game's like, my goodness, have you not built enough burgage plots? Can you not see what I'm doing? Start from this side, maybe? So that one's fine. Might need to replace some roads here. Or we can just try taking that longer. Yep, that works. Just Manor Lords, Manor Lording. And my goodness, the being built sound effect is going crazy. I'm not surprised. Look at all those burgers. It's like a little printed PCB there, isn't it? Printed circuit board. Very good. 54 available living spaces. Starting to get a bit of timber back in. So we can start to put in our other burgage plots around like we were down in Enchantu. However you pronounce it. So I'll go ahead and put these in. And then hopefully we won't be doing any fresh building projects for a little while up here, because we should have plenty of space for people to move in. We do also have a fair amount of ale building up now as well, which we'll be able to use to get these taverns activated down here and make this population centre even denser. Which is of course the other way of expanding. The advantage of all these burgish plots we're putting in here is that we can equip those with lovely, lovely animals to help with meat production. And of course, if you're just increasing the density of a burgish plot, that's not going to happen. Right, got those there. Once again, we've used up all our resources. And the extended pens, though, are just planks. We're a bit shy on planks, actually. Is it finally time? We've done this entire playthrough up here so far, with 807 people living here, and we have yet to put down a second Thorpet. So maybe we should go ahead and do that. Maybe it is time. So let's pop that there. We might even pop 2 down. Good. And we still seem to have plenty of trees in our forest, so not overly worried about that for the moment. How's everyone getting on up here? We're basically done moving in by the looks of things, and we'll be moving on to that new area we've just built up. So we'll pop upgrades where people have moved in, and I can't wait for all these beautiful pears to start making their way onto the market. So we've got 716 pears. What is it that we're using as a limit before we start selling? We are selling everything over 719 pairs. I thought we were. We've not actually set this up yet. Let's sell everything over 700. Sounds a good notion. And goodness. We seem to have really got on top of the money situation, don't we, with our additional crafts we've been doing up here. Excellent. Food and fuel supplies still look good as well. And I think I heard those, yep, sawpits being built. So we will activate another one of those. And we may need to get another logging camp set up as well. And where are we going to pop you? Potentially over here somewhere. I think maybe here. Just there like so. Aha! Oh my goodness. So I've had previously where people have been like, oh, why are you building right up to the edge? Are you not afraid that someone will spawn right inside of your border? And I guess this is why they say that. Right, well, there is no time for an elaborate defense here, is there? Our retinue isn't even in the region. Let's rally our spear together here in this sheep field, so that we don't get caught up in fighting before we're ready. And we're going to rally our crossbows here. And we're just going to have to hope that we can run here and get some sort of defense set up before they catch us, or indeed start burning and looting. Right, let's see how it goes. They're thinking about it. Our troops are rallying. And there they go. Ah, they're on burn straight away. Come on! Oh goodness, things are starting to collapse as well. We said that would happen. Once we get to a certain size of settlement, apparently it's about 800. Although it might be we're about to have our herd thinned. Ah, they've turned off their torches. Did anything get set fire to before they did that? Doesn't look like it. They may have killed a few people though. We'll have to wait and see. Right. Our troops are rallying together, but I don't see the banners yet. Come on, men. I want one unit in here. want another unit here. And I want a third unit in reserve. And I want my archers here. Set to fire at will. Well, a hastily forming militia. But I think we might just have enough people in time to make a cohesive defense. Crossbows are starting to fire, even as they still arrive to the scene. Unfortunately, we are going to take some losses here, I think. Even if it just does end up being losses from our domestic. It's very sad that this battle is happening inside of our own land. Right. Let's start pushing in with our troops to try and lower the chances of civilian casualties. And let's attack in with our crossbow. And we'll take in our third unit of spear as well. To try and get to these guys. And yeah, we're losing some buildings. This is a messy and bloody conflict we've got going on here. Fighting in the narrow confines between the orchards. It's one unit defeated. We did lose a man. We've got someone working at the church on burials. We're definitely going to need a corpse pit. We'll set that up in here for now. Another unit broken. Don't know why our banners aren't appearing. Right, we'll set you to attack there. And we're going to set all of our spear to attack the remaining brigands. She's just carrying a pail. Leave her alone. Don't do anything. No, don't do it. Oh dear, it's so sad. Come on, militia. Move in. Here they come. Our brave men charging down in between the autumn leaves to take care of the brigands. The game is definitely having to do some pathing logic here, isn't it? I don't know if you can tell. Yeah. Potentially the saddest day in Nusshole's history, this is. A great many will die as a result of this. Hopefully we can break this final unit, and then that'll be the defense of Nusshole complete. And I may have learned my lesson about building too close to the edge of the map in future as well. I've been playing on tent to towns for too long, haven't I? That's the problem. On peaceful game modes. Some crossbow bolts flying in there now as well. Where are all these units coming from? There's 2 units of them, isn't there? We're taking losses. What all of our archers have eyes on. The tight confines here actually seem to be in the brigands' favour. We can't deploy all of our forces against them in one go, so we're being forced into one-on-one combats, which we are winning. But unfortunately, we're winning them while taking a few losses. We've lost 2 crossbowmen. No. Lost 4 crossbowmen. And we've lost 3 spearmen. The crossbowmen we may have lost for the engagement as they were trying to rally, because they haven't actually been directly engaged with the brigands in combat. I'm going to try and redeploy our crossbows to the flank. Although it looks like we may have broken them even as we thought of doing that. Oh dear. Gross negligence on behalf of the Manor Lord here. Typical T. There was just no stopping them, was there? They were already inside our land. Should be able to set watch patrols or something, shouldn't you, where you have troops marching through the street like a civil guard. Right, there we go. We have dealt with the enemy. Disband our troops. Everyone can go home. Just apparently drop their armor where they were. And we'll have to get this corpse pit up and running. I dread to think how many of our own souls we'll be adding to the graveyard here. Very sad indeed as the corpse pit calculator starts to rack up its brutal and deadly total. Need to start repairing those clay pits. Not that there's loads of clay that needs extracting. We've got massive stockpiles. But at least financially we're in a good position, even if we have lost a number of men. The ranks have refilled obviously instantly. We had enough weapons to do that. Most men are wearing gambesons now as well. We have got just one building by the looks of things that was burned to the ground, so we'll get that being rebuilt. A lot of those bodies will be of our enemies, but no doubt some will be of our own men and villagers. And what's our population? 810. Can't remember what it was just before that conflict, but I'd imagine it's gone down a little bit. Right. A bloody day in Nusshole's history, but one that we have survived, and no doubt we will come out stronger. We will then, indeed, get the last couple of burgages set over here. Now we've got a little bit of lumber that's come in. Even while the battle was raging in the northwestern quarter, other parts of the town were still continuing to function. I suppose it's a large enough town that, no, apart from the warning bells, not everyone would have known there was a conflict going on. Right. Hopefully that's the last conflict for a while, but I'm very aware, as we keep saying, the Baron is at some stage going to play his hand. And it occurs to me that if we have a raid like that while the Baron is here, things could go very badly for us, because our military could be completely in a different region, unable to defend Nussole. A large enough city that one group of brigands like that, 4 units, wouldn't be able to completely burn the place to the ground, but there would be heavy losses for sure. Right, that aside, let's pop back down to Chanyu and make sure things are going well here. We've got a bit more money now. So let's get some more beets ordered in, and we will get a second horse ordered as well, and a second worker at the trading post. Let's get a few goats ordered as well. Just one goat, I suppose. But let's get some upgrades. Get some more burgish plots up to level 2. Like so. And there's a few more down here which we can do, as long as we have the planks, which we look to. But it's the timber we're a little bit short of, actually. Now, as I said, quite quickly I want to be turning the iron into tools, so I might actually pop a road across the back here of our bloomeries and pop in some burgages. You're fine, you can just be a worker down here. But the other burgish plots, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, can be for various tool makers or weapons makers, turning, even armourers, turning all that lovely iron into high value goods for export. All nicely efficiently popped down here next to the iron mines themselves. So that's the plan, and we've got a couple of storehouses ready to receive those goods as well. While we wait for more timber to come in, let's put down some more vegetable plots in the newly constructed burgages. And we've got spare people, so let's send 2 families to go and work at the logging camp. And let's get 2 families working at the bloomeries. Good, we'll order in another goat. And upgrades coming back online because we're starting to get a bit more timber in. But we'll just save up enough timber to build these burgages in here for a moment. Do we have a growing stockpile of iron ore? Maybe. Up to 32. I'd still imagine we're selling most of it. We can sell pelts, actually. That'd be a good export to do, because we're not going to use them for anything else. And we need 60 to do that, so we'll just have to wait until we get enough money, and then we'll set that to 0. Got a rich animal deposit here, so we're going to be rich resource, teeming. So we're going to be making good use of that. And of course, we do need to get another family at the granary, which we will do. And could do with another one at the storehouse as well, couldn't we? It'd be good to get the charcoal kiln operational. There's so much to do, isn't there? Need so many people. Right, not enough stable space. That's no good, is it? Let's get a few more popped in. Got a bit of a gap over here. So we can get those in there. And, ooh, mesh some in here nicely as well. Even though it's nearly impossible to see. Upgrade those as soon as they've been built. How are we doing with people moving in? 61 available living spaces. I assume that's gone down from what it was. It may have gone up, actually. We're building burgages faster than people are moving in, that's for sure. Got an upgrade there, so we'll make that happen. And those additional trade posts seem to be doing good work as well. We've come down from 1,000 roof tiles to 750. So we're definitely making progress in terms of sales. We'll repair that mine over there. People are moving in over here. So we're going to make sure we get storehouses and granaries populated with them just as soon as they do. And we'll wait for a few more to move in. And we'll start assigning some more down here as well. That's all been rebuilt. That's good. How are we doing for garrisons? We're nearly there. We have 28 in each area. And we've got the timber now to build our little blacksmith's row that we're putting in here. So we'll get that under construction. And I haven't quite got the 60 there we need yet. Oh, yes we do. Just arrived. So let's go ahead and open up export on pelts. So that'll be another source of income. Indeed, it's already been moved here for sale. Iron slabs moved here for sale. We've got iron as well. Let's set a limit though on iron. Let's say I want to have a surplus at any given time of 150 iron, because we are going to be using it for our industry. Get that to update Chanyu, which it has now. That's good. And we want to get a worker at our charcoal kiln and a worker at the storehouse to help get on top of that situation. A couple of upgrades we made here. More money's coming again, so we're going to order a third horse, even before we have the capacity to get people working there. And we won't put extensions on these until we get them upgraded to level 2, because they are going to become blacksmiths straight away. More or less. Let's upgrade these, and they're not going to be able to have market stalls. They are purely for storage purposes. As we can see at the moment, the large storehouse is dealing with everything. And once we actually get these set up and someone working in them, I'll probably disallow this storehouse from containing any iron or iron ore. What's not connected to the road? Yes, you are. It's always the trading posts that provide issue with that. Right, not enough pasture space now, so I think it probably is time. How many sheep do we have? 311. Mind you, I do like exporting them. They do make us a lot of money, don't they? Exports. 1,460 from 73. I think they make more money for us selling them than we do by butchering them and using them as a meat source, to be honest. Let's have a look. What do we set our limit to? 250. So anything over that we are exporting, or should be. So let's get a third family working there. And in that case, if we are going to keep going down that route, I think we probably ought to consider expanding our pasture space. So I might just bring a road all the way across here to the manor. Like so. Hopefully that's more or less straight. Doesn't look it actually, does it? Just delete that. Let's just use some corpse bits And let's measure up here using 4 of them to get the proper grid location of this road, which is there. And then connect that through. How's that look? Yes. I think it slopes slightly down now. That might be a feature of the terrain. Because that is right with the number of the grids. Maybe we'll go somewhere in between to split the difference. A little like that there. Yeah, that looks better. So we'll do that. And we will turn the inside of this into all pasture space. And get this down here just so we can get that guide. Like so. Put this one here. And then build this across. Good, delete those. It's all going rather mighty fine, isn't it, everyone? And I'm gonna have to guesstimate these ones, unless we bring corpses along here, which we're not likely to. Maybe we'll just leave those, because we're going to put it in the pasture space anyway. So let's expand this. And, yep, go to there with one part. And then carry on with this one. 66. And this one here, 49. And finally, we get some squeezed into here. Maybe not. Maybe that's asking a bit much. Okay, well that's more pasture space. We may need to get some more sheep workers. I've obviously thought about that before, because we've got another sheep farm down, so we'll get 3 workers in there. A few more people have moved in down here, so let's get a few more storehouse workers. And there's going to be a lot of upgrading and building to go on down here, isn't there? Let's go to the saw pit, and let's change this to 600 at any given time. Because we're definitely going to need them for over here. And get that well upgraded to stone well before we forget. That does need to be done. Well, they do seem to have water access anyway where they are, which is good. Right, we're done filling the corpses, so let's get rid of that corpse bit. And in its place, we put accommodation, but actually, that leaves us another cell open for a little bit of industry, which may be a better option. So we're taking care of the pasture space. And work area is indeed not empty, actually. Get a hold of yourself. Chanyu, how are we doing? 4 months of food and fuel, not much fuel. Let's get another family working at the woodcutter's lodge to try and take care of that. Get another worker at this granary as well. And that takes care of everyone for the moment. Got an upgrade we can make there, and look at that, the money is starting to come in now. I've sold those pelts, so let's get some carrots planted in both of those there, and then we will get some cabbages in these 2, and that's going to go a long way to getting our food nicely sorted out. And then we've still got these down here to do as well come the time. And now we're just waiting on these families to occupy here so we can start to make some really nice goods for sale. I'm going to get down a second logging camp, which we will pop in here somewhere potentially. Is that in the right place? We put a road there as a little guide. And turn off snapping. Not quite, is it? Where else could we put it? Can you squeeze it in there potentially behind the church? Yes, we can. Right. We'll get that place down there. So we've got a bit more storage for logs. And approval down here is reasonably good. Move our retinue into here. Bravely protecting this initial settlement. Still watching out for that move by good old Hindelbolt. Yet to see anything. About 10 families have moved in since we last checked. And we're up to 859 on the old population. We've dropped 18 months of food. So it is starting to have an impact on the amount of food we're getting in. Let's get another 3 families working at that granary. And let's upgrade that to a large. Both of those actually. It looks like all these extra granaries and storehouses are starting to have an effect on the store supply situation. Because for the first time it's looking closer to green than it has done in a little while. Right, what can we squeeze in here? Yeah, let's do that. And get a road in here. And another one in there, potentially. And then extend the market by filling out this space here. Good. Are we making our way through all of the grain with just one windmill? Yes, we are. No worries about that. Okay, let's start to put in some extensions. So, let's make all of this first row chickens. We'll make the row behind it into pigs, so they'll need to be animal pens. Simply lovely. And then we'll do all of these as animal pens. How are we doing for planks? 300, so absolutely fine for the moment. Those in here. How much ale do we have now? 123. We don't need the additional space at the moment, so I'm not going to go and rush to open up those taverns we've got positioned. So we've certainly added enough with these. Another row of animal pens, and then the one behind this we'll make into chicken coops. I do apologise for the repetitive nature of this clicking. You can blame in equal parts the game devs for not having some kind of group select tool, and typical T for not being bothered to edit it out. Right, and then we'll just go all animal pens up here. Be nice to see exactly what the production differences are per animal or something, because it'd be nice to know that, you know, whenever I'm putting down a goat as opposed to a chicken, what the actual comparison is. Like, does it make exactly as much milk as eggs are made? Are all food types the same when it comes to how much, you know, they fill someone up? For example, is a chicken egg going to fill someone up as a bowl of milk? You know, it's all useful information. Okay, I'm sure someone knows. And these are all going to... No! There's our first misclick of this little adventure up here. Putting an animal pen in where there should be not an orchard. A farm. Vegetable farm. We'll come back to that once that construction is complete. Demolish it and put the right thing down. King's tax is up to 1.9k. We've nearly got 10k in our treasury now. So we can pretty much hire any mercenary and be happy with them. And be able to pay them for a very long time. And I am starting to think that perhaps we're going to make the first move on the Baron. In which case we will need to hire a fair force before pressing any such claim towards him. But it's still peacetime at the moment, and we're going to use that peacetime to push towards growth. Okay, let's get another 3 families working at this granary. They will live locally as well, which is grand. And extensions going on left, right, and centre. What did we say? Pigs, I think we said for here, didn't we? So you can all have pigs. And then you can all have goats. A little something like that there. Then I suppose we can get you all upgraded to level 2, because why not? Why wouldn't we? Pop those on there. Oh, and what have we run out of? Timber. Ah, never mind. Oh, and we're back. Yes. Here's what it is. We're not always going to be using up this much timber in construction. This is an exception to the rule. How quickly we're going through all of these. Right. Chanyu. Back. Good, people are moving in over here. I need to upgrade you though. What are you missing? Water access. Goodness, right. Well, we can certainly take care of that. It may be... If you taste a little bit of iron in the water, just don't worry about it, okay? Just don't worry about it. I wouldn't worry about it. Wouldn't worry about it at all. 135 slabs, only 10 iron ores. We're definitely exporting all that iron. And how much iron have we got sat over in Nusshole now? 4. But 102 slabs. So we're definitely exporting everything over to from Ichanyu to Nusshole. It would be good to keep a little bit back to sans iron ourselves, but I think the answer probably is just to up the amount that we're mining in the first place. We've got the money, so let's get a few more vegetables down here. Grand, and then we might as well give you some upgrades. And we do also want to get some expansions in. I think those have all been expanded, haven't they? Yes. And I haven't got the money, but we will get some extra bits in there. Some more dense population around the mining pits is definitely going to be advisable. So I might just expand the grid above here a little bit. Just a mo. Right, ran into a slight problem. And that's that when you get down to this level, you can see, yes, it's really quite hilly there. It's just before that drop off down to the river. So I was only able to put this little extension in here. But then I did put a bit of a grid down here. Although it's a little bit weird again because of where the little shroomy boys are. Nevertheless... Okay. Oh dear. Typical, once again, having a stroke. Nevertheless, as I was trying to articulate, that does give us space to put some more baggages. Let's get down a granary and storehouse in the area. Maybe that would be a good use of this space here. So we'll get 2 granaries and we'll get a storehouse. And then it would make sense to me if we had a little forager's hut just here, take care of those mushrooms for us. And a water source nearby would be most useful. Just here will do nicely. And we'll fill out the remaining space behind this here. If we can get around there, that'd be great. Yeah, we can, yes. With some market stalls, as the local villagers all turn up to help with construction, because there's a few unassigned families at the moment. Let's order in an oxen, because we've still only got our 2 starting oxen at the moment. And let's go ahead and get some blacksmiths up and running, shall we? Oh, goodness, what's going on there? Oh, I need money for that. Never noticed that before. That was one of the newer additions in the latest update then. So we'll get a blacksmithery open there, and as we get a bit more money as well, we'll open up some more. And we've got a little bit of timber available to us, so why don't we get the first of our expansions over here in terms of living space. And we will split this one here in half, like so. A bit further over to the right than that. A bit more like that there, perhaps. Yeah, still not perfect. Maybe I should really be using my beloved tool for this, shouldn't I? Okay. Get those rows set in there. Delete those. Good enough. And get some baggages set along here. On both sides. And we're a fair number of timbers away off getting that second one done, so we'll leave that there for the moment. If we get up to a large granary there, though, that would be wonderful. We'll just wait for that extra timber. We'll do the storehouse as well. We're running low on tools. That's something we need to take care of, actually, pretty sharpish. Maybe that's something the blacksmith can start making. Anyway, you're a tool producer now. So it'll make us some tools domestically. And then we can also sell tools, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to be making for ourselves. Still got 6 families. The But again, 4 of those actually are going to be our blacksmiths or armourers. Got a bit of money, so we'll get a few more of those up and running. Good. Over in Nussel, we have pasture space again already. No, we're not. It's just a permanent complaint now, apparently. Got 267 sheep, so we've definitely sold some as well. 128 lambs. We could do with them growing up, couldn't we? So we can start selling them. Let's sell them as sheep. I suppose we could sell lambs as well. Is there a difference in price between sheep and lambs? There is. Yeah, so we don't really want to be exporting them. We want them to grow up before we export them. Buildings need maintenance. How many of these are collapsed? 2. To be expected. I imagine the church will be going down before long. So let's get 3 families whose job is it to maintain that at all times. Alright, I'm back over here. We've got a few more families, which means we can get a few more people at the granaries. And upgrades to make. And animals to distribute shortly. Let's get these upgrades done in the first instance. We are up to 898 population, so we're about to surpass that 900 threshold. And running into that timber limitation again on the upgrades, unfortunately. Seem to be timber limited in both our regions at the moment. I'm hesitant though to get more people cutting down because we are, as it is, making good headway into the forest space over here. If anything, it might be worth us getting a few more foresters' huts popped down. So maybe let's get some put in here because there's going to be a local workforce there that we can use. And we've got plenty of money, 15,000 now in here. So let's start planting some vegetables or buying them some seeds so they can plant them themselves. I suppose I should be primarily focusing on cabbages because they sell well. So we'll get a few more of those than we do of the other items. Those being carrots and beets. Okay, I think that's all of them. How are our pear orchards coming along? Reasonably well by the looks of things. Seems to be falling back on the export of tiles again, but that might just be because we're also exporting lots of other things at the same time. Make those upgrades happen, and let's get some more pigs in. So we can keep that meat supply nice and available. And we'll do 2 banks of pigs. Good. And is that everything over here? Nope, we need to buy in down here. So we'll get some goats down here. Splendid. And then we'll go goats again down here. I would try the small holding, although my experience with the orchard has left me burned, and I don't believe it's going to be any more efficient. I don't believe it. So I'm not going to do it. Okay, there's our 906th family member moving in. Over here, let's get next blacksmith installed. So you're making tools, you're making swords, you're making polearms. So you will be making iron parts, I suppose. And we're not still exporting spears here, are we? Got 118. If we go to ye old traders, or even ye new traders, yeah, all out carrying riders, and yeah, no trade on spears, so we're not doing that. Good. That would have been a big waste of money. That's probably our last playthrough I was thinking of there. Get you upgraded. And you're making iron parts, please. And, ooh. Yeah, get you going as well. And let's get granary and a
storehouse worker down here. Get that upgraded. And granary worker there as well. And it would make sense to get that forager's hut active. And we're starting to build up a little stockpile of weaponry that we can sell. Iron and iron ore wise, we have 12 iron ore, 100 iron. We're quickly going to burn through the iron once we get all of these built though, so more workers down here is going to be essential fairly quickly. We've got 9 timber. Just need a few more. And we can put in the next row of burgages here. Just need to get up to 12 to do that. Oh, there's 10. Might be worth getting another family working over there. What it would definitely be worth doing actually is getting another oxen. So we'll order one of those. And get a few additional stables built over here as well, I think. Start with 3 hitching posts. And you two are going to be a blacksmith. Right, and that will allow us to, between these 5, produce all 5 of the different blacksmithing items. And we've got plenty of tools. You are going to be an armourer, of which we will need 3. And we'll have to wait for a little bit of immigration now as we build these additional burgage plots before we can go too heavily on the armourer front. Good, get those plopped down there. Nussole. Lots of upgrades to be had if we can afford the timber to do so. Start with that row there. Down to 34 available living spaces. That's half of what we had when we set up this new region. Now we do have all the expansions we can put on though as well. And look at that. That's distinctly green, isn't it? Yes, it's green. It's a wonderful sight. Grand, right. Let's get a bunch of workers down at the foresters' huts here. And set them up with a limited work area. Which is basically keep this forest forested. So that's 1. Move the other one slightly further along. That's 2. And this will be 3. And we might need most of this space here. With all the wood we need to produce, which means actually we've got this space to expand into up here, which is a bit hilly. And that might be about it for Nussole in terms of expandability. I suppose we could do something around the manor. It is flatter out here, to a degree. Or is there a hill here? Might be a bit of a hill there, actually. There's definitely lots of hills over there. Interesting. We don't want to run out of wood. Down to 18 months on food. But we've got lots of food that's going to be coming our way before too long. So I'm not overly worried about that for the moment. Check back in on Inchanyu. And what are you making? You're making helmets. And get some upgrades for your neighbours. They will also be making things like mail armour and plate armour. Which is going to sell very well indeed. Is iron becoming a problem yet? Yep, we're nearly out of iron. So we've got 3 people available. So I'm going to send 2 of them to go and work at the mines. So I'm just going to wait to see if we can get a little bit of immigration moving in here, fill up these burgage plots, get more jobs assigned towards the iron way of thinking, and we'll also set going. Maybe we won't. The manor is also something we do need to consider doing fairly soon as well. Then over in Nussole, we'll just wait for this space to fill up here, maybe get the expansions popped on all of the farming plots. Before we look at future expandability options, it might be next we look at increasing population density over here, or maybe even adding some additional farm spots for even more vegetables. But we're already up to 928 population, so we're not that far away from that magical 1,000. And yeah, provided the Baron doesn't decide to get all aggro on us, we'll do a little bit of growth for a while. And then after that, it's probably time for us to start considering attacking the old Baron himself. Take the fight to him and all that.
There I was, happily going around, growing our town. We're up to a wonderful 978 population. I was taking care of some upgrades over here, and I was doing some expansion down here, put some more burgage plots in for vegetable creation, put some more burgage plots in for construction down here, started going up to deep mines, and all of a sudden, boom, enemy units spotted. Another raid. 4 units of brigands coming in, and they're coming in here. Now, I imagine that means they're going to head down to Chanyu. We do have a retinue there, ready to defend, but I think probably the easiest thing to do is hire in some mercs to take care of these ragamuffins. There is only the Wayward Sons available, and they hire in a Chanyu. I wonder why they're the only ones available. It's bizarre, isn't it? Has the Baron hired them in? That's concerning. I hope we haven't run out of mercenaries. The Baron's just been hiring them all ready for an attack. That would be very, very bad. We'll worry about that in a minute though. First we've got to deal with these enemy units. So we're going to bring in our mercs to here. And we have our own retinue here to help defend. And yes, they are indeed heading down. So we need to quickly, since there aren't any more mercenaries available, to check that when it pops over to February. Since there aren't any more mercenaries available, we are going to need to rally our own forces and send them to aid. So we'll get them rallied. Good, all the banners actually appearing this time. It's good to see. And hopefully we'll be able to cut them off. In the meantime, let's prepare to defense. This hill would seem a good place to meet them. So we'll set up over here. And we want to fire at will. Good. And we definitely want an advantageous position on the hill. And how quickly can we have our forces down here? Maybe fast enough to help, but we don't exhaust our forces and get everyone slaughtered on the way. Alright, let's keep an eye on these enemies. Got our retinue set up here. Archers behind. Just check our own forces to make sure we don't get ambushed on the way down. And we're going to run them to this position here. Maybe we'll stop running there, we'll go to walking. And there they are, just crossing the river. So they may engage us here first, but we then may be able to get some flanking support from our main army coming down. Our retinue will have to hold them. And these missiles will have to do as much as they can. We'll deploy our spear here. And we will deploy our archers here. We may be here just in time to force them to split their forces. Right. We'll focus fire on the first enemy brigands to come into range. It looks like they may have changed course. Are they heading over here now? No, they're still heading in. Let's run our crossbowmen to see if we can get them into position to help. It looks like they are unsure where they want to go. Archers are doing a reasonable job of peppering them. Let's move our spear up into position. Let's see if we can't open fire and absolutely obliterate these chaps here. Let's move some archery fire onto there.
hopefully they're just coming into range of our crossbows. Wayward Sons are unfortunately probably going to take some losses there. Let's rearrange our retinue. Our fairly tired spear has reached their position on the edge of the hill. And hopefully we've got crossbow bolts flying into the back of the units here. Let's focus our fire. This unit is breaking off towards us. Let's commit our retinue. Getting heavily hit by our men. And they're broken almost instantly. Right. Let's pull forwards. And assist our other troops. Never fear, the Nusshole army is here. Frustratingly, we've ended up fighting on the downslope, which is not ideal. But we've still to take any losses. And the Wayward Sons have taken minor losses. It's February. Any mercenaries available? No. Uh-oh. I think the Baron might have been hiring all the mercenaries. I forgot that he does that. That may make life for us very difficult, if not impossible. For that reason, even though we've lost a fair few of the Wayward Sons, I'm hesitant to fire them. Let's send the rest of our forces home. And we will get our retinue back on protection here. It's a good job we had them here. And we've not taken any losses to that unit. Okay. This isn't good. We'll have to keep an eye on that, see if we can get any in March. But it's quite possible the Baron has hired every last mercenary. All the more reason, then, to get a second retinue in the fight. And for that, we're going to need to get ourselves another manor. So, and where are we going to put this manor? Need a few more planks to do it. I'm sure we'll get those in good time. Could go on the edge here. The terrain to our advantage, yeah. Yeah, we'll put a little manor down here, I think. We'll just wait for a few more planks to come in. And we will keep our mercenary archers in reserve. They're one damaged unit, but we do still have a full unit of light archers there. Fuel is down to 5 months here. So we may need to get an additional family working at a woodcutter's lodge, so we'll do that just there. And we're converting these into deep mines, which we've been doing nicely. Could do with a few more workers in the granaries and storehouses. So we will oblige just to take that strain off there. This is going to be some additional food over here. And we've had someone working at gathering in this stone because we ran out. And as we free up additional workers, we want to get them into the mine so we can produce even more iron. Because we want to be supplying Nusshole with plenty of it. And also making our own goods for sale, which we are indeed doing. And we've slowly been opening up trade on those here as we've had the money to do so. So let's establish sidearms. And we're going to export everything. Oh dear. We're definitely going to need 2 retinues to take on the Baron. I'm not sure we're going to be able to win, to be perfectly honest with you. As strong as our domestic military is, he will definitely have the numbers. At least we're nearly fully equipped with gambesons, and once we are, I think we will start, and we've got our other retinue up, we will start to look towards taking our first military action against the Baron. Let's get a few more families working at the old granaries, because we can. And good, we've started to get people moving into the new Bergish plots with vegetables. So that's going to increase our vegetable production. More domestic food is always a good thing to have. And have we filled up all of these now? Yes, looks like we have. And they're all at level 2. So filling up those, and then after that, we may make this upgrade the next thing we do, because we do have a bit of ale. In fact, we've got the resources. Let's do it now. Let's get both of these upgraded to large taverns. And check everyone's happy here. They just need those beverages. Let's pop back on over to Chanyu. And what can we do? Do with construction being complete, to be honest. How much money have we got? Let's get a few oxen ordered in. I think maybe we're short a few oxen. And we'll get a few hitching posts down here. And order one in. That's a horse. Never mind. We do need a 4th horse. Just remember to get the oxen after that. And there's a lot of building that's been going on, but we should now be free to upgrade all of these to the deep mines. We should have more than enough tools. 52 of the things. Make sure we're keeping up with maintenance here, please. Let's turn the sliders up. Let's get the priority in these a little bit higher so we can get them done. And planks is only just starting to recover, because I've set the limit for the number of timber we want to be a little bit higher. So we're not always running out when we come to do construction like we have down here. And that'll be good as well, because we do want to get a few more armorers made, and also get some more Bergish plots with goats, etc. There we go, so those have been completed, so those mines are now open for business again. And let's set the two behind, or the one behind to build. Why can't we set that one? Oh, not enough planks, that'll be why. And let's get a few more workers at these mines as well. I'm hoping after we defeat the Baron, some more mercenary companies might become available. Got a fair bit of timber. Don't really want to spend all our money on dressed stone, but I'm starting to think a manor might not be a bad idea for protection. But there's no guarantee the manor would be in the location where the fight is going to be taking place. That's the problem. We have recently had, obviously, an attack by the bandits, so in that sense it wouldn't be a bad time to attack the Baron, because we're not going to get a Brigand attack immediately. Well, as we said, first things first, we need to get that manor set up. Right. Let's get some workers at these taverns, and set an overstock on both of them to 20. So they can start stocking up with lovely, lovely ale. And I also added a few additional foresters' huts here. So we'll get those fully employed and set a nice work zone for them, just to make sure that we're definitely keeping on top of the timber situation. Don't want to suddenly run out of trees. It's not a quick fix, like building a few extra properties, a few extra woodcutters' lodges or something. 500 planks, 50 timber, and yep, we're straight into upgrading. So we've got we had 24 spots for people to be moving in, and so we'll see how much that increases by. It'll be 1 per every upgrade. But as we saw before, we may be able to go from Bergish plot level 3 pretty much straight up to Bergish plot level 4. So we'll just click these as they come in. Just check the situation down here. Ah, right. Well, it's safe to say our hand has been pressed. Nusshole is being claimed. No more mercenaries available. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. The Baron, good old Hinderbolt himself, has showed his hand. It is time to rally our forces and attempt to defend our land. I am a little bit anxious. We've just ticked over to 1,000 population in total,
And if we can't defend Nuzzle, if we lose Nuzzle, then that'll be it for our attempt to defeat the Baron on this playthrough and get a 2000-ish pop city, which is my hopeful goal. We'll have to try somewhere else, but we're certainly not giving up yet. I'm going to leave the claim as long as we can, because I want to get the retinue and these mercenary archers over to Nuzzle, as well as the troops assembled. And it's not going to be done in time, but if we can get the manor constructed down here. Still not there with planks, right. Well, let's go and adjust. I think I know what it is. Right, all our planks being eaten up by these lads here. Yeah, they're being used in pole arms. I need at least 50 planks before you start doing that. Yep, so that might be what it is. And let's also... You all need to run, by the way. I'm afraid. Retinues don't run very well, but here's what it is. And let's set this to 15 instead. And that should very quickly produce us some planks. Have our forces rallied? Yes, they have. And these are the banners with which we have to defend our home. I really hope the Baron doesn't turn up with every blooming hireable mercenary in the game, because that's at the moment what I'm thinking has happened. Well, like I said, it's been a little while since we've played against the Baron, and it may be that I've made a grave mistake, to say the least. Speed time up a little bit. Keep an eye on that claim for Nuzzle. Yep, and those planks starting to come in. I think the problem is actually I have my plank production limit set to my storage limit that I have. Come on. Right, that's enough planks. Let's get the manor down. And we'll pop it just here. And we'll need the garrison tower. Just take it over the amount of planks we have. Typical T is concerned. Have our troops arrived back? Getting there. It's the retinue that's taking forever. But the archers have arrived. And we're going to fight this every step of the way. And this is the battleground. Do you think we can bribe him out of it? I don't know if there's any point, because that's not going to free up mercenaries, is it? Right. Oh my gosh. Here he comes, walking straight in from the side. So start with 2 units of sword, a retinue, archers, and brigands. If that's all it is, we can definitely fight that. Although I suspect we will take losses. Okay, so we're going to be fighting... defensively, and we're going to set up here on the hill. As much as I'd like to keep a unit in reserve, I don't think we're going to be able to here. Now, actually, what we could do is push forward, but we will put a shield wall down. So that's going to double our defense. I don't know if it doubles it, but it is going to add to our defense. We'll be able to have a longer defensive line. We'll be better defended, so we'll hopefully lose less troops, but still have a good number of attack. And we'll get our crossbowmen set behind. Set to fire at will. To hopefully take out as many of the enemy before they even hit us as we can. We will position our mercenary archers up here as well. And then we will use our manor retinue when they eventually get here, which may not even be in time, as a flank defense unit. Right, men, to your positions. The defense of your home is upon us. The brutal Baron has decided to descend upon us without provocation and without justification. We must fight for our homes, for our families, and though we lack a beach to fight on, we shall indeed fight with the tenacity that is expected of your people. So forward, shower them with crossbow bolts, and shaft them with spears. Right, motivational talk done. And I've just realised we probably ought to go and actually defend the area, as nice as it would be to fight on this terrain. So I'm actually going to send our troops in here. We'll fight with the cliffs to our back. I'm going to keep these units up here in the hopes that they can fire down on the enemy. I'm tempted to do that with all of our crossbow as well. Position our crossbow here. Position our spear with their backs to the wall to make sure we're in the region for claim. And we'll come out of shield wall long enough to do that. And bring our retinue in to defend the archers. And hopefully we can bring the enemy to us. If not, we'll have to come down off the plateau with our archers, which wouldn't be ideal. Right, so line you all up as close to the edge as we possibly can. Little something like that there. And here they come. Right, so let's form ourselves into a wedge. Or near enough. So one unit there. One unit there. One unit there. A shield wall for definite. Ideally 2 deep if we can. Well, the retinue is exhausted. I really don't want the retinue to have to deal with these units. We might have to, but our archers are opening fire. We control the high ground when it comes to missile. We certainly have the missile advantage. So they're being peppered on their way up. They may not even really get into range of our troops. They're taking heavy hits. Battle is in progress. Their main force is moving in here. And we have our troops assembled down here in a defensive shield wall configuration. They are vulnerable to the enemy missile. I'm hoping that terrain does give us a range advantage. Right, so the first unit dealt with. I'm going to pull forward our retinue a little bit and let them relax. And I'm going to pull off the ridge. These 2 units of archers. I'm going to send them down here. And I'm hoping we can use them to harry the enemy archers. Move these troops out of the way so we can get through. And reform up on the edge here. So we keep our crossbows safe and hopefully give ourselves a way to tackle these light mercenary archers without taking too heavy losses of our spear militia. I'm going to take 3 units of crossbow. And I'm going to line them up on the edge of the ridge here. Just in case we need to pepper this force here, which it looks like we're going to have to. Come on, hurry up. Open fire. You as well. And let's put you at a more oblique angle there. Are they turning for our retinue? They can't decide. Oh, look at that. Whoa! 3 units of crossbows slamming down onto their heads. And they can't decide where to go. They're bleeding troops. And we'll engage them shortly. Keep our men back. And look at that! Ha! The enemy retinue is broken. Barely before they actually got into combat with any of our troops. Right, I'm going to pull this unit of spear forward to here.
And I'll redeploy along here. I'm going to pull you back a bit and hopefully lure this unit into range of our crossbows, which we'll position here. We'll run you to your positions. And let's redeploy our troops to face the current threat. I take it there's still no mercenaries available? Nope. Right, can we open fire on them from where we are? Not quite. Hopefully soon. We keep drawing them back. Hopefully they'll come into range. Right, they're close enough. Nearly. Right, we do need to take care of them quickly. I'm going to engage all of these forces here. We still have one unit of crossbow to support our shield. And hopefully they're targeting mercenaries, which is definitely my preference. But if they're taking fire from 2 crossbow units, they'll be dead very, very quickly indeed. Look at that missile exchange. Sword is moving in. I'm going to redeploy these guys on an angle here to defend the flank, as they may be coming towards the retinue who is still resting up. We're taking losses here, but I would expect we are dealing much more damage than we're receiving. Hopefully they're nearly spent, and we can get our crossbows back into position to protect against the remaining enemy sword. Because the Baron has a far greater number of troops at his disposal than we do, preserving our forces and our numbers is very important. And actually, maybe sacrificing a few of our men to keep those guys would be better. Right, they're broken. I'm going to redeploy the crossbow here. This unit of sword is taking fire from above. So hopefully that's going to give our unit of spear the advantage. We're in a shield wall down here. We're going to stand our ground, because actually just holding our position and keeping our defense high is more important at the moment, because we have plenty of offensive firepower from above. They're struggling for a line of sight. We'll redeploy one unit over here and keep the others ready for the second unit which are coming in here. Actually, maybe we'll set all of these crossbows to fire on them. Let's move our retinue into position. We probably should have moved them a bit sooner. Hopefully the 2 units of crossbows slamming on their heads will swiftly demoralize them. Redeploy a unit of spear towards them. We are taking some losses with our spear militia here. So let's move our other unit into position to assist. And let's retreat to a safe position so that our retinue can help. But it looks like we are going to get caught here a little bit. Okay, we have broken them. Come on. Ah, they're broken anyway. Okay. Victory. Battle for Nusshole complete. And what are our losses? We lost 4 spear. And we lost a couple of archers. None of our crossbowmen and none of our retinue. It could have been worse all in all. And we have defended Nusshole. Right. Is anyone else available for hire after that? No. I would push a claim straight away. Maybe we should. I'm just thinking if we wait, we can get another retinue in play, which could be crucial. I think we'll hold off for a minute, and we will disperse our troops. And obviously keep our mercenary archers positioned over by the manor, ready for when they're required again. Yes, tax increase. And we need to get a few families working at the corpse pits. And where were we? Upgrades down here, I'd take it. We burned through all of our ale doing that? No, we didn't actually. Well, hopefully we can get back to upgrading down here now. Although they may be struggling to get the ale. It is from the other side of the town, all the way over here. So we may have a little bit of a supply chain issue there. Nevertheless, we will do our best. We've got the manor being built down in Ichanyu. Down here. Let's make sure we keep these mines open and operational. Oh, it's complete. Let's get the garrison tower built as well. So that's got us our second garrison. And we'll hold off upgrading them until we get the garrison tower built. We've got 7 available free hands here. Let's get these upgraded into stables. Get our 4th worker trading. And let's get another granary worker. How are we doing for iron? We're getting on top of the iron situation, so let's get 2 additional bloomeries functional. Fuel is okay. Let's buy in some vegetable seeds on these, because we've got people moving in over here now. And we want to be producing food. And we'll upgrade those wherever possible. And I say, it's looking mighty fine. Things have certainly looked up over here. Wait for that construction to be complete. And we've got any upgrades here? Why are you ready to go up to level 3 and none of you? It's really bizarre. Okay, well, never mind. Quite happy to upgrade you to level 3. Just wondering why these guys aren't up for the job. Oh, you're missing other things. Not all of you, though. I think maybe they're just flitting in and out of upgradability, and obviously we've not been paying very close attention to them. Got 1,000 shoes. We could probably start selling some shoes at some point. 16 months of food and 40 months of fuel, so no worries there. Are we there with the manor? Not quite. Like, seriously, why can't you get a beverage? Taverns are literally next door. We still have 40 available plots for people to be moving into, and a few of these are up to level 3 now. So it's not the end of the world, I suppose. Still no mercenaries available. Concerning, to say the least. Right. Once the manor is constructed, we'll get the retinue set up, and then we'll be back. Right, ready for the military operation. What we're going to do is we're going to hire in... sorry, just getting distracted here by iron production. Too many workers. We've got our retinue here now, so we're going to rally them. And we're going to march them all the way over to Nuzzle, ready for the coming conflict. And we're also going to rally our own Nuzzolian retinue as well, so 2 retinues to help us in the fight. Still absolutely nothing available mercenary-wise. We did as much upgrading as we could down here before we started to run out of ale, so we put a pause on that for now. And I've opened up a few pack stations. I've ordered in some mules for them. And the aim for those... Why are they going through the corpse? Not the mining bit, rather. Anyway, the aim for those is they're sending pairs to Ichanyu and receiving iron ore. And that's because I was finding the normal trade system. I wasn't getting enough iron ore over here. We were still struggling a little bit for that resource. The reason that matters is that I've realised that if we can't get any mercenaries, we are going to take fairly substantial losses when it comes to our people and our military. And we need to be able to replace those, and we didn't have a very deep
chest of reserve military equipment. So I've reopened production of spears, I've reopened production of crossbows, I've reopened production of large shields and helmets to make sure that we can fully equip our forces. And to do that, they need to have access to metals. And I've adjusted those limits, so hopefully we can get a good number of reserve weaponry so that we can afford to take some losses. Now, another advantage to upgrading some of our Burgish plots to level 3, but a fair few of our men now actually wear the chainmail we've got in stock as well, which is only going to help with defense. So, the retinues are here. Let's rally our troops. I think it's time to push our first claim. Our wonderful forces assembling before our eyes. And they better do the job, because they're all we've got. Gosh damn it. Right. Now, none of you need to be running. Let's take you out of shield wall formation as well. All of you should be firing at will. And oh goodness, let's not forget our mercenary archers. Definitely going to need them, as wounded as they are. Shame they don't replenish over time, eh? Food and fuel look stable over here. And hopefully we're getting in a bit more iron ore. I think we turn into slabs so we can start making that weaponry. If worst comes to worst, we can buy it in. I suppose we could trade directly with the Chanyu for weapons, because we have got a fairly good weapons industry over here now. And we should probably set up some extensions on these, so we're at least making something with these baggages. So we'll set all of these to be built, and then we'll get some goats ordered into them. Food-wise, they should be sorted over here, because they should, before long, be receiving a large number of pears. It is mean we're going to be selling less pears on the market, but money isn't an issue at the moment. Weapons are. So the iron is much more important to us. Unfortunately, we're at that stage of the game where it doesn't quite run as well, especially when we're running at 3 times speed. The game does struggle a little bit, and occasionally you have to go down to a lower speed so that oxen get unstuck from buildings, basically. And that also means that we often get the mines collapsing more often. So we do need to keep an eye on that as well, and that is going to be a significant hindrance in our iron production. Okay. We'll just wait here long enough to order in some animals. Oh, they're having a pig there apparently. And then at least we're not wasting these burgish plots. Just sitting there not doing anything for us. As you can see, we're making a bit of money down here now. And we should probably start taxing down here at some point too. But I'm not going to worry about that immediately. Goats and upgrades all round for everyone. My mining community. Right. Let's press a claim. Hagstig. Claim with influence. Let's start marching our men towards the battleground. My claims are non-negotiable. But please, just go away. I wonder where his forces are going to come in from. Right down here. And the fight is going to be right in there. Okay. Looks like the same force we dealt with last time. Move our men into position. Ready for the assault. Which ideally we'll do through a bit of open ground. Okay. Right. We'll ignore his prattling. We care not for the prattles of the evil Baron, who does nothing but hire people to kill people. And nothing says evil quite like that. What's our population up to? 1,059 overall. Don't think we're getting that 2,000, are we, this game? And well, we can but try. Okay. I imagine granaries and storehouses are pressed down here, aren't they?
They are indeed. Get another worker there. Right. Military matters. So, let's deploy our shield to the center. I'm going to deploy a retinue to either flank, and I'm going to keep our missile in the center. Just want to run these guys a little bit just to keep them ahead of our archers. The most important thing here is protecting the crossbowmen, because if we don't, they could become killed very easily. They don't have a very strong defense, so they need that additional chance to deal their damage. They deal all their damage basically from afar. Right, a bit further back for you. Okay. Oh, nope, didn't want to do that. Want you out here, want you here. Retinues protecting the flanks, missiles going out, so we should be able to take care of those brigands, no problem whatsoever. The rest of their forces are still a way off. Be surprised if they even get to touching distance of our men, but we'll turn to face them anyway. And we'll make light work of them. Good. Put our men back into the center, and we will shield wall up with these units. Once again, deploy our retinues to the flanks, and our missile to the center. Our definite priority here is going to be taking down the enemy retinue. The AI is not too bad at outflanking maneuvers. It does always try to do something fancy. Okay. Make sure you're all attacking over there. The missile units are really the backbone of our military. Looks like our retinue is bracing to take an enemy charge. Enemy units over there. Let's run our crossbow round somewhere they can get a shot at the enemy retinue. Oh, they're broken already. Never mind. Reform up. Let's take our infantry out to here. Put these out here. And let's commit our missile to theirs. Right, we'll set those to missile alert. Same with our archers. And let's deploy this retinue and spear ready to take the incoming infantry. With any luck, our missile will be able to take out theirs before the infantry closes. So far so good. We'll have to wait and see whether the Baron brings in further reinforcements. Okay, I'm going to deploy another unit of spear to the front line with the sword. It looks like the sword here are holding back, so we'll get ready to take on this sword on its own. Have we dealt with those archers? Lost them. Lost sight of them. Right, redeploy them. They're going for the retinue. Big mistake. Push this unit up ready to deal with the oncoming sword. And see if we can't deal with them nice and quickly. They're broken. Good. reform up for the incoming unit. Deploy our crossbow. Rear guard of the retinue. Just in case we haven't dealt with those archers, but I'd imagine we've slaughtered them. Alright, crossbow, open fire on the sword. Get a few opening volleys before they close. Form up our spear to attack from the side. Push in. And that should finally break their morale. Excellent. Right, is that victory, or do we have another force to fight? It's victory! Huzzah! Did we take any losses? Not sure we lost a single man. The perfect victory. Well done, men. Very well done indeed. Excellently fought. Right, another region is ours. Now, I'd very much like to keep pushing on. Do we finally... anyone available? No. We'll keep an eye, just in case any of these broken enemy units does want to give up. Now, I hadn't intended to settle any of these regions, but it may become necessary to settle them just so we can get a manor built and get another retinue at our disposal. So, let's pull our troops back here for now. And we'll take stock. It is March, so we could settle here this year. What could we do? There's stone available. There's a rich resource of mushrooms, so we could settle in here and just get enough of a settlement together to build a retinue. That might be the plan. Right, let's reformat and look at the situation.
So our troops are marching on home, and I think indeed what we'll do, while we have the opportunity, is get down a settlers camp over here. Just as we were discussing momentarily. If you can't tell, I've been and had a cup of tea and decided what it is that we're doing. So, not a manor, some sort of starting camp, yes. And why don't we pop this in this little glade just here. Boom. And we'll go for a plentiful setup because we're filthy rich and we can. And yes, we are going to build a grid here. We've got to keep to the theme that we've put elsewhere. We can't go changing things up all the time. So we'll just start next to the little camp you've got going on here. And pop. Yes. Just a little pop pop. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to play some more. Oh, that rhymed. How wonderful. I'll be right back. One quick grid assembled and the forest successfully deforested, and it's quite hilly. I didn't realise when I popped down the initial homeless people's tents. But yes, there we are. So terribly sorry. Got a bit mad. Right, so we'll start the usual then. You all know the drill by now. We'll get a granary. We'll pop that down. Near to the shrooms, I reckon. Pop down a granary. Plop. Pop down a storehouse. Plop. And then we will plop down the means to gather the foods. Plop. Good. And we might as well get down a hunting camp as well, which we'll put down here. And we'll need a water source, which we will pop down here. Yes, somewhere here. We'll go there for the time being. And then we'll get down a logging camp, which we'll snap into the corner here. In addition to a logging camp, we need a fire cutter. We need a choppy boy, which we'll put here. Because I've learned that later stages of the game, oxen do like to get caught up around the woodcutters, the sawmills. So having them separated from other buildings is generally a good idea. Okay, we've got those down there, and then housing, the usual. So we'll get some berg spots down, with which we can get some veggies planted. No bother. It's not what I intended at all. Right. Come along now. Start in the right place, at least. There we go. 2 of those. And Doing okay for the old lumber. So we'll just get a few more of those in. Good. And let time take itself on. We'll even get the granary and storehouse up to a priority. And then, of course, we will get them filled with all the goodies that we've got sat over here at the moment. Let's order in an oxen. Relocate this over here. And get another one put down as well. Just in that corner there. Let's get 2 families working at the granary to quickly fill that one up for us. Good show. And our troops should be home by now. So we'll head over here. And we'll disband everyone but the retinues. The retinues we will keep here in a state of readiness. Oh good, we can just hire them straight back in. I was like, oh bother. Just send the wayward sons home. But actually, they were still available for hire, so we hired them straight away, and then they're back to full strength. So all works out well in the end. We'll come and assemble them over here. Good. That was very nearly a bad day at the office, as it were. Yes, you're homeless, but you won't be for long. Get a family moving some stuff into the storehouse as well, and leave everyone else to work on construction. Good. Channel is looking absolutely fine. Everything is currently operating, and with standard operating procedures. We should really get one of these storehouses active. It was, the whole point of having them. So we will do so. Everything else looks good. What's that there? Those bunnies? What's going on? That's very strange. I've not seen that before. Okay. Right, well, let's leave the bunnies to it. I just don't think we're meant to be seeing that. And that is a sign that the game is getting a little pushed. We are indeed up to 1,067 population over here. In this region, we've got a further 200. So we are pushing on towards those heady heights that we're hoping to come to. And just as soon as we have yet another retinue available to us, which we're going to develop here, then we will push right on and aim to get the next regions claimed. That's the plan, at least. An animal ran away. Why would they do that? Oh, bother. It's annoying. Our second oxen, we didn't build the hitching post quickly enough. Very frustrating. Okay. We'll get the first ones set up just as soon as we have some planks available to us. Get a family working at the logging camp. We should be done bringing in the stores to the granary and the storehouse. We'll free them up. We'll then allow them... Don't press that button. Thank you. We'll allow them to have some stalls. And we will set those up here. Like so. And then we should definitely do something. Yes, you're upgrading. It's good. Like building a trading post. But we do need some timber first. And what do we want from this region? Fertility is poor. So realistically, we want to double the size of that mushroom deposit. That's the one. It's also going to make that hunting spot even better. So we can get animals. And that's just going to make sure that those are going to be our primary food sources going forward here. We'll get 2 workers there. Loath to order another oxen again. And we'll get someone... we won't work at the hunting camp just yet. But we will build... that sawmill. No, we didn't. Yeah, I thought we built it already. We want a reserve of 8 timber. And we only need about 50 planks at this stage. So we'll set those limits up there. And well, the first plank should pop in nearly immediately, which they have. So we'll get down a couple of those there. And we should probably export something like shields from here, because we have an abundance of forests in this area. So maybe that's what we'll specialise. And we'll get some beets planted there and there, so we get some food coming in. And we'll get a family at the Woodcutter's Lodge. We need to get down a well. Oh, did we do that already? No, we did. That's good. Okay, things are on track here. As we've got logs coming in, we can get a couple of expansions popped into these burgish plots, so we've got space for people to be moving in. And we'll leave them to it. Over in Nussel, still got 28 locations for people to move in. Food is down to 15 months, but not all of these burgages here are settled yet with food production in mind, so I think we'll be okay once those are up and running. Got plenty of timber. Good. There's our mercenary archers. Place you behind our retinues. Very neat and tidy. And I suppose any of your colleagues are available for hire still? No. The AI is not letting us have any, is it? It's like, you've got enough people already, and we're not going to give you any more. Right, the question is now, do we expand upwards or downwards? Upwards is quite a long way from our existing industry. Downwards is a little closer to everything. There's an argument for downwards, but we get most of our lumber from down here, so that's an argument for upwards. Let's have a quick look and see what the terrain's like. Can we build mostly here? Not too hilly. It's a bit hilly there. Otherwise it looks okay. Now, you might be thinking, has he learned his lesson from building too close to the edge? And the answer is, no, probably not. But what I could do, come to think of it, is deploy our retinue over here. Just in case they do spawn inside of these lands again, so we've got an immediate response. And we'll set the archers behind them here, with fire at will. That seems a good notion to me. And yeah, I think probably expanding up there is going to be the right solution. So that's what we will look to do next. And we will of course continue to upgrade down here at the old iron production facilities. And we're up to 1.5k iron, so we are getting on top of the whole iron situation now. With that in mind then, we should probably get some additional smelting capacity down. So we've got this space here where we can do that, so we'll get another 3 of those built. And we'll keep ordering in those goats. Finances here are good, so let's get a little bit of taxation up and running. Oh gosh, not 36.3, that's what I was going for. 3%. And we're about to run out of accommodation space here. So this could also do with some upgrading in terms of space down there for some more burgages. So I might go ahead and expand both Nushol and Ichanyu with some space for burgages. And just as soon as I've done that, I'll be back. Toodlepip. Right, it's been a minute. So what I've been doing is, in the unsure and uncertain hope that I don't need to do it again, I've been doing a lot of gridding. So I've added all this grid up here in Nushol, and down here in Hagstig, I've done all this gridding here. I've missed out a road there. Oops, build that. In Hagstig, I've missed out 3 roads, oh goodness. How sloppy of me. We'll just quickly slap those in and pretend that they were there all along. And I've also done some additional gridding here in Ichanyu as well. And we've got burgage plots being installed over here and extensions being put on all of these. So we need to wait for more timber to come into Ichanyu before we do much else in there. In Hagstig, I accidentally spent all our money. I made a whoopsie. And as a result, we don't have enough to open trade with anywhere, so we are going to have to get a few burgages here up to level 2 in order to be able to bring in any money, which is, to say it, put it mildly, far from ideal. Let's get these open though and upgrade those to be large in both regards. And we will just have to keep pressing on to get to level 2 here. And in fact, we might just have what we need for the church. And we'll find somewhere to pop this. Doesn't look like that's on top of any of the berries, but it might be a bit in the way. So I think we will choose here to build the church.
They'll have foraged goods. They'll have... They won't have animal produce straight away, but they will have meats from the small game, hopefully. So that may take care of that, but we'll get some goats in here when we can. Again, we've got no money, so we are going to have to rely on the wild animals over here, unfortunately. And we can get the church axes and fuels as well. Not a problem, we've got a charcoal kiln being built, so that's all underway industriously in Hagstig. And then Nusshole up here, we have our standing army down here. And we still have 19 available living spaces, which is largely the expansions, I believe, on all these level 2s over here. As one of the mines collapses, we'll take care of that. But I think it's probably about time that we think about even more properties. We've got even more food than we did previously, and that's because some more of these vegetable plots have come online. So let's think about supply up here. And let's start off then with a granary cube here. And we will spin this round. Come down again on this side. Yeah. Ah. Not enough rubble stone. Well, we can fix that by going over to one of our trading posts. And we'll say we probably want to be keeping more like 300 of that in stock at any given time. But never fear, even with that slowing us down, we can still go ahead and start to place some of the other amenities, such as water. To think of it, water should determine where our stalls were. But maybe we'll put the water here. And this is where we can have the storehouses. So we will get 1, 2, 3, and something similar to what we did with the granaries. And get 4, 5, and 6. And then pop a road down there for them to be connected. A little something like that. And then we will get the markets placed in the remaining space here. Oop, game's having a think about it. Oh, struggled, but we got that. And I'll do the same here. Good. And I'm not going to bother with taverns. I don't think we realistically need them at this point of the game. No need to upgrade any burgish plots any further than we have already. And then maybe the 2 here, if we get a couple of corpse bits placed down, can be for dense burgages. And then pretty much everything else is going to be a vegetable farm. We may put some orchards in there as well. But I was thinking predominantly of vegetable production for this new gridded area. Okay, so then we'll start with our dense burgages, which we will fill into this space. Good show. And we've had another shipment of stone arrive, so we'll get the next granary placed down like that. And that's certainly a fair bit of construction for everyone to be getting on with. I'm thinking of adding even more foresters down here. We've already got quite a lot operational. But, you know, I was thinking, the more people we add, the more wood we're going to go through. So it couldn't hurt to have a few more foresters. So we'll build 4 there, and we're not going to struggle to man them, let's be honest. And look at that, granary's almost green. How bizarre, never thought we'd be seeing that colour again. Being honest, right, it's a couple of rubble clay pits here we need to put back together. Got quite a lot of ale. Oh, look, the church did collapse. I told you it would eventually. Doesn't look very collapsed to me, but we'll take the game's word for it. That would be hurting our approval. Would be nice to get up to that +3 monthly migration.
Let's open one of the taverns and see if we can't get approval up by supplying people with more things they want, such as alcohol. I've actually got a reasonable number of eggs and milk as well on the market. How are we doing for our weapon supplies? We've got more spears, we've got shields are slowly going up, and we've got plenty of gambesons. Maybe we'll start selling those. Are we selling shields? Is that what's going on here? We should not be selling shields. Yes, we are. Whoopsies. No wonder we're not building our limit. And we also don't want to be selling too many of our crossbows either. How are we doing for iron ore? Are we bringing in enough now? Yes, nearly 450. We were going for the 500, so that's good to see. Oh, well, if we've got a couple of plots that can upgrade as a result of there being alcohol in the market, then we won't say no. But it would have made more sense for me to reactivate the tavern over here. Because actually, we've got all of these down here, for starters. And it's much closer to where the ale is coming from, so there's less work for the large tavern staff to do. So I'm actually going to unman that and get this one going up here. Once some more. And we've got plenty of space for people to move in here. Let's check in Janyu. Yeah, bodies need burial. I guess this mine collapse was a little more problematic than the previous ones we've had. We'll employ someone down there. Terribly sorry for your loss. And I imagine we've had... not got people moving in here yet, but in anticipation, we'll get some orchards and some vegetable plots ready. We'll need to expand into here next. So we just as well get a couple of those burgages popped in now. What's going on here? Can I do it manually? How bizarre. Let's replace this road. See if that makes any difference at all. The game saving is definitely getting laggier, I've noticed. Doesn't want me to build there, does it? Can I do that? Rather odd, but I can. So I shall. And hopefully all these will be able to act off the existing market stall and storage locations over there, but that's quite far away. And oh dear, I'm hearing the bad noise. Where have they come in? Osvice. Right. Let us deploy our forces to the area. Should be easy enough to take care of these ragamuffins. No mercenaries? No, didn't think so. So we'll rally all our troops to go and meet the invaders head on. Oh gosh, we're ready for level 2 down here. Let's do that quickly while we can, because we need that burgish plot income so that we can establish a trade route. So we don't want to waste any time. Down to 3 months of food as well, and we'll not be able to get the vegetables as quickly as we would have liked. So that is a problem potentially. We could get an additional family working at the hunting camp. That may help a little. And other than that, we'll have to wait for the mushrooms to come in next year. And we don't have many more planks. There's not much else we can do there for the moment. Okay. Troops are assembled. So let's take up a defensive stance here on the other side of the border. And we'll set all of these chaps to fire at will. Brigands are just coming through from this region now, which is Vice, as we said, yes. Might be no point in these guys coming over, to be honest. It's going to take so long anyway. So we'll redeploy them back to where we had them previously, guarding against potential invaders from this direction here. And we can deal with these scrubs with the troops we have available to us here. Let's destroy these guys so they don't get around us and cause havoc. And we'll do similar with these guys, making sure we're not outflanked. We'll push in against these. Ooh. And there we are. Raining hellfire down on these plebs. They will have shots, so that's good. It's not ideal. Better slow them down by shooting them. It's silly to lose lads here. Oh dear. Run away! Now we've destroyed one unit just with our archers. Push you down there, catch you from the rear, and turn around and make you a really, really bad day. You're going to regret chasing the archers, my friend. Load. And loose. Oh, that's ominous, isn't it? And I imagine this will break them in one volley. Yes. Yes, it will. Oh dear, what's gone on here? Clicked on a button, haven't I? I'm always doing that. Clicking on buttons and I'm not supposed to. Alright, you. Attack him. You. There. You. There. Good. And do we still have corpse pit workers? We do. That's grand. So you're essentially being shelled even as we talk. And nothing like a bit of experience for our lads, is there? Bit of a milling mess there, guys. Might be worth spreading out a bit, I reckon. And we'll tap to the side. And they're broken. Good. Good job, everyone. Go home. No one else want to be hired? No. Sad face. Alright, and let's get these granaries and storehouses upgraded from the offering. A little something like this. Very nice indeed. Good. And what else? What else? What else? How do we get on with the level 2s here? We can do more? We can do more. Just one more though. Bit of a shortage on the old timber. Right. Let's get some people working at reforestation to make sure we never run out of the old trees. You can work in that area there. Oh, reached the medium village. Very nice. And I wonder what was going on then. Get another logging camp. Oh, it's a bit glitchy, isn't it? Let's turn off snapping. Another logging camp there. And there, so we can build up a larger stockpile. Get a family working at the charcoal kiln. 2 at the woodcutter's lodge. And we'll wait until we've got 20 so we can establish a trade route on charcoal. Let's get another 2 families at the granary and 2 at the storehouse to make sure we're nicely covered off. And then continue with upgrading as planks become available. And we'll get a few extensions popped on as well. So we've got spaces for people to be moving in. Because the food doesn't look so bad, actually. I imagine we got some of those beets in. Yes, we did indeed. 15 spots to move in down here. So we'll just keep incrementally adding a few more. 6 months on fuel here, so fuel is still a bit of an issue. We've got plenty of people who can be doing stuff and things. So I think what we probably ought to do is add another granary and storehouse area in here.
So we'll get down 2 storehouses. Whoop, like so, and 2 granaries. Also like so. Perfect, we can get a water in there. It's exactly where I wanted it. And we'll get some market stalls like so. Why not? Even bring a road in down here and have something else in there, couldn't we? Like another granary. We don't need to for the second. And get a few more burgages plopped down to be built while we're off tending to other regions. And it's all pretty much the same story at the moment, just growth, growth, and some more growth. And we'll go... Ooh, that's definitely wrong, we'll need to change that. Typical is misclicking again. We'll go back and fix that, and we'll put some orchards in here, because pretty much so far we've been doing mostly vegetables. And then we're going to add a forester or 2 here. We'll get a couple of woodcutters. Maybe just 1 there. And we'll also get a charcoal kiln to accompany it. Which will pop in there, I think, actually. And we'll also put down a forester or 2 over here. Can we get one in there? That would be nice. Not quite. Get one there, though. Put those there, and they can work on foresting this area over here. Still got a few spaces for people to move in, but we just need to make sure we're keeping on top of it so we're not wasting any monthly migration. It's all looking pretty tickety-boo. And we've got enough trade, enough money now to set up a trade on charcoal. And we're going to export everything over 100. And we need another worker, at least 1 more worker at the charcoal kiln to make use of all that firewood we're bringing in. Splendid. Can we build the manor here? That's the main point. Just need to save up 20 planks, and we'll wait for that to happen. As for here, up to 1,146 families now. Have we started moving in up here yet? Not quite yet, so still filling out those other positions. That's absolutely fine. But we should move in right away and get some extensions put on. So let's put in a whole battery of chickens, because I don't feel like we've put too many chickens down recently. So we'll get those plopped in there. Slotted in ever so nicely, yes. Don't worry, they're free range. I said battery chickens, but, you know, they've all got back gardens, that counts, right? Basically free roam. Compared to most standards, I suppose they are. We'll make all of these chickens, why not? It's a redonkulous amount of chickens. Might even have some chicken meat on the market after all these, you never know. Clicky, clicky, click. Just sitting round, being typical tea and wishing there were group select tools, for goodness sake. For goodness sake, why can't there be group selects? Okay. That's enough complaining, that's all those done. And with all those done, we can add, surrounding it, a couple of our standard large garden burgage plots. Yes. In the grid city, everything is standardized. No space for individuality. Not at all. Just efficiency. And not much of that, actually, either. Just rigid authoritarianism, I suppose. Okay. Put that there. Put that there. Fill out some of these. La-di-da. Making sure there's plenty of space available for people to come and farm the land, if that's what they so desire to do. Another odd one there. Not as efficient, that one. Never mind. We certainly have enough land to not need to really worry about that too much, don't we? Right, we'll just do 2 more squares here. And then we'll go and see how we're getting on elsewhere. There we go. Splendid. Lots of construction. Oh, that's a busy screen, isn't it? So, like we said, let's see how we're doing down here. Just about enough space for people to be moving in. And I need those planks. You there. I want 50 planks. See to it. I imagine we're suffering the problems of only having one ox here. We have enough money, though, that we could order in another one now. Let's get a few additional hitching posts down to make sure that the next ones don't run away. And we'll get some of these ready for some horses as well. And we'll get a family starting to do some trading. Get you stocking up, because we do now have plenty of charcoal with that additional family. And we'll keep spending our logs to make sure we get those expansions. Good. Janu, 15 spaces for people to move in. And let's buy some vegetables and seeds for everyone. And you should be a orchard. You can grow cabbages, apple, pear, quince, apple, and you're also orchards. So we'll get those on the way. And we've got a few available people, so we'll get 3 working there, 3 working there. And we'll make sure those are upgraded as well. There's that water source, we'll get that upgraded to a large well. And gosh, there's a lot of rubble to be repaired there. I wonder if that's where all the workhorses come from. Might have to keep an eye on that. Ooh, a couple of upgrades to be had. Make any of those that we can. And did we ever have any further upgrades we could do here? Yes. No, that's just up to level 2 though. Bizarre. I wonder why I didn't have that before. They were obviously missing something, weren't they? Is it water? They just weren't moved into. That would explain it. I was just wondering if the tavern here had any effects, and I don't think it really has. There, we've run out of ale again, that's why. Never mind. Right, and we might as well then get these set up. We'll do the bottom row here as orchards, and then we'll do the top row as vegetable plots. I wonder, the Baron hasn't actually attacked us this game, and he is set to balanced, so he has pressed to claim on us already actually, so there's no fear that we're accidentally in easy mode. He doesn't seem very keen, does he? He's obviously suffered a couple of humiliating defeats. He doesn't want to come and fight us again, and to be honest, who can blame him? We're pretty awesome. We don't back down here in typical T Grid Lords. We just push forwards and continue to be awesome. That road isn't awesome, is it? Get rid of that. And pop the last of those additional ones in there. And already we've filled a decent amount of those grids we put down. Not all of them. We may not even fill all of them before the end of the game. But that doesn't really matter, so long as I don't have to build any more. It's my main objective. I don't think I'm going to be doing any more Grid Lord playthroughs anytime too soon. That is for sure, my friends. It is, it's fun, but at the same time, there's only so many grids a man can build. If you know what I mean? If you don't, go and build a few grids, and then you'll understand. Right, vegetables. And we will predominantly grow cabbages because we sell those for a good profit. And then you are going to be vegetables. And you are going to be apples, right. Or orchards, anyway. Have you got my planks yet? Yes, you have. So, let's go ahead and get the manor down. And we'll just pop this here on the King's Road for the garrison tower and commit to that construction. and then pop down some more vegetable plots, although we're looking okay for supply when it comes to food. And in fact, probably what we could be doing with more is spaces for people to live. We haven't done any dense accommodation here yet, so maybe that would be a good thing to do. And we might as well do it here. So let's get down a few pits. Ooh, it's a rather haphazard placement there, I do apologise. Must be more careful. So one there, that's enough to judge it. Like I said, can give it slapdash here as the game progresses. And we'll get some dense accommodation in here. Or we won't, because it's too steep. What about here? Okay, yes, well. Potentially then, some space for granaries, etc. in front there. And build another bank next to that. Good. Right, priority though is the manor, because then we can hire in some troops, and for a relatively small settlement, we'll have our third retinue unit, and then it'll be time to once again march to war. And although I'd like it to be with more mercenaries, I'm beginning to expect that will never happen. Up to 42k in our personal coffers, 19k in Nussho's bank. So not short of a few pennies, that's for sure. And get a few cabbages up here in Chicken Land. Gosh, it is a very large settlement here, isn't it? Nearly 1,200 souls that call it home. But 69, very nice, that live down here. And in Chanyo, we've got 258, so nothing to be sniffed at. And we'll get a few more orchards planted up here. And we've got 12 accommodation spots. But I would still prefer if we got all these expansions popped on, because that's going to give us plenty of space for people to be moving in while we're away at war. War, glorious war. How are we getting on? 13%, is that all? It's almost like you only have access to one oxen. Right, well, let's get another one. I'll upgrade those to stables. And we probably ought to spend our next money potentially on a horse, but actually I think maybe on some more veggies. Because otherwise we're going to have problems when all these people start moving in. As they are indeed already starting to. Right, are we done? Down here, are there any empty plots down here anymore? Don't think so. Maybe some that don't have two families. No, you do. So we'll have to. Oh, there's obviously some alcohol come onto the market there. I wonder if the next place we're moving in then is over here. We built these first, so we'll see someone pop in. Oh, there they are actually. Yes, started moving in. I think you probably ought to go and work at a local storehouse. And you ought to go and work at a local granary. And then we can get everyone nicely going up here, can't we? Yes, simply lovely. Storehouses are looking a little pushed. Let's add a few storehouses in this area down here. Where can we fit them? Or actually, I know it's not as efficient, but we could just get... We've got numbers is not a problem for us in terms of people. A whole bunch of lads to work in those storehouses. And then we'll get foresters in here. Can't be bothered to set up a working area. Just plant around yourselves, please. And deal with it yourselves. And we've got more people moving in here. So we'll definitely need to make sure we're upping our granary supplies as well. So we get 3 families working there. Rebuild that. And some upgrades to be made here. So we'll oblige. Down to 3 months on fuel. It's not good. Right, let's get those additional workers then into the woodcutter's lodge and the charcoal kiln. Hopefully that'll take care of things. And we'll just double check. No, we're not trading them away here. We can always bring more in there if we need to. And the manor is complete. So, that, my friends, is our third retinue. So let's go ahead and buy in a buck-ton of arms. And we'll equip them all with the finest armor. And then we will start to rally our forces and select the next region, which we want to liberate from the hands of the evil Baron. Heck, whatever his name is. Forgotten. Never mind. The detail doesn't matter. The intent does. Right. That's everyone nicely set up. Let's rally them from the manor. Come on, chaps. Places to be, things to do. All that good stuff. Got a little bit of money. Not quite enough, though, to get the next beats set up. And let's assemble you with the other retinues. So 3 units of heavy infantry. Now I'm tempted to wait actually for the invasion until the next load of bandits have turned up, because if they turn up while we're invading, it could be very bad if they appear in one of our home regions. And actually, with that in mind, I wonder if perhaps we should be keeping you here, and indeed sending the Chanyu retinue home, because if we do have someone pop up nearby, we're going to want the retinues at least to slow them down and delay any invasions, and to that extent, let's send a unit of archers to each region as well to act as defense. And then here in this hole, although it wouldn't be ideal, we do still have the home retinue, which can defend from an initial invasion, and we can of course deploy our own domestic military, which is all based in Nussel. Right, 41 available living spaces here. Get a few extra of those popped in as people move in. All important. And then now we're looking down here. Few upgrades, okay. Yeah. Don't mind if I do. And hopefully this looks like we may be starting to get on top of the fuel situation with our new facilities down here. I guess they're just, you know, running out of trees up here. That's the problem, isn't it? Not planting new ones quickly enough. So that as the military arrives to help defend the region. The garrison, I suppose. Get a worker at this forestry. Set them a work area down here. Like so. Hopefully there's enough trees here to keep us supported fuel-wise for a little while. And we'll also assemble you two together as well. Right, if you excuse me then, I think what we're going to do now is wait out the next bandit raid. Finally, after quite some time and me wondering if they were ever going to show up, that band of raiders has arrived, and I've been doing quite a lot of expansion, as you can see here. Added another ring around this, and we're up to a population here now of 1,286. I've also been adding some windmills and malt houses. You can see the money's down. I've been buying in barley and wheat in an attempt to get the approval up to get that +3 monthly migration, but I must say, no luck so far. There's a lot of people here to make happy, and it's not that easy. Down here in Hagstig, I've also been expanding up here, and I've also been expanding, of course, down in Chanyu as well. So we've got people moving in those regions also. Right, so now we know where the bandits are, we can start bringing our forces together. So we'll bring our garrison forces from these two regions up to meet here. And then we will rally our own forces to the usual position up here. and bring in our retinue in a defensive position down here somewhere. That'll do. Right, so let's see us bring our troops into play. Maybe we should bring our troops in down here, because they are coming in rather quickly. Right. Where are all our men? They're all very scattered. That's what I'm seeing here. The enemy are very much upon us. We're moving our retinue into position as well. Our crossbows, as usual, open fire at will. Hopefully taking out most of them. And here we go. Our troops are coalescing now. And once we're formed up, there is not much that the brigands are going to be able to do against us. So we'll send our retinue against this unit here. Let's move our crossbowmen into range and deploy our units of spear as appropriate. Good. Crossbows are doing their job. Retinues aren't designed for running, as we're proving here. Right, I'm going to deploy these forces over here and push these men into this fight. Stop running and we'll face them here. And let's make sure we attack with these men. If we could take them out with the crossbows, that'd be ideal. Continue to move our retinue into position. And hopefully we'll have another 0 loss battle here. They're broken. We'll deploy our crossbows here. And let's continue to move our spear into position. They're killing my sheep. What? Look at that, they've just killed my sheep. Isn't it? That's a... Angus! Agnes, don't do it! Run! Run, Agnes! Angus, run! That's so unnecessary. For that, you shall die. Oh dear, clicked a button. It's not what I wanted at all. Hello? Right, you. Slaughter. It should be easy work for you. Keep pushing our troops in. I think the battle is all but done now. And tired as our retinue might be, they're so much better than the enemy forces that I would be surprised if we do lose anyone. Are they firing at that range? I don't see any crossbow bolts coming in. Right. Let's bring in some reinforcements in the form of a unit of spear. So we can clear up the last units here. Then we'll charge in with our men. And hopefully, without a single man lost, this attack will be over. Good, and there we are. All dealt with. Right, everyone go home, because you've not all appeared with your banners. Okay. And then let's get all 3 retinues and the archers positioned here. And then we will rally all of our spear to their sides and all of our crossbowmen behind. And we're setting our sights on Boss Weiss. Right, so here are our men nicely assembled. Let's go ahead and claim Boss Weiss. It shall be ours. And we will use our military to take it by force. Splendid. And of course, the backbone of our military, our crossbowmen. Come along. Baron, are you going to do anything about this? Oh yes, he is. Okay, right. Let's move in our troops. Make sure nobody is set to run. No point in wasting our energy. Good. Not going to talk to you. Where's he bringing his troops in from? We'll have to wait and see. Don't think he's deployed any yet. Right, well, we're winning as it is. There are the enemy units. What does he have? Is that it? Contemptible. Right. Let's deploy our shield wall in the center here. And then let's deploy our retinues to the flanks, ready to support. Little like this. Here, and we'll get these men here. And then we'll get our archers to fire at will and be set up behind that line. And hopefully with our archers, we'll just be able to take care of them right away. Battle begins. It seems to be coming at us at a bit of an angle. So we will redeploy accordingly. Keeping that same formation, more or less. They should be in range now. And indeed, we're loosing some initial volleys. And we'll just keep adjusting to their new position. Don't know where they're going. I guess they're just walking to the center. Run these troops into position here. Right, let's target their missile if we can. Don't know what they think they're doing. Apparently, one unit of bandits wants to fight a retinue. Well, they can certainly have at it. And let's make sure we wipe out their archers in short order, because they can do damage to us from afar. Splendid, and not what we wanted. We're going to set our own troops to fight aggressively. We'll bring our retinue onto the flank. Archers are all but dealt with. Their retinue is hitting our center. But as soon as these bandits fold, in fact before that, let's deploy one of our own retinue to take care of theirs. Push them in there, and from this side too. Okay, so retinue is a group of very hardened troops, and I do not want to be taking too many casualties in our own lines. I'm going to move this unit up here to form a shield wall against... Let's just take care of that last lad. We got one bow to him, but you know, bit overkill to shoot him with 36, but we want him gone. We just want to make sure that we're protecting ourselves from these swords as they come in. We haven't taken any losses yet, and they are very much surrounded. That last lad is dead. Nope, he's just running away. Don't blame you, my friend. Concerned for our numbers here. But they've broken and we haven't taken any losses. So let's form up here. Make sure we're peppering them. And whoa! Lost 5 or 6 men there. We're going to commit that retinue to the fight. And that one too. And we're going to bring our units here onto the flank. Do the same here. And we have lost our first retinueman. Lost 2 there. But we've got plenty of support and coming in now. Commit these units. Charge and broken. Splendid. Right. Hopefully, that's the battle done. Hasn't ended though, which is a bit concerning, isn't it? So, we should assume there are more forces on the way. So we'll take up a shield wall there. Take up our standard formation with retinues on the flanks. Missile in the center. Good, and in the meantime, I take it everything's fine at home, domestically. A few bodies to be buried where we spilled over the border. And there we are, victory. Victory is ours. Any mercenaries available yet? No. Right, well I think we press our advantage. Do we need to return this retinue home? Where are you from? Hagstig. You are our freshest recruits. It's only 3 men. I'm not going to bother sending them all the way back so that we can hire a few more. So I think we push our next claim straight away. And we go in on Lynfield. Claim Lynfield. And let's start moving our army to its centre. Maybe should have given ourselves a bit of a chance to rest, but hopefully we'll be okay. It's mostly the archers that are tired from all that firing. But we'll just walk the force over there, there's no need to rush. The enemy will come in from the edge of the map anyway, and where we're going is the centre. So we've got a head start on them, even if they were to deploy troops immediately. And we've got quite the mob. It's not the largest army I've commanded, but it is one of the better equipped ones. And it's been a while since I fought with multiple retinues as well. Okay. Gosh, it's going to be all the way over there. Right, well, we better keep going then. And where's the Baron sending his men in from? We'll just wait for that message to pop up here so we know. What's up with these squares? I haven't built anything here. That's so weird. I've no idea what's causing that. We've not done anything here. We've not claimed the region. But those are definitely squares from like what I've been doing. Weird. Anyway. Alright. I don't know which direction they're going to come from here. So I think we're going to assume a box formation. A little something like this here. And we're going to ignore that. And deploy our crossbows in here as well. And also our archers. And there we go. Our little defendable hedgehog. And the Baron is yet to send anyone. I wonder if he's struggling to find men who want to fight us, because we're just so successful. And look at that. Not a bad little fighting formation, that. So we'll just press on with time and wait to see if the Baron can even defend his own lands. Meanwhile, we'll check up on our various settlements. All looks dandy down here. All looks dandy over here as well. I suppose we might as well put in a couple of orchards here. Good stuff. And look how heavily forested this is. It's a very dense forest. We've got quite a lot of foresters who've been working on that, and we never really get much past there in terms of a dent. Money is definitely running out over here. So we're going to have to stop importing something, and we've not got anywhere near to that 95% approval. So I think what we best do is go to the trading post, and we're going to stop importing barley. And we'll just keep importing the bread for the time being and see if that on its own is enough. Got a couple of additional trading posts up here should they be needed. We'll just get those upgraded and check that there's no enemies. No, we're fine in our little hedgehog formation over there. Oh. There they are. Tempted to maintain our formation. With some alterations, perhaps. Yeah, why not? So, I'm going to deploy a retinue to the front line here, alongside these troops. I'm also going to remove our rear guard. Having said that, it's going to be awkward, isn't it? To get everyone to do the right thing. Right. We'll form the center with 2 units of spear. And then we'll take the flanks here with another unit of spear and 1 of the retinue. And then we'll commit 2 retinue to the flanks. And then keep our archers in the center as before. Everyone scramble to your positions, enemies coming. Don't need to defend from all directions. We did that previously, didn't we, with the triangular design. We had more troops for that playthrough as well. Hopefully everyone can filter through to their frontline positions without too much of a problem. And there we have. Fairly highly trained force by this point. They know what they're about. We've done a few battles. We've won a few battles. We've never lost a battle. Hopefully we don't eat our words on that one. Right. You should all be set to fire at will, which you are. I think you should all be fighting aggressively. Traders just nonchalantly carrying on through. It looks like they're coming right for us. Well, their funeral, I guess. Archers, open fire. Maelstrom of arrows going towards their sword there. Doesn't seem fair their retinue is 36, does it? I'm going to commit 3 units to opening fire on their retinue. And we'll keep the other 2 pinning down the sword here. We seem to be taking heavy losses. And actually I'm going to rethink that and commit everyone to opening fire on their missile. They don't want to be taking unnecessary fire. We're going to start missile alert right until we're engaged. We'll take care of those brigands though, just because there is no point in taking damage from the archers before we've even engaged the enemy. So there's no disadvantage to being in missile alert. We'll change that over now to push forwards aggressively. They're almost spent, and their retinue is being committed to the center. We're going to commit both units of spear to that right away. And we'll bring these troops round the side. We'll push our retinue up as a defensive screen to the rear so that our spear can engage here without issue. We'll also bring around this retinue. And with the archers dealt with, we'll redeploy our archers here to attack the sword. Let's run our retinue into place. They need to be in place as our screen. And we've got this retinue coming in as well. Between these 2, we'll take on this sword, as they take a lot of archer fire as well. We are losing troops. We've got 3 units of our spear attacking into their retinue, and their retinue is a strong unit. See if we can't get some reinforcement from our own retinue here. And we haven't got a screen at the moment for our archers, but it's not a problem, because we have taken care of their retinue, and it did cost us. We lost maybe 10 troops in this battle. And they're broken. Victory is ours. Right, let's take stock. So, yes, we have lost a few troops. 1 there, 4 there, 3 there. But still nothing critical. So rather than go all the way back and start over, we're going to take our troops right over here. And once they arrive, we'll start the claim on that region. And walk straight over the fact that we've lost a few here. And then before we do the final region, we will go back and replenish our troops, make sure we've made up for any losses, and also refreshed our retinues. And that's because usually there are 2 waves, aren't there? The last of the Baron, if I remember correctly, though it has been a while. So we'll want to make sure we're in the best possible stance and condition, ready for that particular fight. The end is finally in sight. I'm sure you're all glad by this point. If you're enjoying it though, do let me know. Perhaps leave a like and a comment. That'd be nice. Right. This region is going to be mine. Hilbert, you are very much losing your grip, my friend. And where is it? Okay, it's over here. Let's get our troops into position. And assume a formation of some kind. Like so. Good. We're not talking to you. They're not very nice. And yes, we're the ones declaring all the wars, but it's because you claimed the whole map. And that was the real act of aggression. Well, our forces may be depleted, but hopefully they're emboldened by their success so far. It's a modest force, isn't it, to have conquered the game with? Come on then, Baron. Do your worst. Still can't hire anyone in. Don't know what that's about. Bit annoying, really. Would like to have had a massive military by this point, rather than making do with what we've got. And while we wait, I suppose we could build some animal pens. And we best just go and check our treasury over in Nusshole to make sure that we haven't run into any finance problems since we stopped importing the barley. So we'll head on over there. Yes, we may have to stop importing the wheat as well. So there's trade and no trade. Just focusing on exports, please. There they are. And it's the same force we've been seeing for a while. I don't know what's happened to all the mercenaries. It's just like they've disappeared. It's very bizarre. Right, shield wall. You know the drill by now. Put our retinues out on the flanks. And take up the center. I wonder if he'll be able to field a double force in the last battle if he can't hire in any mercenaries. So the mercenary pool just seems to have never refreshed, apart from the mercenary archers that we already have. Okay. Everyone should be opening fire, and indeed we are. Shredding that fire. Look at the size of the arrows. They get smaller as you zoom in. It's funny. Next scales quite nicely, actually. Right, I'm going to keep one on the flank, but I'm going to already start pushing in the others. And we're going to focus down... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. We're going to focus down their archers. We're going to stand our ground here. Your job is just to not take damage while we deal with the enemy. And once they've committed these forces, they're really just running in this time, aren't they? I don't know what they're thinking. Let's target the retinue, because that is their strongest unit. And let's push in from the flanks with our retinues. And let's cut off these brigands as well. Good. And we're breaking them already. Again, we've taken some light losses from our spear. At the end of the world. What I think I might start doing is deploying our retinue to the centre to take the first hits, because presumably they will better be able to rebuff the enemy. Although I don't know the defence stats on them. Their armour 81. And what's our armour? 9. Yes. Okay, maybe it would be best. Right, but they appear to be all but dealt with. Just take out the last of these brigands. A few volleys of arrows and some steel from our retinue. That should do it, surely. Yep. It just eviscerated them. Good. And we'll march the men on into the next region. And then we'll have a little bit of a recoup before we take on the final area. Let them march their way over there. I don't think we'll settle any of these other regions. Don't see the need. What are we up to population-wise over here then? Our main settlement, 1,300. Jolly good. Okay, let's take up a roughly central position in the open here. Are you running? No, just ahead of everyone else. Right, we'll give everyone a chance to rest up, although they're not actually that tired. So let's go ahead and claim the region. And where is the zone? Oh, nowhere near us. It's over here. Didn't see that coming. Okay, so this time we're going to form up our retinue as the main defensive line. And we're going to keep our spear out to the flanks. Missile, as always, will be in the centre. Grand. And you will be set to defensive. Defense is doubled. Wait to see where they come in from. Our fiendish foe. The Baron. Baron von Baddy. That's his full name, isn't it? Just check not all of the mines have... Tabbing through towns gets awkward when you've got lots of places. Make sure that everything is collapsed. Sod off. Excuse my language. Grief. Getting very, very angry here is typical T. Obviously I've lost a few of our men and I'm not happy about it. No, I'm not. No, I am not. How are we doing, retinues? You're wonderful troops, but I wouldn't want to have to get more of you. You take ages, have to build entire settlements just to get 24 of you. It's absolutely redonkulous. I wonder if the retinues ever had 36, or if they knew from the get-go that would be too strong. Let's just wait around, be nice and patient, the Baron will show his hand, his usual army will come out, we'll kill them, and then we'll move on. Wayward Sons are certainly earning their keep. And I think they're as useful as if we had, or even more useful than if we had some mercenary sword. We have as many missile units as we do infantry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, one less. I imagine he's just waiting for the month to tick over, maybe, to hire someone. Who knows? Not me. Come along, Baron. You're not going to fight it, just give it up.
Nah, 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 nah. We're winning, you're losing. Very mature of us, I know. At this rate, I might as well go and make a cup of tea. I suppose we should check on some regions. Sounds responsible. Ooh, there they are. Yeah, we're already arrayed to fight them. On a slight downhill slope here, which isn't ideal. Could fight them from the slope here. I think we have time, right. Let's get our missile there. Our retinue there. And these chaps on the flanks. We'll still be in the fighting zone, but we'll have a significant terrain advantage. There was something like that there. Fighting in the winter, first time for that. There they are. I wonder how much having the high ground takes into account with missiles. Oh, it's foggy as well, isn't it? This is rather atmospheric. Reminds me of the start of a certain famous gladiatorial movie. With troops hidden in the trees. Foggy battlefield. And enemies aplenty. Redeploy slightly. Right, that's our flanks properly defended. We got here first, you're going to have to come to us. With any luck, with this terrain, we won't take any losses. Time will tell. How close they have to get before we can start. Ooh, we've got a pretty good range. Should be loosing any second. As they charge down. We open fire from where we are. Have to come down the hill a bit. Ugh, this isn't ideal. Come on. Right, you go and deal with them. Taking losses. It took ages to get through our front line. We should have split our front line to let them through. Okay, right, pull back. Oh dear. Right, that's not gone well, is it? Okay, I shouldn't have pulled our lads forward. Let's just make sure we deal very quickly with this retinue. Hopefully we don't lose too many of our retreating archers there. At least that retinue should be crushed by our overwhelming might there. And let's redeploy you. Make sure you're taking care of them. How are you doing over here? You should be fine against one unit of bandits, let's be honest. For some reason they're holding their sword in reserve. Let's take up that line again. Nearly done with those brigands. Right, so we lost 2 archers actually. That's nowhere near as bad as I thought. I thought we'd lost a load of our crossbowmen, we didn't lose any actually. Just about got through the lines in time with the retinue charging forward. And we're almost done now with taking care of their light archers. Good, right. So it looks like they're starting to commit their first unit of sword. Let's open fire on them. Don't know why they're coming piecemeal one at a time. Well, I would not want to be those charging troops. Whoa. I don't know if they even get to fight our retinue. Oh, a brave charge. Will they get there? Just. And turned away immediately. And coming past the retreating troops should be their final unit. There they are, heading in. But they're taking missile fire even earlier on. I don't know if they're going to make it. I'm glad we retreated to the hilltop position. It afforded us an excellent view of the destruction of our foes. Here they go. The fools. Huzzah! Victory is ours. Peace declared. Right. We're going to send everyone home so that we can refresh our units. And we don't need to do so for the archers. These chaps we can just deploy straight over here. We are going to send the retinues home so they can be reconstituted as well. Although actually Nusshold and the Chinese retinues are absolutely fine, so we're going to send those over. And it'll just be the Hagstig retinue to go back to get a few extra lads. Well, the game is nearly ours. The final battles loom. The population grows. And the map has really started to fill up. Economy is balanced here, so stop buying everything in. Right, let's send you back. And then we will redeploy you pretty much straight away. And then you chaps. Good. And then redeploy you as well. There we go. If you imagine there's a few sad people here who lost their loved ones. But it looks like maybe it was so long ago they don't even remember who they were. Okay. Right, our freshened units are coming back. Let's just check you. And we need a couple of new lads. Upgrade you. Rid of horses. It's no good. I'd love to have a retinue that have access to horses, or a horse unit. That'd be really good fun. Maybe in some of the future updates of the game. Okay, right. Where are we sending all of yous? Up to the next region to be contested, I reckon. Same for all of you as well. I don't need to run this journey. Take you out of shield wall. Good. Right, so domestic force can make their way back across. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's fine. What a marathon episode this has been. If you appreciate the longer episodes, let me know. Because they take an awful long time to record compared to some of the other videos. Alright, let's gather everyone up there. Still got spaces to move in down here. We do, but not loads. Let's order in some more goats, because we can. And upgrade those as well. People have already moved in. In fact, we can do that to all of them. Run out of goodies, obviously, there. Pop the last couple of those on. It's fine. And back over to our military. Just waiting for 2 units to arrive. So let's press the final claim. And the battle zone is here. Enemy units spotted already. Up there. Who have they got? These different? They might be different here. Right. Let's get our defense set up here. So we'll have our retinue set to defensive. And then we'll flank that with our spear. And you guessed it. We're going to be putting our archers in the center. And archers should all be on missile alert. Okay. And who are we fighting? Yeah, no, it's the same chaps, I think, as we've had previously. Spear might be a little bit far away there. This should be okay. Baron's final stand. Well, probably not final, but second to final, I would imagine, at least. Before we finish this epic Camp to Kingdom. Our experienced troops are ready, and oh dear, okay. This is a larger force than we've had to deal with before, so we're going to have to deploy our troops as well. We're not going to be able to hold anyone in reserve this time. I'm going to set everyone to stand their ground, because that defense is doubled. Attack frequency is halved, but the damage is being done by our archers. Make sure everyone is at fire at will. Unfortunately, they do have 2 of their own units of archers. Oh my days. That is a lot more troops than we have. So I guess this is when they turn up with all of the freaking mercenaries that we haven't been able to get. Right, this might not be the swift conclusion we'd hoped for. I don't think this is winnable. We'll try our best. If not, then we will have to get some more retinues, which means settling some more places. If we have to do that, I might do that in between things. We'll wait and see. Right. Enough of that. Let's fight the battle that we have in front of us. And let's start by trying to take out their archers early on. It's a scary number of troops, isn't it? We really should have hired those mercenaries earlier on in the game. Can't believe we didn't. Alright, come on. Turns out, this is our final stand, not the Baron's final stand. Shield wall. All of our missile opening fire. Those are going to be a problem. I'm going to have to devote 2 units there to take care of those brigands before they get around us. As the enemy infantry moves in, hits our lines. Don't move, you fools. Hold your lines. Right, I'm gonna have to take care of these brigands. For some reason, they've directly engaged their troops there. Continue to fire at their missile. Need to take some of them out. Let's commit you here. Those retinues are going to have to deal with it themselves for a second. Alright, come on, get rid of them. Open fire on them. Make sure they don't swing back around. And then we're going to have to redeploy these troops to try and engage this sword. Otherwise, our retinues here are going to be outflanked. They're massively outnumbered. We're losing that retinue. 2 units of spear there are stretched. Dedicate 2 units to attack there. Hopefully they're nearly spent. We've dealt with that unit of archers at least. Right, let's redeploy you here. Oh goodness, they've charged right in. Right, we're going to have to go and support our troops here. And we're going to have to get all of our missile taking out theirs. that we can then help our own troops. It's not looking healthy though, is it? There's 4 units there, and on 12. Right. Everyone turn around and shoot them. We'll have to leave these to 1 unit. Unfortunately, we are being hit in the rear by those arrows, but I don't see there's much we can do. We're massively outnumbered there. Our only chance now is to use our missile to absolutely wreck the back of these units. Oh, it's going to be tight. There's only 5 of those left over there. I'd love to get rid of them, but we can't afford to. We've got to focus on the enemy here. Right, get rid of them to free up what's left of this retinue before they're all dead. Right, we've won that battle somehow. Let's turn around and deal with these guys. Bring our troops around and attack into here. Oh. This has been... Look, there's 5 men left of that spear militia. Wow, you guys held on really well. Given the odds we were up against, I am amazed that we've come out victorious here. But there's usually 2 waves, and if the second wave is as large as the first, we do not stand a chance because our infantry has been absolutely shredded. Right, let's pull our men back so we can get a clear shot at the enemy. Come on. Right, 1 more unit to deal with. Come on, archers. It's all down to you. Take them out. Take them out! Huzzah! Oh my goodness, look how many dead there are. And a lot of them are ours. Oh, it's victory! We did it! Oh, there's no second wave. Wow, that was very nearly not a victory. There we have it. Success and glory on this Cactus Kingdom. And although we got most of the way through those fights with relatively minimal losses, we had an absolute Pyrrhic victory at the end there. We lost a lot of men. Days passed, 7,296, 2,283 constructions, endgame population of 1,761. So not quite at that 2,000, but that is certainly the largest map population I've ever had. Won 7 challenges and we lost 0. We killed over 4,000 enemies, but we lost 209 soldiers. And I would be willing to bet that pretty much all of those, at least 180, were from that last fight that we had at the end there. Dead villagers, 198. Hopefully, most of those were of old age. And there we have it. Thank you for joining me. I hope you've enjoyed this playthrough as much as I have. This map, it's been a lot of fun. Let's take a look at what's left of our military over here. Gosh, so there were only 4 men left in that retinue, 6 there. 1 unit of spear was completely destroyed. I'd imagine there is much mourning in Nuzhole. Indeed. Many have lost their loved ones, but it was for a worthy cause. Victory and ownership of the land in which they dwell.
That's it for today, folks. If you like these Cactus Kingdom videos, let me know by dropping a like and a comment. And help me fight the AI slot pushing creators off the platform by subscribing. If you want to directly support me, then consider becoming a channel member and be part of the reason I keep creating. If you're still in the mood to chill, join me in another video. But for now, I've been Typical T, and this has been Manor Lords. Cheerio!